Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 661. Fated Meetings. Take off your hood. Oscar narrowed his eyes underneath his helmet as he stared at the Wanderer. A space pocket hung from the Wanderer's waist, far from his lifted hands that held nothing, not even an armament, presumably stored in the space pocket. Lift your helmet first, then I shall remove my hood. The Wanderer smirked and walked around Demon, keeping a safe distance. He reached into his space pocket, prompting Demon to inch closer for potential retaliation, but the Wanderer pulled out several lizards and roasted them by the flames. As he stoked the flames with a stick, the Wanderer regarded Oscar, his expression concealed behind shadows unaffected by the flickering light of the flames. Interesting. Interesting? What makes you say so? Oscar returned the favor and studied the Wanderer from head to toe. After heavy scrutiny, he found nothing of note. His stomach groaned, as did the Wanderer's. Suddenly, Demon shoved a charred lizard into his hands, his sword still pointing at the Wanderer. He took a bite of the lizard. It barely had any meat, boasting tough, leathery skin and brittle bones, and his jaw was sore from the constant chewing. But his stomach soon stopped complaining, content with the small morsels. Ever wonder why you and I started here? The Wanderer rotated his lizards, cooking the other sides. It's said that fallen heaven is the crux of destiny, the point when all fates are intertwined, concluded, or begun. Lovers are separated or reunited. New friendships are born, but others are broken. Enemies will meet, and newer foes will be made. So why us? You and I, in this, the Wanderer dramatically gestured to their surroundings. Wasteland. What does fate have in store for us? Oscar ignored the Wanderer's question and ate his lizard in silence. The lizard could not satiate his hunger. Already, he missed Avril's meals, the tables full of wondrous dishes all carefully crafted by her. Fate? He cursed the so-called fate for separating them in fallen heaven. How great it would have been if they started here and waited out the 10 years in fallen heaven. Surely, she could cook the lizards into something more delicious. The Wanderer asked again, and Oscar threw the oily stick at the man, who deflected it with his freshly cooked lizard. I'm simply curious. Shall we be friends or enemies? Has fallen heaven, driven by fate, called us here together to work alongside each other or to fight to our deaths? The Wanderer swallowed his lizard whole and gulped it down like a glass of water. He stared intently at Oscar's legs and sighed. Your legs won't grant you much pardon in these lands. I vote that we don't fight. Perhaps we should be friends. Maybe that is what fallen heaven wants of us. I don't want anything with you or anyone else. Annoyed, Oscar palmed the dry ground in a hand of iron, tossed it, and choked the flames under the dust, caking the Wanderer's other roasting lizards in a layer of dirt. His gaze snapped forward. The Wanderer showed no reaction, not even a flinch or twitch of the mouth, simply smiling as if nothing had gone wrong. The last embers died out and Oscar wheeled back, followed by Demon, heading away from the campsite. He refused to listen to more of the Wanderer's nonsense. You've changed, Oscar Tur. The Wanderer's words halted his wheels. Demon wreathed his sword in blue flames, telling Oscar telepathically that this man was not ordinary. Oscar rotated slowly and met the Wanderer's gaze hidden beneath the hood. His robes trembled as he laughed. Yes, I know you. Oscar Tur, captain of the Black Aegis Order, heir of Isaac, hero of the brilliant Drake Empire. Who are you? Oscar asked as several thoughts raced through his mind, trying to seek the answer to the mystery of this Wanderer. Was he a person from the Primal Council? One of the divine enforcers? A man from the New Dawn? Not yet, not yet, Oscar. Like I said, fate has deemed we meet here, but you are not ready to know who I am. Not ready at all. Go along your path. Find the courage to walk again. When you do, our paths will undoubtedly cross again. When that time comes, you will know who I am. The Wanderer offered no answer and leaped, dodging Oscar's platinum traps. Demon charged ahead, flames trailing behind, and slashed dozens of burning divides into the ground. But the Wanderer easily sidestepped each one and retreated far into the distance. A shout came from his retreating figure. Remember me, Oscar Tur, for I have not forgotten you. That man is quite strange. Not even I could sense the heat from his body nor the warmth of his blood. It's odd. Very odd. When he came close, I noticed his flames in flux, in a repeated cycle of igniting and waning, mixed and corrupted, choking itself. Was he truly a living creature? Ignayers added on. Oscar stopped Demon from following. Following the Wanderer was not the most pressing matter, and he felt something off about him, cautious that something far worse lurked if he chased. But the knowledge of a worrisome foe who clearly knew him was not comforting. He needed to find Avril now. He focused on the dark tower and headed on his way. It was late as darkness shrouded his path, illuminated by Demon's burning sword, but he could not rest or sleep, shaken by today's events. Who was he? Oscar recalled the last words of the Wanderer. The man knew him, but everyone who knew him was either dead or already known, and he could not remember anyone with that deep voice. The man's voice stuck in his ears, worming to his brain, settling deep in his mind. Who was he? Oscar pondered the identity as he carried on. The next morning, after a long trek across the wasteland, Oscar spotted several figures huddling nearby. They immediately sprang up, armaments gripped tightly, not giving him a chance to speak as they charged and assailed him in a hail of spells, already melding their animus. It didn't take long for Demon to kill them. Nothing could stand in the way of the blue primordial flames wielded by the coldest bastard in all of existence. He left behind a trail of blue flames and smote every assailant into ashes, ignoring some pleas and begs. One survived, bound in a platinum cage, huddling and hugging his knees like a child. Oscar tapped on the bars of the cage, and the prisoner winced, looking up with tears streaming down his cheeks. Oscar asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" I am Lors Pyr. Great One. I am from Revendre in Shot Irma. Lors stammered, bowing, practically kissing the dirt. Shot Irma? You're from Shot Irma? Oscar was surprised, but it made sense. Fallen Heaven transported all martial exalts, including the ones from Shot Irma. Why yes, I'm just a lowly one, Lors said, gripping the platinum bars. Without Oscar having to press him, Lors poured out an abundance of information and confessed to some terrifying truths. The Argent Lords of Shot Irma started an invasion the moment Fallen Heaven opened, assaulting the border defenses between Shot Irma and Valen. More concerning was the existence of another Grade 9 Exalt in Fallen Heaven. It was bad enough to know Gilbert and Lelith had entered Fallen Heaven, but now a new Grade 9 was here. Oscar sighed and undid the platinum prison. Lors thanked him, banging his head several times until his hair became covered in dust. A blur swept past his neck, Demon's white sword driven into the ground, and blue flames spread from the wound as the head separated from the body. The last traces of Lors were burned into ashes, flowing with the breeze and scattering among the wastelands. Oscar gritted his teeth and grasped Demon's wrist, cracks spreading on the iron figure. I did what I had to do. The one from last night I can understand. But not this coward. He could have brought more danger to us. Demon brushed off his grip and retrieved several space pockets. A cursory glance revealed all of them were empty. Demon placed the ash-covered armaments into one and tossed them to Oscar. Bastard, Oscar muttered lowly under his breath. A streak of lightning burst from the sky, striking far in the distance, beyond the horizon. Clouds of dust rushed at him, glinting with pieces of glass, presumably formed from the lightning strike. Oscar placed down a barrier of fire and pressed on. Any sign of life may indicate Avril's presence. Rushing past the scattering of lonely, withered trees, he came upon a smoldering crater, several, in fact, crackling with lightning. Another blast of thunder echoed from afar, the traces of the battle leading away from his current location. It's not Avril. Oscar saw a few puddles of water. They were out of place for this desolate land. Avril's Ein was nowhere to be found. There were just several foreign specks he cared little for. As he wheeled away from the clash of lightning and water, he felt something heading his way. It landed with a loud thud and bounced around, splattering blood freely. Oscar watched as it dragged along the ground, a dismembered body. Oh, geez, how lucky am I to meet you here? A blonde woman whistled on her merry march. Her violet eyes glimmered with interest and delight as her lips curled into a bright smile. Circe washed the blood off her gauntlets and blew him a kiss. It seems fate wants us to be together. So what shall we name the child? Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 662. Failed Diplomacy. Why? Oscar asked himself as he gnashed his teeth. Why the hell is this happening? Staring at the unwanted Circe, he recalled the Wanderer's words on fate and the intertwining of destinies in Fallen Heaven. From the Wanderer, then to the stragglers of Shadurma who attacked him, and to this horrid woman. They were all concerns, enemies, and absolute fanatics out to get him. Fate seemed desperate, pushing him onward a path he had abandoned, a path of war and conflict. Oscar grimaced, veins writhing, near popping out from the skin of his neck as his anger erupted. He had come here for only one thing, to find Avril. Any more was distraction and obstacles to cross. Demon acted as if answering his anger and swiped his sword from the side, driving a blue fire into Circe, who put up her gauntlets in defense. The massive water barrier, softened into a jelly-like substance by her meld, distorted, and she lifted a brow in clear shock. Demon's burning sword cut through, the bubbles screeching in a hiss as the sword plunged deeper. Several scarlet blades, covered in blue flames, impaled her barrier. They couldn't reach deep enough to pierce through before the waters extinguished their flames and shattered their forms. I knew it. Geez, I can only imagine Aiden's face. So that's where the rest of the Heart of Flame went. Circe bounced off a bubble, dodging Demon's relentless chase. Not a sweat broken on her cheerful face yet. Her figure danced in the air as her blonde hair fluttered freely. From her right gauntlet, several blue swords, condensed into a sapphire sheen, presumably from the line, shot down, matching Demon's scarlet blades in number. Oddly, despite the boost from the sharp blue flames, Demon's swords could not overcome hers. Demon, Oscar relayed it. Circe's right hand increased the sharpness of her water. Her meld was quite tricky. The left represented defense, and the right represented offense. I know. Demon retreated as the consuming flames met the torrential waters. The opposing elements devoured each other into a cloud of steam, easily dispersed by the ensuing shockwave of Ain. More cracks spread and checkered along the dry wastes. Then, a drizzle fell overhead, raining on the remains of their battle. Demon slashed once to release a powerful heat, which evaporated all hints of water and dampness, preventing her from creating her ideal environment. In a cold voice, he asserted, "You have to join in to fight her. That or switch and let me hold the main body to fight at full. Now we have a moment to talk. Can we talk?" Circe smiled and let out a satisfied sigh, brushing her hair as if leaving a relaxing shower. It's no loss, right? Geez, there are limits to fighting all the time. I just dealt with an annoying bastard from Shadurma. She drew in a deep breath and bowed, shocking Oscar with her next words. Sorry for targeting your wife. If possible, relay my apologies to her. More deceit? Oscar asked. No. I admit that at that moment I behaved harshly, but I really needed to have you. Geez, I wasn't going to kill her or anything, Circe grumbled, snapping her violet eyes below. She punched in a familiar stance and unleashed a devastating shattering wave, rapid tides riding the ripping force. Demon had attempted a surprise attack by shooting flames from below, but she caught on fast. The ground under her erupted into a geyser of hot steam, and she leaped forward, drawing closer. I still have my Prinstict activated. Anyway, back to the main topic. 50 years ago, I hoped to have a child fast and prepare them to go to Fallen Heaven. Who better to come here than the Volten Savior? More ravings from a mad woman. You hurt my wife. You threaten my children. Make no mistake, if there is any fate between us, it is me killing you. Oscar grew more frustrated as Circe smiled widely from his threats. A magnetic pulse washed over the area like a tide onto a shore, a low hum resounding under the earth. See, that's why it has to be you. As the earth quaked, Circe clapped in earnest applause, mockery to his ears, considering it came from a lunatic. She seductively licked her red lips and threw aside her cloak, revealing a provocative shirt that revealed more than it hid, even exposing her stomach, and a skirt that swayed just above her knees. Even if it can't be during Fallen Heaven, our child can be the hero during the aftermath of the Great Scouring. If we have one now, there'll be 10 by the end. Boy, let me try to speak. Ignires manifested into the real world, stunning Circe, who stared blankly at the Ancient of Fire. She bowed and greeted Ignires in a respectful tone he had never heard from her. Ignires cackled and levitated over, circling her as his 3 orbs slowly rotated, indicating his scrutiny. Ah, no wonder. Girl, your Volten blood is quite pure. If you and the boy have a child, the chances are high that the child will be the savior you want. Right? Geez, you understand it well, Lord Ignires. Circe laughed and puffed her chest out proudly. It is for the ancients that we must create the Volten savior. How else will Talos be saved from the clutches of the Keralumen? Please convince Oscar. Why are you encouraging her? Oscar lifted a finger, forming 5 dense platinum orbs with a reddish tinge, light turning red along their outlines no matter where he rotated them. They distorted the air around them, leaving their shapes malformed to the naked eye. For several decades, he attempted to combine the primordial flames that formed his flame spells into his metal spells. Every try resulted in horrible backlash and instability of the combined spell, often exploding before him. Demon had also failed in uniting normal flame and metal using the line, but he was not his rough counterpart. After several decades, he figured out how to force the 2 elements into a single line as he invoked the spells. Hold on, let me try something, Ignires hissed through thoughts. The Ancient of Fire turned back to Circe and said, True, the Volten Savior can channel all of our powers and become something greater, the true sword of Talos that destroys its enemies. Circe seemed uplifted as Oscar grimaced but held back, wondering what Ignires had in mind. Ignires said gravely, That was then, this is now. The flames are ever-changing. I do not want the Volten Savior. Let the people of Talos rise to fight the battle we, in our idiocy, could not finish. What? Circe tilted her head in confusion. Her eyes went round, paralyzed and unblinking. You can play a part, girl, but not in the way you believe. Burn passionately to fight your enemies, not to pass it off to your child. If your flames do have to pass on to the next, it would be for your sake, not for prophecy or sacred duty. Ignires extended out his fiery hand. Silence crept and settled in the wasteland. Circe slumped to her knees and stared widely at the Ancient of Fire's hand. Oscar felt that if anyone had seen this scene, they might have felt pity for her, who had her entire world broken by the words of one she considered a god. But pity? If anything, Oscar felt nothing for her other than the use she might have if Ignires' words converted her to his side, a tool to be used and tossed aside. He narrowed his eyes and silently improved the aim of his glowing platinum orbs, intent on creating gaping holes through her body at a moment's notice. No, it's all lies. Your mind must be daft since countless millennia after the war. Lord Ignires, from meek words to her former vibrancy. She rose to her feet and grasped Ignires' burning neck as her voice gained strength. A dangerous, crazed glint brightened her dull eyes. Geez, the war must have been so horrible to destroy your thinking. As I thought, the Volten Savior must come to be, or else more will suffer from what broke an ancient. Nope, it's not working. Go for it. She's beyond saving. Ignires cried out in Oscar's mind. She had gone against one of her gods. Oscar didn't waste a second, firing the glowing platinum orbs that fired in a straight trajectory from all angles, already having surrounded her prior. To his left, Demon swept in and clutched his sword back, bright blue light flaring on its tip. Circe let go of Ignires, her gauntlets shining as her gauntlet anima expanded and overlapped on her body. The integration. However, he timed it well and knew she placed no defenses. The time between her integration and a counter was not enough to block his spells that reached near her head. However, the ground roared and caved in, sinking everyone into a new chasm, the depths unfathomable and hidden from sight, resting in the dark. As the winds of his fall brushed roughly on his skin, Oscar held onto his wheelchair and reached out to Demon. But something gripped his leg, metals rattling in a clinking tune. Oscar stared down and saw chains binding his feet, his eyes widening, stunned by the sight of the chains extending deep down the chasm, its origins shrouded in darkness. What was below? What was dragging him down? Circe was also chained and dragged along with him. Ignires, Oscar shouted inwardly. I don't know, but hang on. I don't believe that darned Buckethead will allow any harm to befall you until you meet him. Ignires retreated, reappearing in his inner space. The further they fell, the more the light from the surface dimmed before darkness overwhelmed them. Oscar fell further and deeper into parts unknown. He could only hold on and await his so-called fate. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 663. Light in the Deep. Avril jolted awake as a loud snap burst nearby, her eyes snapping wide. Muddled, her vision started to clear, blurs spinning and overlapping into a singular view. Cold. She shivered and hugged her arms, wandering her gaze around the forest resting in bright daylight. Its beauty was comparable to the fiery forest near the beak of Ra, the leaves and grass flaming green, not red. The wind blew in great gales, glowing in the colors of the forest and sunlight as leaves descended in a lazy rain of foliage, the earthy scent of the forest intoxicating and relieving. Her eyes swept across and landed on two figures who had noticed her awakening. She focused on the woman in front, who resembled her greatly. I found her. Rising, Avril stumbled a few times, thanks to her weak legs, and caught the protruding bark of a tree for support. She finally found her. After so many years, close to a century, Avril had found her sister, Avila. Her hands reached out, stretching to hold what she lost so long ago. But pain erupted, aching deep in her bones and flesh, and she fell and landed on a warm, soft embrace. Her sister, Avila, managed to catch her. The whooshing winds grew silent as if not wishing to disturb their reunion, and Avril held her sister tightly, weeping on her shoulder. I finally found you, little sister. Don't be scared, Avila whispered and caressed Avril's trembling back. I'm real, and I won't leave you. Her sister's words were honey to her ears. The feeling in her hands, the familiar presence that warmed her heart, and the words spoken. They told her it was real. All of it was real. For a few minutes, Avril enjoyed the sweet moment. Everything was as she had hoped, though very late. Right, they met yesterday. As the scenes of yesterday's events slowly played out in her memories, Avril shivered and lost control of her breathing, every breath forced out by an icy grasp that squeezed her lungs. Right, she had met her mistress. And my mistress. Where is she? Avril bit her lips, staving off the nightmares creeping in the corner of her mind. A cold voice calling to her from within. She tore herself off Avila's grasp and flopped on the bed of roots. Her limbs failed her, ice-cold and pale. Some drool leaked from her mouth and seeped below her cheek, colder than ice. Wailing. She could feel the sting of Lilith's scythe slicing on her face, on every inch of her body, letting no place remain unmarred. The pain was bad, but the chill that followed was worse. Don't put me in the cold room. Please, mistress. Avril. Avila started a fire and hugged her on the way toward it. She's not here. She's not your mistress. She'll never hurt you again. She wasn't here. Avril rested on her sister, remembering a faint scene from long ago. Avila had held her like this before when she would cry under a thunderstorm or when she cut her leg on a stone. As her body eased up, her stomach grumbled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten since before fallen heaven kidnapped her. How embarrassing. She hid her reddening face under her palms as Avila laughed and brushed her hair tenderly. It really was her. It truly was Avila. Here, my lady. I reheated some stew I made yesterday. The third person poured some green stew, probably made from mashed grass and herbs, into a shoddy wooden bowl, definitely not the work of a sculptor. His voice was strangely drawn out like a low hum, the words dragging on the tune. You're Santen? Avril noticed the man's strange features, mainly his long, lanky arms, and recognized him from the images Remulus gave her. He was one of Oscar's, or rather Demon's, loyal subordinates. You know me, my lady? That's good. Santen chortled in the strange clicking Orin described. He bowed and lowered his head. Santen, the third, is here to serve, protect, and sacrifice for your sake. My lady, have you found my husband? Avril asked. No, the Lord and the others are far from my sight. Santen sighed and reached into his space pocket, pulling out a piece of paper. But I have some concerning news. Yesterday, before I found you and your sister, I killed several others and found this He hesitated, but Avril gave him a look, and he nodded, taking a breath before flipping the paper over with concern filling those fish-like eyes. That didn't ease her worry, and neither did the paper. Her eyes glazed with horror as she read the contents, scanning the page over and over again, unwilling to believe that it was true. It depicted Oscar's face and shared his name. She suddenly lost her appetite as her worries increased, reaching her paling fingers on the page where it stated Oscar needed to be killed. A bounty would be rewarded to any who accomplished it, his head being the identifying factor. Why did he have to suffer more? Tears streamed from her eyes. Avril rose from Avila's embrace, knocked over Santon's stew by accident, and marched on. Avril, Avila chased after her. I have to find him. Now! Avril gritted her teeth and saw the shadow of the dark tower looming beyond the thick bundles of branches and leaves, sticking out like a lighthouse during a storm, except the opposite. Oscar was sure to be there as well, and she needed to find him and hide away. Hide from Lilith, hide from their pursuers, and hide from the world. Dragging her weak legs, she carried on, nearly tripping over some roots before two arms supported her. Santen and Avila. They said nothing, but she was thankful for their aid, and together, they headed toward the dark tower. Oscar coughed, spluttering out clouds of dust. He had blacked out earlier and could not remember what happened after the chains dragged him. His heart shook, blood rising up his throat, the taste of iron already on his tongue as he coughed out, dyeing his shirt red. Where was he? Oscar looked up, unable to make out a single trace of light, the surface far beyond his reach, and even worse, he lost his wheelchair. Flames bloomed into an orb on his palm, illuminating the deep darkness. It was the same, a desolate ravine fit for the wasteland he started in. Not a single hint of foliage or creature, only some piles of rubble to accompany him in the lonely dark. You just kept falling, and then the chains put you here. They took away your wheelchair. Demon spoke up. The chains? Oscar was confused and threw flames to light the two directions of the ravine, watching the great orbs become naught but wisps in the distance until they flickered away. Which way did they come here? Where's Circe? The girl I do not know. The chains separated the two of you, but the ones that dragged you went down to your left. Cold they were, certainly not of the living. Ignires manifested into a floating rainbow flame. Let me guide you. Perhaps we can find out what that shiny dunce has in store for you. He spewed embers and made a strange noise akin to popping his lips, if he had any, merrily leading the way, according to how his flame swayed as if dancing. He seemed to be enjoying this. Oscar roused his Ein and created a new duality clone, with Demon's cold expression overriding its neutral state. In his new body, Demon picked up Oscar and placed him over his shoulder like a potato sack, their eyes gazing in the same direction. As Ignires bobbed and weaved nonsensically, Oscar rechecked his belongings and was relieved to find his dimensional cube and other space pockets with all items intact. In Fallen Heaven, the first priority was to secure resources for the coming 10 years of conflict. The lands were rich in ores and plants, elemental ores and highly aged plants, in fact. No other place contained a high concentration of these rare resources like Fallen Heaven. It was part of why many powers rose and fell in fortune upon its summons. Being this deep, Oscar expected to spot ores and possibly crystals of Ein, perfect for Orin's formations. But not a single gem or unique rock glimmered in the dark. It was incredibly plain, the same crust of dirt and stone lining his path and walls. Nothing garnered his attention, as if the ravine wanted him to keep traveling and not dawdle on anything else. Oh, look here. It's a gate. Ignire stopped and zipped over a man-made structure. The gate rested, embedded into the end of the ravine, standing a mere head over his height. Strangely, instead of rock or metal, the gate was made from wood, and as Ignires burned off the dust and dirt, it revealed the wood hadn't aged the slightest, still pristine as if not even a year old. Two metal rings hung from the wooden gate, and Demon placed Oscar down, grabbed them, and pulled. Creaks and groans of the gate that had never moved in perhaps several millennia resounded, growing louder and deeper the further Demon pulled. Scoffing, Demon swung the gate open, its doors rattling on the ravine. The wooden doors swayed and, oddly, remained unharmed. Rather, the stones split where they hit, cracks already spreading far up beyond Ignier's light. What manner of doors were these? Picked up, Oscar traced his finger on the gate, sensing its sturdiness and hardness beyond any material he knew or worked on. Even Elder Saul's armament, probably lying in his room, couldn't compare to it. "Welcome, inheritor of Reese," a voice called out, and Ignires stammered incoherently. "It can't be," the Ancient of Fire said. "It's impossible. Nothing is impossible. But it is good to see you again, Ignires." A man walked forward. He had white hair and white eyes, wearing white robes that fit his deceptively thin frame. Oscar could tell the dense, compact muscles resting underneath. The white eyes met his black eyes, and a soft gaze lowered them. A man having the perfect Reese body but not of the bloodline. Perhaps, yes. "Finally, there is hope." "Who are you?" Oscar asked. "I have no name except for one. I am Valten. I am the one who fought with the power of Reese and the ancients in me." The man, Valten, smiled. "Come, join me." Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 664, Valten. Resting on Demon's shoulder, Oscar eyed Valten, the first Reese user and the only other perfect Reese body. He inhaled sharply and turned slightly to look behind. If he ran, the chains might drag him back, so he followed. Beyond the gate was a smooth path, clearly paved with intent and design, and the walls arched toward the ceiling where light crystals hung down. As Valten passed each one, they lit up as if responding to his presence, illuminating just enough for them to reach the next light crystal. Staring at the back of the legend who was at the forefront of the ancient war, the master of Reese, Oscar cared little, no questions filling his thoughts. He only desired to escape. Ignires, however, seemed interested, hovering by Valten like an annoying firefly. "Valten, how are you here now? I can't believe you're still here after all this time. Next thing I knew, I was kicked out of your body, and you disappeared into the stars. You've forgotten many things, old friend. Fallen Heaven was the epicenter of the war back then. The final battle blasted this place and my corpse into the stars. The chaotic, pure Ein tethered my soul to this place. My spirit and the lands were doomed to wander near Talos but never to return." Valten slowed as the last light crystal brightened up, revealing another door under its radiance. His finger glowed as it traced a pattern into the door. Moments later, the pattern vanished into the door, a muffled bang resounding from within as the frame shook slightly. Valten easily opened it, gesturing for Oscar and the others to enter. It was odd. Somehow, Oscar felt the place resembled an arena. Demon steps rang clear on the ancient platform, clearly made from metal. Braziers of roaring white flames encircled the room as water streamed from the walls and trickled into the outer moat. It was deep enough for Oscar to dive in and still not reach the bottom. No windows or gaps dotted the rooms except for a huge opening in the ceiling. Above, he spotted an incredulous sight and couldn't believe his eyes. 2 suns, not the damn 10 orbs of fallen heaven, shone brightly in a dazzling azure sky, a few clouds floating by. "Like it? I replicated it long ago. Talos at day and night. They are the 2 sights I miss most." Valten called out softly, smiling in clear pride at his work, but his lowered eyes betrayed a hint of sadness and longing as they remained fixed on the fake sky. "I first counted the days but couldn't bear to count the years once they ran too long. Sometimes you don't realize how important such a mundane scene can be until it is gone. Ah, forgive this old man. You shouldn't listen to my ramblings when your matters are more pressing." "No. It's nice to hear someone like you say an ordinary sentence for once." Oscar smiled as Demon set him down to sit by a pillar. Carcotal, Olinar, the Primal Council, the Ancients, the Wanderer, Circe. They all pressed him for a grander destiny, talking about GOL for threads, fate, Reese, or the will of the Ancients. To listen to Valten admire the 2 suns and moon was a welcome break from the mantras they forcibly drowned him in. Oscar tilted his head back and stared out into the ceiling of false day. A welcome sight indeed. Not even a week yet, and he missed the bright morning of Talos dearly. "You've changed quite a lot, Valten. I never knew you to be a sentimental man." Ignires nestled on Oscar's shoulder, the heat and sharp crackling of the fire assailing his ear. "Believe me, Oscar, this man didn't care at all for the wives we granted him. Did I?" Valten laughed and sat in the middle of the arena. If anyone's changed, it's you, old friend. Well, countless years of near death and buried deep in the earth will have drastic effects on anyone. Isn't that right? Ignayers cackled, scattering embers on Oscar's clothes. Annoyed, he flicked Ignayers off his shoulder and returned to stare at the sky, listening but not really. It suits you better. Perhaps the war may have been different if all the ancients were like you now. Volten sighed and lost the liveliness in his tone. An old voice now of a man at his limits, and one Oscar had heard several times in the old soldiers of the war, all nearly given up yet accepting their fate. I never changed. I have always been me, but I never had the chance or the choice to decide for myself. I was born a tool, a weapon for you and the others to wield. This, he palmed over his heart, is the man who could be, the one who should have walked on Talos but was denied the freedom even to choose a name. I'm sorry, Volten. Ignayers' flame waned. If the old me were me now, I would have fought against the others for your sake. Really? The wives you gifted me, all for passing on my blood, not of love or my choice. I allowed myself to become the weapon you desired, the sword Talos needed because it was the right. Protect and safeguard Talos. No matter how much my heart was torn apart, I agreed with the mission. Volten held out his arm, the sleeve sliding down to expose countless scars. Even as my flesh split and bones pounded into dust, I fought on for your sakes, for all their sakes. And what did we get? My descendants are a group of wayward fanatics. The world is in slow decay, and this young warrior is now suffering the same fate as me. Oscar pulled away from the ceiling and peered directly at Volten, the white eyes reflecting his dark figure clearly in the shining pupils. The same fate? What did he mean by that? While he couldn't explain it, Oscar saw deep pain rooted in those white pupils, embedded deep and reaching the heart, a familiar pain. He steadied himself, but his lips trembled before he asked, "How many?" "Everyone," Volten grimaced. "I understand the pain you are going through. The weight of the world is crashing on your shoulders as everyone expects one or the other out of you, even after you keep losing everyone you hold dear one by one. Luckily, you haven't lost everyone yet. Are you going to tell me to fight? Do you want me to replace you? Or to create a new you with that woman? What do you want from me?" Oscar struggled to calm his breathing and struggled, clutching his chest as his heart raced tremendously, hammering against his ribs. Oscar's fingers trembled as he gasped and choked. Medicine! He rummaged through his dimensional cube and remembered fallen heaven had stripped all extra items away. He banged his head on the pillar, striking it with a loud clanking sound of metals colliding, unable to move or breathe. Suddenly, a glob of water forced its way through his lips and forcibly tunneled down his throat, cool relief calming his bursting heart and settling his lungs. The waters here are special. They passed through the deep earth and brushed against ancient roots. You came to the right place. Volten made his way close, patted his shoulder, and said, "I am here to help you, not to use you. I am not a smith who will forge you into a weapon. I'm just a man who wants to help. Let me help you." "Help me?" Oscar scoffed and laughed scornfully. His words sounded sweet, but he had enough of old masters providing help. "Help you? Yes, help you." Volten laughed with him, their disconnected laughter of differing emotions creating a discord in the air. "I promise on my blood, my given name, and my waning spirit that I want nothing from you. Your life is your own, young warrior. Unlike me, you will have freedom. If not, I can help you gift freedom to others. I will help you walk, but the path your feet will cross will be of your choosing. Not from the ancients, not from me, not from anyone else, but only you, just you. Let me help you. Why should I trust you? Tell me, why?" Oscar shouted. "Because I have much to answer for. I have made many mistakes in my life. Death calls, and the lives of those I've failed whisper to me. They say to join them, but I can't yet. Not when someone needs my help." Volten raised his voice and lifted Oscar to his feet. Oscar didn't resist as Volten helped him to the center of the arena. Demon was already gripping his sword nearby and ready to slash down. "Sit." In the carving of the innermost circle in the arena, Oscar sat before Volten, the two staring at each other, their black and white gazes meeting. Oscar asked, "Now what?" "Close your eyes. Overcome." Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 665. Beyond the Memory. Oscar reluctantly closed his eyes, skeptical of Volton's motives. As seconds passed, Volton's exaggerated breaths resounded, and Oscar's lungs mimicked the rhythm of the draws and releases, starting and ending as one breath. Strangely, he heard every trickle of water plopping into the moat, every minute droplet pitter-pattering on the edges of the arena. He didn't realize it before, but now he could hear a faint groan, a low tone, calling out from the platform underneath, and a sonorous hum singing from two suns above. His heartbeat thumped like a hammer on an anvil as bones creaked louder than a thunderous storm. His blood sounded as if it was the high tides of the seas. Every part of his body screamed out in its own unique ways, a cacophony of flesh, bone, organs, and blood interrupting the other, not a single part working in harmony. Slow your blood, ease your heart and organs, set the bones and mind the flesh. Let all become one. A single sound that represents you. Volton's voice pierced through the disharmony. Here, you can hear everything, from every beat of a fly's wings to the blood flowing in your veins. Control yourself. Let them merge. First, start with the bones. Firm them. Oscar followed Volton's instructions one by one. He locked his joints and tightened the sinews tying his bones, and they began to shuffle and creak in one motion, one sound. While he had been copying Volton's breathing, that was only a shallow attempt, and he delved deeper, controlling his lungs in the minuscule details, from lifting the diaphragm to an exact spot to the contraction of his lungs. As his breathing eased, the rest of his organs followed, riding the pulsing of his hypnotic breathing. It perfectly matched the shuffling of his bones. Volton continued to instruct, and Oscar listened. His flesh softened and accompanied his organs and bones in their little song. Lastly, his heart needed correction. Oscar slowed it slightly, bit by bit, weakening the beating. It was severely offbeat from the rest of his body, causing his blood to rush and threaten to throw it all off balance again. Slowing his heart further, Oscar found the spot, and finally, his body sang as one, a single beat and rhythm. It was quite pleasant. His body hadn't felt so comfortable other than in certain activities with Avril, the rest of the time spent in pain and discomfort. He could stay here and listen to the song from within forever. It went on for hours, but soon, the comfort faded, and a storm brewed in the once clear mind that had been focused on the tune. Oscar gritted his teeth, disaligning his skull and jaw from the rest of the bone's rhythm. The disharmony cascaded to the rest of his bones, and thus, the entire symphony collapsed. He could barely wait any longer and banged his fists on the floor, opening his eyes to see his knuckles reddening from the impact. It was fine at first, but how much longer did he have to wait? Avril was out there and he had to find her. Volton was wasting his precious time, which he could have spent better out there. Your mind is greatly disturbed. I understand. Volton's white eyes studied him as a sigh leaked from his mouth. Do you? Oscar rubbed his knuckles. The arena was harder than he thought. It absorbed and rebounded the force of his fists back onto him, the material of shocking quality comparable to the gate prior. He returned his attention to Volton and said, "You claimed my legs would work again. I hoped that we could have sorted through your problems in a slow, drawn-out meditation. But, indeed, love can be quite chaotic and unsettling." Volton chuckled and gazed elsewhere as if revisiting a long-lost memory. He reached out his arms and opened his palms. "Take my hands. I wanted to avoid it, but you give me no other options." Oscar looked at the palms adorned by cuts and calluses, the hands of a veteran who had fought in countless battles. He raised his hands but halted, hesitant to follow through, wary of what he might face. He stared at Volton's, eyes sharp and direct, and saw the old one's eyes were already closed as if knowing his decision. He waited and waited for several minutes for the man to move or speak as the moat received its replenishing water. Like two statues, they remained in the center before Oscar finally moved and gave in, grasping Volton's hands. Darkness took him. He found himself falling into an infinite darkness with no one else besides him. His voice lost its power, his screams lost to the void, never to reach his ears or anyone else's. Down he went, down he delved, and further he fell. Regaining his calm, Oscar observed his surroundings, attempting to map out where he was. But there was only darkness and himself. As the winds of his fall intensified and roared, brushing abrasively on his skin and pulling on his hair, Oscar instinctively raised his arms as a guard and braced for impact but noticed he was slowing down. I see much pain, so much pain. Volten appeared out of the darkness and hoisted him to stand. I can help you walk again, but whether or not you can overcome is an entirely different matter. What? Before he could clarify and ask further, the darkness cleared and faded, revealing a horrid scene. Looking around, Oscar sank to his knees, drenching his legs in thick pools of blood. A sudden sense of dread and regret pierced his heart as if he'd been stabbed by a sword. He snapped his eyes wide open, staring blankly in horror that paled his skin. Bodies, half drowning in the blood, sprawled over the scarlet street, and somehow, his legs forced him to venture across to witness it all again. The scene of the massacre. They were your soldiers, your friends, your followers. Volten walked beside him. They were, Oscar mumbled, glancing listlessly at the familiar faces. When he saw a series of stairs, blood trickling down its steps, he grabbed his knees, unwilling to see what was beyond because he knew what awaited him past the haunting stairs. His mind burned as if on fire, a raging inferno boiling his skull. Oscar clutched his head and struggled, ears deafened by silence, choking out his screams. The memory vanished, and darkness returned. Kneeling in the dark, he felt like vomiting, but it was impossible in this space. You're not ready to face them. Do you even remember that scene clearly? Volten asked, pacing around him. I don't want to. I know how it was, Oscar coughed. Perhaps a different memory may suffice. From the moment the words left Volten's lips, the darkness shifted and gave way to a new memory, or rather, the scene of one. Flames devoured and replaced vast fields of grains. Black fumes poured out from the burning piles of houses and bodies, searing the lands into a scorching red and charred black. Oscar was flying this time, overlooking the entire devastating scene, his home burning into piles of ash and rubble, the stables, fields, and hills engulfed in flames. The burning scent assaulted his nose, and he held it shut, sickened by the smell. No, he thought as his body floated toward a certain direction, dragging him against his will to a nearby farm, uneven stones on a path toward a small home, now catching fire. Once more, he regained control by the doors and clung to the dirt, unwilling to move forward. He had enough of this. He screamed, "What is this? To torture me?" Volten sat beside him, patting his shoulder, which he brushed away. The old warrior said, "Each time you refuse to go further. What lies behind that burning door, young warrior?" "No," Oscar groaned, clutching his head again. The darkness claimed the fires and drowned them. It was madness. Oscar wanted to leave and escape, but no matter where he ventured out, there was only darkness, and Volten didn't seem keen on letting him go. It showed him more. Oscar passed the tall tower city of Orbis before the insect Velfen arrived close by, and he averted his eyes, shutting them as the city fell into ruins. He sat for a week in the ruins of his home and grimaced, knowing what came next. Elder Saul arrived and began to speak, and his head felt like thousands of needles had impaled deep into his brain. "You have been through it all, yet none are you willing to see them through." Volten spoke as the darkness returned. "Shut up." Oscar no longer cared and decided to wait until the end or when Volten gave up. "I know, it's hard to face what happened. I know it well." Volten exhaled deeply as the darkness waned once more. But this time, Oscar knew it was not his memory, not a single bit familiar to him, but the stench of the battlefield, of corpses, blood, and fire was too familiar. Countless bodies, far more than he could count, dotted the lands, not a single inch free from a rotting corpse. They lined the rocks and crevices across the hills and up the cliffs, their blood running in rivers along piles of ashes and collapsed castles and ships. What manner of battle occurred here? What great war had been waged? This time, Volten led the journey, his feet slow and solemn, digging into the flaky dirt. It was his memory. Oscar swept his gaze everywhere. There were as many bodies on the ground as there were stars in the night sky. "Stop!" Volten halted before they could go over a hill. "Beyond this point, I can't allow you to see." "Then why bring me here?" Oscar asked, I can't allow it without a fight. Volten leaped backward and made some distance, narrowing his eyes as a dangerous gleam shone from within the white pupils. Are you serious? Oscar thought he was joking. Fighting is a process by which our minds liberate themselves. We must fight now so we can endure the pain of what follows. Volten clenched his fists and took a stance. Fight me. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 666. In Dream and Reality. The ground quaked as Volten charged, reaching out a fierce kick. Oscar watched in shock, failing to rouse his Ein or flare his Prinstick. Volten closed in and snapped his leg, driving the heel into Oscar's waist. An incredibly heavy blow that launched him off the ground and flung him to the side. His jaw clenched hard, gritting past the pain. Oscar rammed into a hard surface, a groan echoing from the impact as it rattled his bones and shook his organs. It was a memory or a world in the mind, but it hurt like hell. What the hell? Oscar noticed he hadn't landed on a hill, rock, or broken ship. He was stuck against thin air. An invisible boundary locked him inside. Upon closer inspection, he watched the surroundings outside the boundary distort. Oscar nudged and smacked his hand against the invisible wall, unable to breach it. The ground past it was a blur, but the one under his feet remained clear and stable. Looking over, he realized he was stuck inside a certain area with Volten, who charged again, already in motion for a punch. Oscar ducked under the attack and leaped away, gaining some distance for his mind to ponder. Right now, his Ein and Prinstick were unusable, clearly blocked and restricted by some unknown force, probably the spell that conjured this strange world of memories. His legs worked fine, however, unlike in the real world. As Volten dashed toward him, Oscar kicked off the invisible boundary and leaped over, still needing more information. Firming his stance, he generated Reese. At least that worked, but not any of the techniques. He could only boost his power and speed. Figured it out? For this one, we can only use our physical prowess and technique, Volten said, brushing off the dust from his white robes. Oscar said nothing and narrowed his gaze, focusing solely on Volten's movements. He took in a deep breath and lowered his stance, ready to counter, and indeed, Volten resumed his brutish charge, significantly faster this time, as if he had been holding back for Oscar to figure out the mechanics. Still, now serious, Oscar sharply rotated his body and swerved past Volten's punch, narrowly avoiding his blow, and struck his back leg with a kick. Still, Volten didn't flinch or budge. Heck, he didn't show any reaction other than a downward punch, diving straight for Oscar's head. Oscar snapped his head to the side as the fist descended, breaking the ground underneath as a loud boom resounded from the impact, a thunderous strike that might have killed him. He spun on his hands and lashed another kick straight for Volten's waist as a form of revenge, but a large grip crushed on his collarbone. He heard nothing but the winds blasting in his ears as his eyes rolled around the sockets, vertigo straining his mind. Was he flying? No, Oscar recalled the many times his master tossed him in a similar method, and he knew what came next, tensing his entire body. His back met the ground with a loud bang, and the harsh surface squeezed against the unrelenting force that smashed him down. Every muscle ached and bones creaked. Luckily, Oscar had prior experience and was prepared for the impact, a lesson he learned after many agonizing kisses to the ground. He needed to get away and put some distance, but Volten's iron grip still held onto his collarbone, refusing to let go as veins popped over the large knuckles. Desperate, Oscar punched the wrist with both fists, the fingers loosening slightly, and brought down his head, tearing the grip off. From the momentum, he flipped forward and, before Volten could react, landed a stamping heel kick. It was Volten's turn to kiss the ground, the false ground caving in as his head sunk deep. Oscar raised his arms and clenched his hands, intent on smashing Volten like a hammer on metal. But he felt a tap on his ankle, and staring down, he saw a hand swiped across his feet in a slashing motion, flipping him in the air. Sensing the danger, Oscar huddled and protected himself, the arms crossed into a thick shield, withstanding a heavy blow. Volten had kicked him, his arms sore and aching from the attack, and flung Oscar. Skipping on the ground like a rock, Oscar hissed as his skin skidded along the war-torn field, cuts and scrapes decorating his face. Good defense. Someone taught you well. Volten smiled as he spoke, catching up in a quick dash. Oscar aimed for the right moment, patiently waiting for the attack. When Volten raised a fist, Oscar dug his feet into the ground, planting himself firmly like a rooted tree, and rebounded the force, driving an elbow into Volten's gut. It had been a long time since he had fought without ein, meld, or duality. Thankfully, his master's lessons were engraved deep into his bones, instinct carrying his actions, guided by tactics. Regrettably, it was not enough. Volten blocked his elbow and responded by swerving to his back. Oscar refused to relent and pivoted to combat him. Blow after blow, kick after kick, punch after punch. Oscar fought the Volten ancestor, not backing down. After a certain point, they both dropped their guards, not bothering to block or dodge, receiving each other's attacks wholeheartedly as they responded in kind. Oscar shouted and drove a fist sideways at Volten's jaw. The same happened to him, and their heads snapped to the side. Enough, you have fought well, young warrior. Volten raised a hand, halting Oscar in place before he could retaliate further. A heat surged over Oscar's body, and he saw his injuries fading away as if the entire battle had been an illusion. Was the fight necessary? Oscar cracked his neck, but Volten simply smiled and gestured for him to follow. The invisible boundary appeared to have vanished, the distortions of the outside fading into clarity. Oscar walked behind Volten, carefully stepping on the small gaps between the masses of corpses. Despite it being a memory, he still felt a need to respect the dead. Volten's foot stomped on the last step before one could reach the peak of the hill. Oscar halted, seeing the old warrior lower his head and avert his gaze. Regardless, Volten seemed to have found the strength and boldly stepped forward, breathing heavily, a lonesome figure standing on the peak. Oscar could feel the sadness. Whether it was because he was standing in the memory or because Volten looked more like a weak old man full of regrets, both painted a saddening picture. Oscar joined him on the hill, a breeze, reeking of rot and blood, wafting by. Before this point, he had only seen a multitude of bodies sprawled on the ground. But now, from this hill, he beheld the true terror of war. Mountains, not hills or mounds, but mountains of corpses ascended high and spread far. Every single one was looking at him, their dull eyes unblinkingly gazing into his soul, dead man's eyes, ghostly stares from beyond with expressions of regret, peace, compassion, anger, and more. I stood on this exact hill. After a long battle against the Karalumen, I alone survived. I knew many of their stories. So many spoke of their past and their aspirations. One answer was consistent through all I've talked with. What they will do once the war is over. Volten sat, shoulders slumping. I had all the power of Talos and the ancients, the gift of Reese, and more. But I failed to save even one person here. Can you imagine that? One. Not a damned one, he sighed, his voice somber and low. I could not shed tears or scream my heart out. I was a weapon. I merely stood on this hill, carved this scene into my memory, and went on to the next battle. A weapon can't linger where it is no longer needed. Why didn't you quit? Give up? Oscar asked. Volten smiled wryly and rose, not minding the dust on his knees this time. Next. Ah, Ren, where are Mom and Dad? Gloria groaned, dropping to her knees, which dipped into the hot sand, jolting her back to her feet. She was exhausted, licking her dry lips, which had not tasted water for several days. In the several days since the opening of Fallen Heaven, Gloria and Ren miraculously ended up together. At first, she was delighted but realized it was just them, two lower martial exalts, the weakest in Fallen Heaven. Ren, Gloria spotted her older brother carrying on by himself and grumbled, rushing over to pinch his ears. Are you even worried for them? If whining about it worked, they'd be here by now, following the noise of your complaints. Harsh as ever, Ren gripped her wrists and dragged her along. They're far stronger than us. But Mom has her issues, you know that, and Dad can't walk, and also, Gloria didn't finish her sentence. She recalled the many times Dad would have a seizure or heart attack. Hopefully, the two were by each other's side. Otherwise, she feared they might go crazy, or she shelved that dangerous thought aside. And again, whining won't help. Ren shouted at her, ears reddening from heat and frustration. He sighed and shook his head, patting hers. "I'll get us through this." "I as well, young miss," someone interjected, and Gloria groaned, palming her face. She had forgotten this one. Was it lucky to have found him, or bad luck that it was Orin, the other lower martial exalt in their group? Orin walked onward and exhaled deeply, somehow enjoying this. He smiled cheerfully. "I have faith in my lord and lady that they'll certainly arrive in the 11th land. All the damn documents say fate guides everyone to their destination. I'm sure we'll meet them, for that is fate." Gloria giggled and smacked her knees, feeling better from Orin's strange optimism. Renewed and invigorated, she brushed her brown hair and tied it back, the tail dangling by her hip. She couldn't lose out if Dad's weakest subordinate had so much hope. Whistling past Orin, Gloria whispered, finding it fun to whisper even when alone, "You're a cheerful man. I'll put in the good word to Aunt Maya." Orin flushed red like a ripe tomato. Orin fell in love with Aunt Maya, a fact obvious to her, who noticed his brown eyes perking up and cheeks reddening each time she mentioned her. "Be more like Dad and Mom when I try to tease them, though. Does Aunt Maya even want to be with anyone?" Gloria dragged her feet along the dunes and slowed, lagging behind as a sullen mood overtook her previously joyful one. Aunt Maya hadn't contacted them at all, not even to her mom. She didn't even know if Aunt Maya was alive. "Can we talk?" Gloria thought out as if her thoughts could reach her aunt. "Gloria!" Ren called out, and she sensed a rising eye, hostile and directed at them. Setting her staff into the sands, Gloria shuffled her feet and surged her eye, erecting dense radiant shields as many flame spears rained down. She frowned at the small group of exalts who attacked without warning. As Ren charged in and Orin scampered around to be a nuisance, Gloria locked eyes with an enemy on the left, winking with a bashful expression as if she were a young maiden discovering her first love. Her seduction spell worked, making the man go limp for a moment. A quick, decisive second for her to enchant Ren's legs with speed, stumping the other attackers who lost sight of him, caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed. The one she had seduced regained his senses, breaking her spell, but it was too late. Ren's dark sword sliced off his head, which plopped on the sand with a low thud. "Success!" Gloria cheered and turned her gaze to another, their group still disorganized, and placed him under a seduction spell. Long ago, when she was a fresh exalt, Aunt Maya taught her a powerful seduction spell. Unlike her aunt, Gloria didn't favor wearing scant clothing to deepen the desire for the spell to work. She favored her mom's style of prim and proper clothes more, giving her a pure, noble look. Apparently, a pure look and reserved clothing also tugged on men's heartstrings, causing the spell to devastate them. "Ah, right, Aunt Maya always grumbled about Dad." Gloria spread a holy light, healing her brother and Orin. Her aunt sometimes grumbled that the spell might have worked if she had dressed like Gloria's mother and changed her expression. Gloria focused on the battle and supported them from behind. After a few minutes, they killed off the rest, leaving no survivors. Ren scoffed and used a dark spell to corrode their bodies away. "They were too weak, or you're too strong." Gloria nearly gagged as she averted her gaze from the bodies, almost all corroded to the bone. Orin picked up the space pockets and armaments, keeping inventory of their spoils and wares. Situated in the middle of the battlefield, Gloria knew they had to run as Ren urged them all to hurry away. But one of the dunes collapsed into an avalanche of sand, raising the level of the desert to swallow their knees. Aghast, Gloria cursed at the figure charging toward them, the eye of a greater martial exalt paralyzing her. It all happened so fast. A flame sped past and struck the enemy, who defended in time and countered with a powerful earth spell, the sands piercing into the fire. An explosion shuddered the air and rippled across the desert. The fire settled, and a familiar woman stood before her, blazing a bright red flame. Her arm was gone, but the fires converged, regenerating it. Gloria could not mistake the long white hair and knightly uniform. She smiled, tears streaming down her face from joy. "Aunt Maya?" Aunt Maya turned, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. However, she said no words and turned back to the figure. A hot blast of air kicked off the sands into a swirling gale. To Gloria's shock, a pair of wings made of pure flames emerged from Aunt Maya's back, a single flutter unleashing a wave of flames, turning the sand below into hot glass. She's a phoenix? Gloria widened her eyes, stunned by the magnificent sight. The wings seemed as if they had always belonged on that small yet confident back, the same that cared for her along with her mother. Her aunt had done the impossible. She stifled her cries. Aunt Maya was reborn. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 667. Walk Again. Where are we now? Oscar glanced up at Volten, who picked up the pace and hastened down the ruined path, the remnants of a paved road now mere trails of rubble. He looked around. No corpses littered the ground like before, and the stench wasn't that of a battlefield. He knew for certain it wasn't. Volten hadn't said a word since arriving in this place, but Oscar could guess they were in another one of Volten's memories. He called out again, but Volten remained silent, continuing his trek forward. Over the next 30 minutes, Oscar and Volten walked on the road of rubble. The more they walked, the more Oscar spotted signs of devastation. Several chunks of what appeared to be a castle stabbed into the ground. A few piles of brick and glass collapsed as dust clouds rose and lingered like mist. He sucked in a deep inhale and exhaled sharply, feeling discomfort in his chest. He had seen his fair share of ruins and destroyed cities, but it was still unsettling to witness. In the fog of the wreckage, Oscar closely followed behind Volten, unsure and unwilling to know what may happen if he strayed too far. A short moment later, Volten's loud steps went quiet, and Oscar halted, seeing the old warrior had stopped. He peered beyond but frowned as only more fog and rubble entered his sight. Before Oscar opened his mouth to ask a question, the fog cleared the area they stood on, encircling them. It was an arena, and yet again he had become the unwilling gladiator. Volten turned and brandished a strange weapon in his hand, the hilt as long as a spear's shaft and the blade just as long and 6 inches wide. A sudden weight tugged on his arm, and Oscar looked down, stunned to find his shield had appeared out of nowhere. This time, we can use all the techniques of Reese and our armaments, Volten said softly, eyes glancing backward for a second before refocusing on Oscar. The memory that lies past is one even I dare not glance without readying my heart. We don't need to do this. Fighting won't help. It's just more pain. Oscar frowned, reluctant to fight again. What's the pay? Before his question fully formed, Volten vanished and reappeared, swinging his massive weapon. With that, the battle had begun. Oscar entered the guise, blue antlers protruding from his forehead as a shroud of iron blazed over his figure. His shield raised high and received Volten's heavy strike, a powerful clang of metals clashing, striking like thunder and drowning out all other sounds. The weight behind the blow was unbelievable, and Oscar gritted his teeth and pulled his legs free from the ground, previously forced in by the overwhelming blow. Charging a fist with shattering wave, he sought to end this foolish duel, but Volten replied with a ripple shroud, a powerful burst of iron emanating from his body. That bought Volten time. Volten swung his free fist and clashed against Oscar's shattering wave with his own. Their fists didn't reach as the shattering waves met, parting the ground between them and fiercely rumbling like a storm. It reached its limits and burst into an explosion of iron, flinging Oscar far back. He slammed into the invisible barrier of fog, narrowly avoiding being injured by using his shield to withstand the impact. A dull pain still dug into his bones, but not an impediment to his movements. His heart hammered in his chest, blood gushing so fast he heard its roaring in his ears. He strained himself, gripping the shield tightly, and braced himself for another assault. Volten swung once more, the ground rupturing as a dense strand of iron swept across, aiming for his neck. The devastating wake of its arrival was only matched by its form's smooth, deadly arc, unrefined destruction combined with delicate control. Oscar fed an immense amount of iron into his shield and utilized the line, grinding the iron into a similar strand of shattering wave. Swung out, the shield bashed against the attack, his back firmly standing against its power. Why is he doing this? Oscar charged ahead, eyes forward at his target. He and Volten clashed without pause, shield meeting the blade in thunderous booms, sparks spewing as the blade's edge glanced on the sturdy shield. Shattering wave after shattering wave, they both used the line, the concentrated blows deafening their ears. He couldn't hear Volten, but he was sure from that gaping mouth that the old warrior was shouting at the top of his lungs. A loud cry that reached no one but himself. It was the same for Oscar as he shouted. Is he venting? If this was for me, then why are we in his memories? Why does he want to fight? In his moment of pondering, Oscar grunted as Volten took advantage, speeding into a blur, presumably to strike at his blind spot. He ducked below the strike, but the aftershock of the shattering wave toppled him off balance. Volten struck down, but Oscar shifted his stance to a low one, stabilizing his feet. The blade struck hard, nearly killing him. Oscar spun on its momentum, taking all of its res, and countered with an omnireus. Volten also danced around and met Oscar's blow head-on, not backing down as a warrior's look replaced his usual calm, his eyes gleaming sharply with dense killing intent. It wasn't directed at him. Oscar saw that look and knew it wasn't for him. So who was Volten looking at? Steeling himself, Oscar punched up and was in a deadlock as their irons meshed, parted, crackled, and blazed in the epicenter of their duel. It all went white and all sounds muted. When it was done and the world returned, Oscar found he had his shield stretched out, blocked by Volten's arm. Victory, his victory. Nicely fought. I always wondered what a battle between two res users might have been like. Volten lowered his blade. It somehow vanished into a puff of smoke, though it made sense, considering they were in a world of memory and thought. Oscar raised his arms, turning them over as the injuries cleared up and his robes tidied back, the scrapes and tattered spots fixed to normal. Volten wandered off, the fog parting to show the ruined road again. Follow me, young warrior. Oscar sat up and sighed, tired from the two battles. There was no such thing as running out of iron or stamina in this place, but he felt the strain nonetheless. His pace picked up, catching up to Volten, who paused again and irritated Oscar. Volten's eyes flickered with a strong emotion, one that welled bits of wetness near the corners of his eyes. Seeing that, Oscar dropped his frustration and watched, knowing the old warrior had suffered greatly. The scenery of the mountains of corpses proof of that. It doesn't get any easier, young warrior. Not at all. Volten stepped once more. Never does. Upon the clear tap of his foot, the fog cleared up and unveiled the smoldering pile of what Oscar could guess used to be a stone house. The sky was glaringly bright and showered on the horrific scene as if parading and mocking the two, putting misery on display. Two bodies held each other, smoke rising from their carcasses. The fires had burned off most of the flesh and charred the remaining bones, their forms barely holding on. But soon, they cracked and crumbled into ashes. They were my parents. Volten's voice went somber, choking up. You had parents? Oscar asked, recalling the story Igniers told him on the creation of Volten, a being crafted by Talos and Esters, not through conventional means. Many lifetimes ago, I was picked up by a couple who had trouble having children of their own. They raised and praised me, calling me a gift from Talos. Volten neared the pile of ashes and scooped some up. As the ashes spilled from his palm, he covered his eyes, stifling his cries. How wrong they were. I was a curse, not a gift. They died, killed and tortured by the enemy. Because of me. He dug more ashes up, all spilling off his fingers like the sands of an hourglass. I couldn't come close, not even to preserve their bodies as I watched from that road. My body, devoid of will and freedom, had to leave to fight elsewhere, for the enemy was no longer here. Oscar sat beside Volten, having no words to speak other than to clasp the man's shoulder. It wasn't on purpose, but he felt it was the right action. Imagine that. I couldn't even bury them properly. I left them to rot. As a son, I failed them. Some savior. Huh. Volten scoffed, wiped his tears, and lowered his head. Thank you for coming here. I have seen your pain and you have seen mine. Thanks to you, I can finally see this memory again. Me? Is that so? Oscar chuckled. He finally understood. He spoke softly. It was for you? For us. Both of us are cursed. The past never leaves us, and the future terrifies us. I always feared what may come tomorrow. What merciless horrors await my eyes in the red mornings, and what nightmares of the past will haunt my nightmares through the darkest nights. Volten rose and lifted Oscar to his feet. Oscar, your pain is unimaginable. The losses you suffered are what would break any man. But you are not defeated. You've helped me get past what I dared not to walk and see what I closed my eyes to be blind to. In our battles, I saw your sadness, your anger, your worries. It helps to know someone else understands. That's why we fought? To understand one another? Oscar asked, watching as the world collapsed, cracks spreading in the air, shattering the veil of memory like a mirror. Like I said, it's a process by which we can understand ourselves and others. The world collapsed, and the false ceiling of the two suns welcomed him back. The sound of water streaming into the moat reached his ears, and the fresh scent of peace wafted nearby, calming his heart and cleansing his lungs one deep breath at a time. Volten stood before him, his hand reaching out. Take my hand and walk again. Skeptically, Oscar grasped his hand and was pulled up, worried it might fail. He wobbled for a moment, grasping for the pillar. His legs creaked and bent but stood firm. He glanced at his feet, let go of the pillar, and stepped around several times without aid. It worked. He didn't fall or lose balance. His legs kept him up. He looked toward Volten, who was smiling, and he thanked him. All it takes is one other person who can share your pain and understand you. Your mind is clear now. You and me, we're the same. We fight and fight and fight. We fight for our homes, our love, our people, and everyone, and we take everything from the bad to the worst, but we keep standing and we fight on, dragging our feet across the mud. That's who we are. Sure, we may stumble, falter, and lose our way, but we never fall forever. Volten looked up at the two suns, light brightening his soft smile. Forget what everyone else tells you. Follow your heart. But one more thing, Volten wielded his unique sword. I have one more fight in me. Oscar patted his knees and took out his shield. Demon manifested beside him and wielded his sword. What's this fight for? Volten laughed. Nothing. Just a simple fight. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 668. The same kind. Without warning, Volten entered the guise. Not a fanciful one like Oscar's that boasted a pair of antlers. It was simple and clear. A veil of iron surging on Volten's skin like the ocean swirling around his figure. Sweat beaded down Oscar's brow. Out of all the Reese users he had fought, none came close to the might shown by the progenitor. The ebbs and flows of the iron shuddering the air in great ripples strong enough to knock down a small child. He heaved a heavy sigh and gripped his shield, the prince-stick watching every move. Not this time. Oscar sucked in a deep breath, drawing in the most his lungs could carry for the long exchange. Instead of waiting for Volten to start, he charged forward, using his regained mobility. The joints cracked. His legs screamed in joy as the ground trembled under him, the blood rushing to awaken the previously unused muscles. It didn't surprise him that his legs still functioned well, owing more thanks to Avril for massaging them and feeding him replenishing elixirs. The waters crashed onto the walls as if climbing in desperation to avoid the undulations of iron clashing in the arena, revealing the bottom of the moat. Oscar entered the guise, as did Demon. Ignires's flames sprouted in his core, burning into his guise as one of the blue antlers cracked and peeled off, a red blazing horn of flame protruding outward. Demon struck first. The white sword, blue flames sharpening its edge, sliced once. Volten smirked and jabbed the end of his handle, ringing Oscar's shield like a bell, and pivoted to lay a powerful blow on Demon's sword. Suddenly, the ground quaked, the metal arena groaning in a noise that induced a splitting headache. Sparks of lightning rose from the ground, electrifying the area as black clouds churned in the false sky. Then, in the call of thunder, lightning descended and struck in a flash. Oscar used the line and condensed a powerful platinum magnetic orb, overlapping the same spell tenfold. He fired it off with a flick of his finger, sending it into the storm. The magnetic force and the deadly lightning churned, screeching and blaring in the droning sound of a horn. There was a sudden shift in the ground beneath his feet as a pair of giant stone hands grasped him and Demon, the craggy fingers slowly crushing his insides. Hearing his bones creak, Oscar calmed down. His eyes were fixed on Volten, who sped and blurred before vanishing, the invisible steps of Reese stumping his foresight. It would have stumped him if not for having Demon, his counterpart, watching his back. In unison, they unleashed a ripple shroud of primordial flames. The shockwave broke apart the stone grips, and the flames rushed over them, engulfing Volten in blue flames. But the ancestor of Reese was not undone. He ran straight through the blue flames, scraps of burning metal flaking off his shoulders. Oscar leaped to the side, but Demon had to roll to the other as torrential waters speared from below, near impaling them. Oscar shot several scarlet platinum swords, the fusion of normal flame and metal, but they bounced off Volten's shining orbs, failing to cut one. He couldn't believe it, but all of Volten's elements were primordial, and there was more than one. The orbs flared and exploded in a flash of light that washed over his pupils, forcing his eyes shut. Oscar tried to see through Demon's vision but found only darkness as Demon hacked away at encroaching waves of corrosive shadows. How many elements did Volten have? Eyes still shut, Oscar dropped to his knees and flipped through the air, showering his side of the arena in scarlet platinum swords. His ears perked up, listening and waiting, but no reaction, not even the faintest clang from deflecting his spell, reached him as if Volten wasn't there. Shit, Demon! Oscar regained parts of his vision, his eyes focusing in and out, but he caught a glimpse of Volten ambushing Demon from the back. Linking their senses, Oscar relayed it just in time for Demon to duck and retreat before the ground caved in from Volten's killing stroke. He pulled Demon back before the aftershock could hit them. The single blow dispersed the storm, the waters, the flames, and all others. Silence and calm reclaimed the arena as the duo stared at Volten, and he stared back. Ignires, what elements can he use? All of them, Oscar asked as he realized the gap between him and Volten, who was fighting at his level. He shuddered, imagining the full might Volten may have displayed during the ancient war, and feared the Caroliman more for being able to match this monster. Every element except for time and space. Talos never created ancients for those two elements because they had always been. Ignires gave a terrifying answer. I didn't expect a ghost to have such power left. We truly wronged him and the world back then. If we had the beast and the meld, our chances of victory would have been better. Demon scoffed. Even with him, we'll lose. Oscar clenched his shield and strode closer. Volten mimicked him and approached, resting his weapon on his shoulder. Many questions were racing across his thoughts, but Oscar forced them to be silent. It was not the time for questions, only a battle to be had. The elements danced around Volten, 8 powers gathering around the previous savior. Earth swelled underneath as trees took root, an orb akin to a sun shining from above with dark vapors spewing from the distinct shadows. A river ran across the terrain as a small mound of metal, sticking out like a miniature mountain, hummed a magnetic tune, guiding the river around it. A storm churned as lightning struck the slopes, the smoldering rubble piling onto the ground, part of the forest now in flames, diminished by the rain but roaring in defiance. Wow! Oscar was speechless. The half of the arena on Volten's side had been turned into a small world of 8 elements in perfect harmony, and all were primordial elements. He considered his options and found one path, standing side by side with Demon as they faced the primal might of the elements. As Volten stepped forward, the terrain encroached, expanding into the untouched half of the arena. 3 smiles welcomed each other, even Demon showing a flicker of emotion. Volten jabbed the end of his handle on the arena as if signaling the start of the battle with the clear ringing sound that followed. Oscar and Demon rushed onward, the 8 elements descending on them like a ravenous horde. Metal and fire, that was all they had. He burned the forest, charred the earth, boiled the river, impaled the magnetic mountain, sundered the storm, rendered the sharp gales into a breeze and fought on. Volten's blade pounded on his shield, nearly forcing Oscar to his knees. Gritting his teeth, Oscar rammed his shoulder into Volten's gut and pushed him off as Demon slashed ahead. He hadn't fought so unrestrained, so freely in a long time, a fight for fight's sake. A smirk lifted on Oscar's lips, and Volten responded with a wide smile of his own. As their elements coiled and sought to destroy the other, as their blades and shield crossed many times, Oscar didn't quite have the words to describe what was happening. He'd never felt this phenomenon. No sounds, no worries, no anger, only the fight, only the foe before him. From Volten's blade, Oscar sensed a strange connection. With every swing of the sword that clanged on his shield, Oscar felt a heavy loneliness, a mix of despair and grief numbing his bones. Many strange scenes played out in his mind. A boy growing into a man and fighting from battlefield to battlefield, never resting for one more battle awaited at every moment. Yet, no matter what, the man was alone, endlessly alone, as he wandered with tattered robes and old scars. He thought as a blade brushed the ends of his hair. "What is this? So you can finally see it?" Valten spoke, but not really. Oscar had the impression they were somehow feeling each other's thoughts in this long battle. "That's right." A blade swiped through Oscar and Demon, gaining more power. "After so long, across the long passages of time, we meet and connect. We are the same, pups of the same litter. I've been waiting for you for thousands if not millions of years. Is this my fate? Do I become you? Watch helplessly as everyone else dies around me." Oscar had long since lost feeling in his arms, his shoulders quivering from the dull pain. "I said to follow your heart. No, there is always a choice. I could have ended myself long ago, the one freedom afforded to me. But we both know I could never do that. Our nature is to keep struggling and fight to our last." Valten lost balance from Demon's blow. He stamped his foot back and swung wide. "I don't want to fight." Oscar kicked away the spearing handle. "Then why can you walk now?" Valten smirked, shaking the arena with a downward slash. "Why can I fight so freely now? We found each other, the one other person who can understand the pain, the burden of the world wanting something more from you. We found a fight still left in us, and your legs are proof of that, but where you want to fight, young warrior, is up to you. Unlike me, you can decide your battles." The sparks of their battles stopped as Oscar retreated, breathing heavily. Demon's duality began to dissipate, having suffered heavy wounds. "You had given up, but you know you must rise. That is why you walk. But the time will come when you must face what you refuse to see, and when that happens, overcome it and surpass yourself. Be free." Valten dropped his blade and chuckled, turning transparent. "You," Oscar said, eyes round in disbelief. "Ah, there is no more time. After holding on for so many years, I reached my limits in this fight." Valten put on a helpless smile as if it couldn't be helped. "There is an exit over there with some treasures and clothes you might need. As for my wayward descendant, I left her to go in another direction. She won't bother you anymore." "Valten," Ignire shouted, bursting from Oscar's chest. "You can't leave now. I have much to apologize for." "It's fine. I'm glad you're the way you are now. It's fine. I shouldn't be here at all." Volten's legs had vanished, and his arms were next. He gazed at Oscar. "Live your best life, Oscar. The world may not want you to, but live on and see it to the end. You'll feel lonely. You'll be hurt again. You'll suffer. You'll cry endlessly into the night full of regrets. But you'll overcome because we can. You've helped me do the same." He smiled brightly like a child. "After countless years, I can finally see everyone again. I guess this is what people describe as passing on with no regrets. What a good feeling it is. I'm sure your master felt the same." As his visage faded away, his last words echoed, "Farewell, young warrior." The ground jolted, and a loud click resounded from the plain wall. A large opening rose, and a bridge extended, crossing the moat to lay a pathway toward the new exit. "Farewell, Valten." Oscar nodded to the empty space where Valten once stood and made his way across the bridge. What awaited him beyond the exit? Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 669. Treasures, a new land. Valten mentioned the exit led to some treasures, but from the leisurely tone of his voice, it didn't sound too impressive. Oscar mentally noted how a person such as Valten might indeed regard this sight as a mere pittance, like a wealthy ruler tossing a gold coin into the crowd. At first, it was extremely dark, then patches of light flickered into a beaming glow, showering radiance upon the stacks and piles of treasures. Squinting his eyes, Oscar peered far. The room was wide and long, enough for a small army of 1,000 people to sit with some room in between, and treasures filled the room to its brim. Some treasures. What a fraud! Vast shelves catalogued and organized hundreds of different kinds of plants and herbs, some dry and some somehow fresh in strange bubbles of wine, similar to the old pavilion master's powers. The rest of his gaze was occupied by the staggering piles of elemental ores, the highest and rarest qualities in all of Talos. Oscar picked one up, crackles of lightning hissing on his skin as he turned the ore over. He tossed it back into the pile and wandered the treasury, scrutinizing every inch he passed. Cores. At a certain point, he found mounds and piles of dim cores, his nearing footsteps shaking them slightly, enough for them to collapse and scatter all over the floor. Oscar grabbed a yellow one that bounced near his face and poured his eye into it. A faint beastly groan responded, weak and listless. He couldn't tell how old these cores were, but the beast spirits dwelling within were all nearly gone, devoid of resistance, not even struggling against the grip of his eye. Reaching the end of the room, he made a mental note of all he had seen. The room was filled with grade 4 thousands of years old plants and herbs, grade 4 elemental ores of all elements, including time and space, and beast cores of martial Exalt beasts. Did he set it up like this in advance? Oscar thought while spinning a cube on his finger. Luckily, he had a dimensional cube with enough space for a castle's worth of treasures, the room a far cry from that. All the treasures neatly packed themselves inside his dimensional cube in one swoop. Once cleared, the room was spick and span, its floor so clear he could see his own reflection. With the room clean, Oscar found an indent on the wall and pressed his hand, pushing it, and unsurprisingly, it clicked in place and dragged itself to the side, revealing a new exit. He peered inside, finding darkness again. However, once he fully entered, the door behind him closed, and the next room brightened, showering light on another treasury. It was a quarter of the size of the treasury before, but a simple glance over the similar piles of ores, cores, and shelves of plants shook him. His heart raced as he lost his breath, entranced by the awe-inspiring gathering. He blinked and drew in a deep breath, but the treasures were not a dream or illusion. They were all grade 5, the treasures of King Exalt's. This is impossible. Oscar scrutinized every item in the room. Indeed, they were all grade 5 treasures. Hastily, he put them all inside his dimensional cube, glancing around before smacking his forehead in self-scolding. Who else was here besides him? It was good to have found all of these, including the cores. If nothing else, he could forge great elemental armaments for any of his allies if they should meet. You're kidding me. Some treasure, right, Valten? Oscar widened his eyes, walking straight through the room to the other side, where another faint indent was embedded in the wall. He pushed his hand forward, a familiar click resounding and a new exit greeting him. Having no caution this time, Oscar strode wide steps inside but halted as the light brightened. The room was far smaller. He had expected more treasure, but his eyes lowered as he knelt beside a coffin. Inside it, a skeleton, perfectly preserved, crossed his arms and rested on a soft bed of silk. Valten? Oscar asked, and no reply came. The old warrior was truly dead. He chuckled inside. How can you smile? You, of all people, have the right to hate the world. An aching swelled in his chest, a sharp pain stabbing his heart. The previous savior, the son of Talos, Valten, was dead, and there was no one to mourn his body or understand the man he was. Oscar closed his eyes and entered a moment of silence, only respect and empathy, as he knelt to the skeleton. He dragged the coffin's lid, the screeching scraping piercing his ears until it thudded into place. I promise I will bury you in the place you cherished most. You will rest where your parents' ashes spread. Oscar lifted the coffin and slowly stored it in his dimensional cube. Simply absorbing it in without care was a disrespect he could not allow. Finished, Oscar gazed down at the hidden compartment embedded in the floor and placed his hand on the strange weapon, the one Valten wielded in their battles. As it was removed, a terrifying pressure forced Oscar low, his veins pushing against his neck and head. It rejected him. Oscar quickly tossed it in his dimensional cube and sighed in relief as the bone-crushing pressure disappeared, beads of sweat drenching his tattered clothes. Ah, that weapon is a marvel. Forged in the center of Talos itself, the wellspring of all life. Maturs saw to it personally. I provided myself as the furnace while that bastard O'Keen's quenched it. Carries a part of all of us. But only Valten or the one after him can wield it. You have the perfect body, but not the blood, Ignire said, his voice flaming with pride. It has drunk the blood of many Carolummen and their foul ilk. the perfect slaughter tool. He had it since the day he awakened as an Exalt. It grew along with him. You mean he was your tool, not the weapon? Oscar opened a small box, relieved to find many articles of clothing, though all of them were the same white robes Valten wore. Well, he didn't have the luxury to choose. He changed and tightened the buttons and belt, stretching his limbs. It was the perfect fit. You're right. We saw him as a tool, not a person. That was our greatest mistake. But the fires have already died. It is time for a new flame, Ignayers said. I won't be that. Not for you or anyone. Oscar observed two hooks on the sides of the compartment. He pulled them, trying harder, after hearing a loud groan, like gears breaking free from the rust. Like a door, the floor split open, unveiling a great pit going straight down. As you should. Like Valten said, be free. Ignayers went first, falling into the pit. Oscar followed suit and dove into the abyss. His heels scraped on the wall, heat rising on his soles. He was prepared to stop himself at any moment. But that moment never arrived as cold winds howled and a light flushed the tunnel, forcing his eyes shut. His feet skid off an edge as he felt weightless, like floating on the ocean. He opened his eyes and saw a blank white landscape, snowy mountains dotting the horizon along lakes and rivers of ice. His breath turned white, and his lungs grew cold. Quickly, he shrouded himself in iron, abating the chill threatening to freeze his bones and flesh. That makes no sense. I was falling, so how did I end up in another land? Oscar patted his stomach, not feeling the effects of teleportation. He had truly just fallen straight down and up into another place. He flipped over and landed on the soft snow, surprisingly not that deep as it buried his ankles. Weird. How can I still move after using the guise? Was that place special? There you are. Where the hell have you been? Erden's voice suddenly roared in his mind, his head hurting from the Prialapo's rage. What do you mean? I've been gone for a day. Oscar rubbed his forehead, easing the tenseness on his temples. No, you were gone for a year. I suddenly lost all connection to you besides knowing a glint of light letting me know you still lived. Erden growled. A year? Oscar reeled backward, stumbling on the snow and painting his back white in frost. Avril, did you find her? He had been gone for a year. It should be impossible. But Erden's memories of an entire year in fallen heaven merged in his mind. Erden didn't find Avril. So far, he had grouped up with Ruvin and other beasts in a blasted land of smoldering chasms and fiery slopes. I haven't yet, but the problem is you. There's a bounty on your head, and they're all hunting you, Erden frantically said. Oscar looked forward, and a faint shadow descended, clouds of snow rising from the wake of its fall. A frigid wave passed through Oscar, unable to penetrate past his shroud. He shivered and swept the snow off his iron shroud, peering intently at the dark figure behind the sheets of snow. Cursing that his helmet was in his space pocket, Oscar knew it was too late to hide his face for the gleaming eyes shining beyond the icy clouds locked onto him. Oscar Tur, heir of Isaac, wielder of Reese. Is it fortune or misfortune that I have found you? A sharp voice, one that could pierce through the rowdiness of chaotic crowds in a single word, dispersed the snow. He wore a black cloak from head to toe, a mask of a lion hiding his face. And you are? Oscar asked, cracking his neck. The man wasn't friendly. Divine Enforcer Cell Standovish. Cell surged his iron shroud, the dark eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. The Primal Council has deemed you a threat. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 670. Cell, the Divine Enforcer. How exactly did someone like you become a person of interest that even the Primal Council believes you to be a threat? Cell Standovish fiddled with his mask, seemingly tightening it, and put down his hood, long black hair draping down. It's just my life. Oscar peered at Cell curiously. The Divine Enforcer's gaze bore into him as he didn't move an inch, the breeze swaying his dark cloak and brushing his hair to the side. True, Cell said with a nod, pointing at Oscar. Your life has been quite an eventful one. Born a grade 4 to an ordinary couple from a lackluster lineage of no noteworthy ancestors or achievements. Yet here you stand, a grade 6, master of Reese, and inheritor of Isaac's genius. Prattling on? Complimenting me won't help you. Oscar scanned his surroundings, scrutinizing every snowflake. But no danger roused his instincts, and no sight piqued his interest. For now, he was alone with Cell, but that could change at any moment if they fought and attracted the attention of others. Since he had a bounty on his head, he couldn't afford a drawn-out battle, especially against a divine enforcer. A burst of iron flowed from his chest, particularly his core, and merged with his wreath, blazing on his legs and arms in pseudo-guise. Hold, Cell lifted a hand, asking for a ceasefire. Brought forth by Lord Carrick and approved by half of the Primal Council. My orders are to ensure you never leave fallen heaven. Oscar crouched low, digging his toes into the tundra as he readied to bolt forward with all of his might. Cell remained calm and said, "But my master and ancestor, Lord Standish, has given me a different order. To not kill me? In exchange for what?" Oscar guarded himself more tightly. My master was not there during the fall of the Divine Stone clan, but he learned of one invention of Isaac Stonewell from lost records. Cell massaged his palms, eyes still sharp and direct. Calling it an invention is a misconception. Rather, it was an idea, a concept formulated in the mind of the genius. But the name lingers on. Tell me of the Eventi. Oscar didn't expect him to ask about it. A terror gnawed at the back of his mind as if a memory, long repressed and forgotten, had begun to emerge, eating away at his every thought until it was all he could think of. His iron shroud protected him from the chill, but his skin crawled as the memory settled, and he remembered all of it. Adventi Gol 4 had declared it his greatest success and greatest failure. Luckily, he burned Isaac's notebook to prevent others from reading it, but all of the designs were in his memory. Before I am a divine enforcer, I am a person of the Standish family. Tell me and I won't kill you, but if there is no other choice, I will carry out the council's will, and you won't survive. Cell's gaze never left him, eyeing him like a hawk. I know all about you, Oscar. I've studied your tactics, your habits, your fighting style. Your beast is not here for your meld, and your guys won't last forever. You wouldn't risk using it in this place where everyone is hunting you. You sound quite sure of yourself. Oscar straightened and assessed the situation. He was alone here with no allies and no other enemies. Erden's presence would have been excellent odds for his escape, but with just him, the odds were not in his favor. Cell also possessed a grade 8 Exaltia, which would have been fine if not for his status as a divine enforcer. A divine enforcer was beyond ordinary exalts. Much like how he and Erden handled 3 grade 8s together, this man could accomplish the same feat alone. On the contrary, I am on high alert. Despite all these disadvantages, you have shown surprising resilience in the past against similar odds. I have no doubt you have other means to escape me. Cell's face remained impassive, still watching Oscar as if observing his every move. Shit. A part of Oscar hoped Cell's overconfidence and assurance of victory were enough for him to take advantage. Scoffing in frustration, Oscar began to pace to the side, and Cell mimicked him, waiting for his first move. Luckily, his goal was elsewhere. As his foot sank into a certain patch of snow, touching only dirt, Oscar cursed inwardly, losing hope of a quick escape. The exit he popped out from had vanished, leaving him stranded in the tundra with this man. Looking for something? Is there an underground passage there? From your face, it appears you didn't find it. Cell maintained a distance. Waiting no longer and with no other options, Oscar stomped forward, his iron engulfing him as blue antlers protruded from his forehead. He rushed in a blazing blue, splitting into 2 bodies, Demon already holding the white sword. Cell had been speaking the entire time, and Oscar knew it would unnerve him and distract his mind from seeing clearly. The snow melted as the flames roared. Oscar pulled his shield back, and Demon leaped onto it. Oscar sent Demon flying at Cell in full swing, intent on ending this before any further hassle. Even still, Cell reacted faster than expected, as if he had been waiting for Oscar's deadly charge. 3 platinum barriers stacked on one other, easily parted by a single slash of Demon's sword. The split barriers melted apart. Cell was gone, already high in the air. Oscar's mind spun, his wariness ramping as his prinstick showed a shower of hostile eyes surrounding him. No way out. His reaction was too slow. Cell threw several platinum cubes, dozens that floated and encircled Oscar and Demon. He heard a most distracting noise that grated on his ears, the sound of metal being squeezed and twisted in a shrill cry. Sensing the impending danger, Oscar ducked as a platinum wire pierced an inch above his lowered head. This wire connected two cubes. Oscar darted his eyes around, as did Demon, but many of the cubes showed intent in the prinstic. Threads swarmed them, all stabbing forth from a cube and connecting midway with another. Amid the intrusive sounds obstructing his hearing, Oscar heard a faint whistling akin to an arrow launched from its bow. A large platinum spear clanged on his shield. The force of the impact was not friendly to Oscar's footing as it pushed him into the aim of other cubes. Spinning, Oscar narrowly avoided the intersecting threads and swept his gaze over the field, seeing numerous spears pulling on the outer threads before firing with devastating speed. Oscar started running, pushing his legs to the limit. He zipped and dashed, weaving between the spears and threads. Demon slashed multiple times, but the cut threads simply retreated to their respective cubes and reformed for another attack. Oscar combined his flames with Demon's, unleashing a towering inferno to consume the cubes. But they retreated to farther distances, a shocking show of control by Cell to be able to perform such intricate moves while far away. 12 platinum spears brushed by his clothes, impaling deep into the tundra as the ground shattered around them. He dodged each one, not letting Cell's attacks blemish Volton's robes. Oscar exhaled and withheld his flames. A battle of attrition was not the best tactic. Cell had prepared for him well. When he tried to grab a thread, it snapped between his grip and retreated into their cubes. But despite the predicament, Oscar didn't feel fear even as sweat beaded across his face and neck. There was always a path to victory. He reassessed the situation. Right now, his Ein was waning at a rapid pace. Even his Ein Awaken could only supply a small recovery, which needed to be done in intervals. Looking at Cell, he saw the flow of Ein in his prinstic, noting the quick pace at which Cell recovered his Ein while controlling the cubes and spears. I must find a way to equate the Ein difference. Allow me to help, Erden suddenly interjected. Through their connection, Ein rushed into Oscar's body. That was right. Even if they were far, the connection allowed their Eins to be shared. Cell's expression broke for the first time, his eyes narrowing in clear interest at Oscar's sudden burst of Ein. Well, that took care of the first issue. Oscar kicked off the ground faster, boosted by the influx of Erden's Ein, not caring to waste more into his battle. I can get close now. In a single leap, I can make it. Oscar flickered to a cube and crushed it in his grip, veins popping over his knuckles as the metal screamed in his palm. More cubes lent their aid, their numbers constant. He eyed Cell, sensing something amiss. There were too many factors unknown. Where was Cell's armament, his anima, his meld? The cubes, threads, and spears alone had the potential to kill many Exalts, but to Oscar, they all felt like a big distraction, as if Cell was goading him to lunge forward. Well, he dared not disappoint. In a blazing step as platinum sparked under his heels, Oscar forced a path through the encirclement with Demon and closed in on Cell's chest, getting inside his guard. His scarlet platinum drill spun ahead, aiming for the heart. The black cloak fluttered, and a faint gleam outlined a sharp edge as it stabbed out, ramming into Oscar's shield. It was a black spear, perfect for hiding inside that cloak. Oscar widened his eyes, stunned that the spear matched his physical prowess, even withstanding the quick shattering wave he released from his shield. Oscar stamped his foot on the ground, withstanding a strange spiraling force that almost flipped him off his feet. Their clash ended with a thunderous shockwave, blasting them apart. Oscar took slow and deep breaths to calm himself. Interesting. You fought like a crazed beast but kept your wits hidden and prepared well. Cell pointed his spear to the side, lined with the horizon at his back. You are certainly a tricky foe. I wonder how many have fallen by underestimating you. Too many to count. Is that your meld? Oscar recovered his Ein thanks to Erden's help. He clicked his tongue at the encircling cubes, spears already knocked at the ready. Not just that, I know a simple meld won't be enough. Surrender, or else I will have to kill you. A glowing mark shone brightly on Cell's forehead through the mask. It was a strange design of a crown, and it filled Oscar's heart with dread. This was why the divine enforcers were so feared. The ancestral mark. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 671. Cell's True Power. The ancestral mark. Wary, Oscar backed away several feet, still contained within the shifting confines of the cubes as they zipped by, their previously distinct cubic form now streaks of blurs, near vanishing in the air. The speed appeared to have doubled or tripled past its norm, beyond his expectations, mere trails of powdery snow reminding him the cubes existed. Several shrieks of twisted metal forced him to act. He slid on the snow and spun in the air as threads whistled past, one near his earlobe, almost cutting into his flesh. To his shock, the threads shifted angles and slashed toward him at all angles as if he were a fish caught in a net. Rousing the blue flames, Oscar and Demon cleaved at the threads with sword and drill. Their toughness attracted his attention. The blue flames that once easily parted the threads in a split second took a fraction longer, momentarily struggling to cut down the spell. Back to back with his alter ego, Oscar watched the threads retract and rush back at a faster pace, the lag between the retraction and propulsion shorter as well. From the corner of his eye, Oscar focused on the shining mark of a crown on Cell's forehead, radiating a vast, ancient power and pressure that would silence many exalts. The ancestral mark was truly a cheat. He grumbled and fired dozens of scarlet platinum blades, all easily broken and shattered by Cell's spear. The dense iron concentrated on the spear tip went beyond the normal limits Oscar had seen from other grade 8s. The loud thumping in his ears bothered him, his heart racing in response to the heavy pressure brought on by the ancestral mark. But Oscar slammed his palm onto his chest and quelled the incessant beating. Clear-headed, Oscar observed Cell. The ancestral mark was a special power that could only appear on descendants of active primaires. Still, even so, the chances of awakening the mark were very low, low enough for many primaire bloodlines to end without a single person with a mark. According to Carcotal's information, there were only a handful of people with ancestral marks, 5 in the martial Exalt realm, the purpose of the Primanomachy being to uncover the identities of the marked. In a way, Gol for had some sense in having 20 wives and countless children. An ancestral mark might have been the difference in the war. Pity he never had a descendant awaken one. Oscar dodged several more platinum spears, relying on the double vision with Demon to catch the sight of them shooting from afar. He predicted their courses and shifted his stance to deflect the few he couldn't avoid. The ancestral mark elevated the control and quality of Ein, increasing the toughness, speed, sharpness, and casting of spells. It also acted as a second reservoir of Ein, a backup stored prior to battle. What a damn cheat! Oscar gritted his teeth and tugged on his shield, several threads intertwining and binding around the thick buckler. Cunningly, Cell layered them to withstand Oscar and Demon's onslaught for a little longer. Long spears and more threads launched themselves at him. The delay brought by the binding threads was enough for them to close in faster to pierce into his body. Oscar stamped his foot and clenched his fist, his arm reddening from the blood rushing into his hardened muscles. They dared believe they could hold back a master of Reese. Oscar smirked and snapped his arm forward, bringing the threads and cubes hurtling toward the incoming onslaught. The bindings on the threads slackened as the spears impaled the cubes. Oscar escaped and rushed out of the opening, bolting straight for Cell. Demon arrived first, encasing Cell and them in a fiery barrier, enough to buy time for a decisive blow. His alter ego transformed the tundra into a smoldering, charred plain, waters bubbling into steam. As Oscar rushed in behind, he heard a shriek and widened his eyes as Demon rolled over, and sunlight sharpened the glinting edge of an unknown incoming attack. Quickly, his head tilted to the side, escaping the deadly blow that could have impaled his forehead. His eyes wandered and saw the shaft of Cell's dark spear near resting on his shoulder. It pulled back faster than his attempt to grip it, disappearing inside Cell's cloak. He's hiding it well. It must be his meld, he thought, exhaling deeply. Oscar suspected Cell's powers as the flame barriers collapsed and the cubes and spears resumed their continuous assault. Cell backed away, keeping a distance. The surroundings showed no intruders, but Oscar couldn't hold the optimism for long. Their battle surely already attracted the attention of others who may be on their way. A solution surfaced in his mind, and he smiled, relaying it to Demon. "Are you sure? That's quite a gamble." Demon shrugged, clearly on board anyway, but always insistent on commenting on his choices. This is a great time to gather information. Carcodal didn't have this man in the files. He's a newly marked Exalt. It'd be an easier fight with Erden later. Besides, Oscar had enough of dealing with the annoying cubes and spears buzzing around his ears like an irritating gnat or mosquito. As more threads descended, turning the area into a strange wire art gallery, Oscar weaved past them and waited for the spears. They bolted toward him with the sound of thunder at their backs, and Oscar huddled beneath his shield, formed layers of platinum walls like a turtle, and received the full brunt of dozens of spears. It was perfect. The wreaths generated by the spear's speed and force entered Oscar's body. He flipped in the air, avoiding the sweeping threads that burst from the ground. Gathering all of the wreaths and mixing in his iron, Oscar grunted and clenched his teeth, eyes bloodshot. In a single motion, as Oscar's body stretched out to the fullest, an immense iron omnireus fused with primordial flames, flashing a dense blue as it engulfed the entire area. In the crater formed from his power, not a speck of Cell's spells remained, consumed by flames and iron. There, Demon swerved to Cell's back, the cloak unable to hide what was beneath. Cell held a small stick? No, it was dark and smooth, similar to the shaft of Cell's spear, but the metal twisted inwardly inside where the spearhead should be, as if something had squeezed the spear shorter. Cell chuckled and stanced toward Demon, the same shriek resounding as the spear stretched out to its normal length and beyond with tremendous speed, the air howling as if it had been torn asunder by the terrifying piercing blow. Trying to glean more information, Demon slashed forward, a shattering wave in a line responding to the shrieking of Cell's spear. His meld allows him to retract his spear and shoot it forward like an arrow. All the tension is built as the spear is retracted and unleashed in a single blow. Demon relayed to Oscar as he deflected the spear and retreated. Is that all? Oscar grew concerned. Cell's demeanor worried him. Every moment during the battle, it seemed like Cell was probing him, trying to assess him just as Oscar was assessing back. Oscar filled the sky with 100 scarlet platinum blades for another probing blow, his breathing dragging on his lungs in faint gasps. They fired in groups of 10, waves of swords zipping across. Cell's spear shattered one, retracted faster than the blink of an eye, and shattered more. The speed was incredible, presumably hastened by the ancestral mark. Oscar squinted as his gaze lingered on Cell's spear, not missing a moment and memorizing the rhythm of Cell's attacks. Probably a trap, but let's see. Oscar gripped his toes into the dirt and sprinted in a frontal charge, fusing 2 scarlet platinum drills into one, the air rippling from the building-shattering wave. Demon maneuvered to Cell's back, his white sword emanating a bluish hue on its edge, owing to the amount of flames condensed within. Oscar waited for Cell's response, and the spearman of the divine enforcers smiled, a haunting smile that unnerved him. It wasn't a single shriek, no, it was several in quick succession. Oscar's eyes darted to Cell's ankle, the flesh unnaturally twisting, followed by the hip, the shoulders, the elbows, the wrists, and finally, the spear. One by one, they unfurled, starting from the ankle, the ground shuddering as the flesh shrieked. Then, the rest of the spots on Cell's body relaxed to normal, the pressure rising from each one settling, and the spear protruded in a piercing wail, splitting the clouds in the distance. Cell swung wide, the spear swiping in a wide arc from the front to the back and the front again. Oscar felt his bones rattling in his arms, almost loosening out of their joints. Clenching and hardening in edurice-clad and platinum armor, Oscar was flung back a large distance, crashing into a snowy hill, the ice shattering on his back, forcing the air from his lungs. The tingling sensations still lingered on his fingers, the rest of his arms numb. Oscar breathed in and let out a short exhale, his heart surprisingly calm. Demon darted to his side and entered a defensive stance. Quite alarming. Even after seeing my capabilities, you still maintain a certain calm, Cell said, not a beat missing in his sharp voice, ever so calm and collected. That was your integration. How frightening. Oscar had to delay. He slowly collected Ein into his core, recovering what he could. But his words weren't false. Cell's integration was an alarming power to fight against. Little wonder they say a divine enforcer was beyond ordinary exalts. All of them were holders of ancestral marks, for they only had the power and pedigrees to enforce the Primal Council's will. It used to be worse. But after studying the weaknesses of Reese users to counter you and how those unique warriors flowed the power, I came to an epiphany. I mimicked the principle of flowing power. Cell pointed his spear at Oscar. In a way, studying to defeat you has granted me insight into greater heights. This is the first time I have tried it. Well, I'm glad to have helped. Would you mind not hunting me? Oscar joked, easing his breathing. It was almost time. Orders are orders. It's a pity. I wish to see more of your fighting style. It's a marvel to study, but I must act. You are a troublesome enemy. I admire that. Cell raised his spear. Oscar laughed, halting Cell for a moment as the spearman eyed him in confusion. Without warning, Oscar gathered an immense amount of iron and punched the ground, erupting ice, snow, and rock into the air, and all of them along with it. Oscar hid behind a rock and leaped in a dizzying pattern with Demon, crossing several times. Cell clenched his spear and pierced every nearby chunk of ice and rock into snow and dust. He chased after Oscar and raised his spear, stabbing into his shoulder. But not really. Oscar, inside the duality body, bashed his shield into Cell. He had switched armaments during the chaos. He expected Cell to chase after the one with the shield, smiling at his correct guess. Cell flung backward and snapped his head toward Demon, who was speeding away in Oscar's real body, becoming a distant amongst the white mountains. Well played. I'll need to readjust my assessment. But now you've lost a shield, Cell remarked, his spear sinking into Oscar's neck, not piercing the skin yet. I can always make a new one, but thanks for showing me everything. If we meet next time, it'll be with my beast. Oscar closed his eyes as the spear plunged into his neck. His vision shifted and returned to his real body. Nicely done, Demon complimented. It hurts to lose that shield, but I can forge a better one. Oscar narrowed his eyes, flickering a gaze back where Cell certainly was staring at him, lost in the distance. With Erden, we may come out slightly on top. The problem is if he works with other divine enforcers. The identities of the others were known to him, and the leader of the divine enforcers was Lelith, Avril's former mistress. I need to find her and hide right away. Oscar spotted someone rushing toward him and clenched a fist, ready to pummel the man. But surprisingly, the man exclaimed and cheered, bowing deeply. It is good to see you, my young lord. The youthful adult lifted his head, snow slipping off his forehead. You are. Oscar searched his memories and found no one similar to this young man in the myriad of faces he encountered. The man laughed and patted his chest, standing up and bowing his head. As expected, the youthful regeneration of entering the martial Exalt realm can turn one from a friend to a stranger. Fenu Ashwolf has returned to fulfill his obligations to the young lord. Fenu? Oscar was flabbergasted. The young man before him was the old man of the Ashwolf clan back in the Burning Valley. Was it coincidence? Or was it fate? But at last he found an ally. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 672. Azure Sea Company again. It had been many years since he last saw them, so he had almost forgotten they existed. The Azure Sea Company he formed several decades ago, the Ashwolf clan, the Marauders, Old Yule, the 10 Commanders, and the rest. Oscar glanced over the younger Fenu from head to toe, astonished by the rejuvenating effect of advancing to the next major realm. The old wolf who tried to marry off his granddaughter to him was no longer marred by wrinkles, his arms of steely sinew and shining skin. Struggling to speak, Oscar panted as one of his blue antlers cracked loudly, a branch falling off and shattering like ice on the ground. Hurry, young lord, you don't have time. Fenu frantically gestured for Oscar to follow, knowing of Oscar's guise and its drawbacks. Oscar blinked, Fenu's figure quickly scampering behind the icy slope. It seemed he had no choice and rushed after Fenu's trail, but the snow wasn't kind to his plight, piling on and covering up the faint tracks. Fenu returned and grasped Oscar's arm, dragging him further down the base of the snowy mountain. They turned a corner, and Oscar saw a dazzling cavern. The walls of smooth, dense ice as icicles dangled from the ceiling like the finest chandeliers. Here, the chill diminished to a soft cold that pressed gently on his face, not harsh and lacking a frosty bite. I found this network of caverns a few months ago. They extend far deep underground and spread to wide areas. It may take over 100 years to search the entire place. Fennu breathed into his hand, lips spouting flames that clung to his palm. Oscar breathed easily as the warmth of the fire spread, looking in the countless columns of ice, corridors leading to parts unknown. Fennu stopped before a series of caverns, mumbling softly as his gaze flickered to each one. "Don't remember?" Oscar asked, tilting his head, confused at his advisor from the burning valley. "Got it." Fennu clapped his hands, smiling as he pointed toward a certain cavern. He merrily strode over, the tapping of his steps echoing sharply against the smooth ice. "Fennu," Oscar called out, bending under a short ceiling of icicles. "How did you become a Martial Exalt? What happened to the Azure Sea Company?" Fennu laughed, patting his chest, not too hard as if he believed his bones were weak, the instincts and habits of an elder seemingly hard to break free from. The rejuvenated elder brushed his hand over the healthy bed of black hair. "After you and the Miss left, Master Sevan and Adam helped for a few years before leaving. Our good luck hadn't run out even after you all left. Every so often, in Shot Irma, large continental lands can crash into one another. You crashed into a more powerful continent?" Oscar suspected this since the Burning Valley was limited to night exalts due to the weaker concentration of Ein, losing the right to natural grade 4 resources and ample Ein for advancement to Martial Exalt. "Even better, our lands crashed into two others with the same problems as the Burning Valley. But after the untimely crash, the Eints of our three lands combined and gave birth to newer Ein. Ah, you should have been there, young lord. You and the Miss would have loved the sparks." The entire Burning Valley trembled with glee. Fennu lively retold the story, gesturing and exclaiming with varying emotions like a stage actor. Evidently, he was enjoying his new youth. Fennu's voice darkened. "War erupted. But we were stronger, taught by you and the others. Their lands also had varying factions. They easily fell apart once we bought out a few of them." "What kind of lands are they?" Oscar slid through a narrow gap, wondering how far Fennu had traveled. "One was an ocean and the other was a forest. With the command structure you put in place, we expanded into the conquered lands. It had been almost 100 years since then. I quickly broke through to the Martial Exalt after the new Ein graced our land and became a greater now." Fennu sighed and scaled a frost-ridden cliff. "I have to thank you, young lord. This future was impossible once, but you achieved it for us. We all owe you our gratitude." Oscar leaped onto the cliff and stuck his heels into the ice, afraid of slipping. Faint shadows lurking behind icy pillars attracted his gaze as it darted to each one. Slowly, they emerged, and Oscar's eyes raised, his pupils flickering with a mellow light as he recalled many of them. A burst of pain swelled in his chest, forcing a wince from his brow as his hand palmed his heart. Darkness misted the edges of his vision, and the faces of those he wished to forget flashed before his mind. They lined behind Fennu, who turned to him and knelt, clanking his knee on the ice. The others followed suit, the sounds of their dropped knees striking Oscar's body like spears thrusting through him. Oscar was dripping sweat, his arms and legs turning pale as a sheet, numb and shaking. He didn't want to hear it. Having Fennu bow alone was fine, but not this, not again. Their figures overlapped with warriors of black and gold, symbols of an aegis decorating their medallion. But the next words from the 11 kneeling by his feet made his heart lose control, but the blood grew colder with each beat. Fennu, the advisor, and the division captains greet the young lord. Their shout silenced the pounding in his ears, but now the shout ran rampant in his thoughts, gaining in volume. Sweating profusely, Oscar held down his groan and eyed each one. As his gaze swept past, they all introduced themselves. First Division Captain Desmond stands ready. Desmond, the former leader of the Marauder gang, smiled fiercely. His face had more scars, indications of the intense battles he had fought. His rippling Ein that cracked the ice beneath him was definitely a greater Martial Exalts. Second Division Captain Van Arkwolf greets the young lord. "It has been a long time, indeed." Van smiled gracefully. Oscar recalled she was Fennu's granddaughter. Last he saw her, she was a middle Knight Exalt, and now she was a middle Martial Exalt. A realization struck Oscar. Where is Ark? As Oscar asked about Finn's father, the 2nd Division captain since the formation of the Azure Sea Company, everyone lowered their head, shadows darkening their faces. It was clear as day what had happened to Ark. My father failed to enter the martial Exalt realm and died shortly after. Finn wiped some tears while Fennu turned away, gritting his teeth. Desmond clenched his hands, drawing blood that painted spots of ice into scarlet red. I see. Oscar remained silent, then resumed to the others. 3rd Division Captain Lillian Harris will fight the young lord. Lillian smiled and clapped her hands together. She was a middle knight Exalt. 4th Division Captain Nobin is here to represent the Meyer family. My father would have been overjoyed to meet you once more. Young lord. Right, the previous captain was a man named Novus, who Oscar remembered always had a piece of jerky in his mouth. Oscar grimaced slightly. 5th Division Captain Alda Irongrip is here to crush the enemies of our young lord. Alda bashed his gauntlets together, sparks spewing from scraping metal. He was a greater knight Exalt. 6th Division Captain Rowan here and breathing. Rowan adjusted his glasses. 7th Division Captain Evelyn is always here to cleave our enemies. A middle martial Exalt. Evelyn pounded the head of her great axe on the ice, shaking some icicles off their bases that clattered on the floor, ice shattering into powdered snow. 8th Division Captain Malvo here in place of my fallen grandfather. The Drakes will serve. Malvo Drake stomped his heavy boot on the ice. He was a lower martial Exalt. 9th Division Captain Magnus Steele will carry out your will. Magnus was the calmest, his voice undisturbed. 10th Division Captain Asher Wheel is still here. With my husband, we will not shirk from our duty. Asher coughed into her lone sleeves, smiling toward Desmond, her husband. She turned back and said, our daughter Aster, whom you named, is not here. We stalled her progress to avoid her being here. So rest assured, young lord, the Azure Sea Company is assembled once more to follow under your command. Young lord, Fennu exclaimed, and everyone nodded. More pain, more irritation rotting in his heart as Oscar felt his lungs tighten, less air traveling down his neck. Clamping his mouth shut to avoid gasping, he looked at his one remaining blue antler, his shaken mind unraveling it, pieces chipping away and flickering out of existence. He quickly asked Fennu where his quarters were so he could rest. Fennu happily obliged and led Oscar to a chamber with a makeshift bed knitted from furs stacked on one another. Oscar closed the door, finally alone, and wheezed, his arms and legs giving in as he clattered to the floor. Not again. Why me? Why always me? Oscar grasped his chest, a chilling pain spearing through his ribcage. The faces came back. Fred, Emily, everyone. He pulled himself up but stumbled and slammed his knees against the ice. How many more am I to lead to die? Desperate, Oscar reached into his space pocket, swiped his gaze across the myriad of plants and herbs from Volton's treasury, and pulled several out. He munched on them, the foul, bitter taste filling his mouth, green liquid dripping down his chin. Since he was more resistant, the rampaging Ein from ingesting raw herbs didn't hurt too much. He went on the bed and buried himself in the fur, his teeth clacking madly as his joints and bones creaked. The last blue antler cracked and fell apart, his guise fading like a dying flame. Oscar gulped, his heart beating normally as the last chill exited his mouth. Still, the question stabbed into his mind. How many more am I to lead to die? Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 673. More allies gather. Oscar woke up and coughed into his hand, splotches of blood pooling on his palm. The taste of blood couldn't mask the foul bitterness he tasted. Another night and another nightmarish hell in his dreams, the horrid visions haunting him in every sleeping moment. Lying down was more uncomfortable. After fidgeting for a few moments, he decided to get out for some fresh air. Rustling out of the fur bed, Oscar stepped on the ice and immediately felt weak, his legs shaking as they fell to his knees. Cracks spread along the ice, and Oscar clutched his legs as his breath ran short, rushed, and frantic. He glanced at his right leg, then his left, both refusing to heed his orders. Oscar knew from the start that Volton's measures were only temporary. The old warrior had warned him that he must overcome what he refused to face, but that was easier said than done. Those memories were too much to bear. Clenching hard, he pulled his right knee off the ice and stomped his foot, the shoe crunching on bits of ice. Strength welled up in them again. Calmly, he rose, inching his body higher and higher until he stood straight, shifting his feet slowly to ensure they worked. Taking a long piece of fur, Oscar cloaked himself in it and headed outside, where Fenu was discussing some matters with the 10 division captains. Oscar's heavy footsteps that bashed onto the ice and forced breathing raised their heads as they turned toward him. Met by the gleaming eyes of worship and awe, he considered leaving right now, but unfortunately, he needed them. He gritted his teeth, his worry and anxiety bubbling in his stomach and chest like an acid reflux. Fine, he told himself, only this once. Young lord, you look unwell. Fenu raised an eyebrow but quickly recovered to a respectful look. We have been considering our next move, but our young lord should decide these matters. Oscar found a boulder to sit on and regarded each of the division captains with a second glance. Each had done well to progress to their current realms and had ample experience in battles as well. He listened with his enhanced senses, picking up the echoing whistles of wind passing by the corridors of frost and ice, close to a beast's roar, enough to fool an idiot. There was nothing in the vicinity, so Oscar relaxed and looked at Fenu, who waited for him in the foremost position. Describe your past year in fallen heaven. Oscar wondered how all 11 of them came to the same place, and the answer sorely disappointed him. Fenu explained how they arrived in the same location, expressing his deep relief at having them together from the start. But that irked Oscar. His anger rose as he hid his clenched fists under his sleeves. It was weird. He and Avril should have ended up together from all they had been through, owing to their fated meeting years ago in Shot-Irma. However, fate was particularly cruel as well. He knew better than anyone of that fact. What horrible future is fate planning? I need to find her beforehand. As his mind rumbled with storms of worries, Oscar let out a cold, white air from his lungs and asked, "Have you heard any news of my wife?" "Your wife? Oh, you mean the young lady." Fenu clapped his hands, applauding Oscar. "We always thought the two of you should be together, right, Desmond?" I sometimes wondered if they were ever going to pair up." Desmond let out a boisterous laugh, smacking his knees in clear glee. "Was a real shock that Asher and I got together before them." Next to him, Asher patted his shoulder and smiled behind her sleeve, delight beaming from her curled eyes. "I guess no one has seen her." Oscar deflated, envious of Desmond and Asher, who found each other immediately. While he was glad for them, his heart itched in discomfort, like something caught in his throat, irritable and nauseating. What determined that he and Avril be separated? What determined that he meet the Wanderer, Circe, and Valten? His thoughts trailed away as he watched the others laughing heartily. It grated on his nerves, which were unable to let go of the daunting feeling that everything had gone awry. "Do not worry, young lord. If anyone knows the young lady, it's you, and we all know how she is." Fenu seemed to notice his darkening mood and quickly spoke up to placate Oscar. "It's fine. I'll find her in the 11th land." If fate was real, then it should not deny him from seeing his wife, and whatever cruelty it might hide or have planned for them afterward, he vowed to break it. Oscar steeled himself for what was surely to come. Glancing at Fenu again, he asked, "What plans have you come up with so far, my old advisor?" "Let me show you something," Fenu urged. Having no other option, Oscar went after Fenu, the others following swiftly from behind. They passed by several dazzling chambers naturally carved into the ice, probably formed by countless years of winds boring into the mountain. Thus far, there were no enemies or beasts lurking in the icy maze. After many twists and turns, up being down, and an endless trek through the frosted corridors, Fenu gestured ahead. Oscar entered the gap in the cavern wall and shivered as a chill brushed past his fur cloak. Surrounding himself in a shroud of iron, Oscar lost his breath, sweeping his gaze beyond the small ledge he stood on, feet by the cliffside. Down below and stretching to fill the entire chamber were more elemental ores for water users, particularly those using ice. In the center of the chamber was a small lake of shimmering water, stars dancing on its calm surface, sparkling to brighten the room. Leaping down, He knelt by the lake's glacial shore and dipped his hand in. White frost wafted as a mist, turning his fingers pale and blue, ice forming on his pores, easily undone by flames. The finest quenching water for finishing grade 4 armaments was before him. With this, his worries about properly crafting armaments for everyone were solved. Oscar widened his eyes at the large crystal, 30 feet wide, long, and high, soaked in the lake's depths, glowing a white light. Every few seconds, crackles of iron buzzed along its surface, arcing from one spot to another. What a find! It was a dense crystal of pure iron, a nexus of flowing iron. Already, his thoughts turned to Orin, the formation genius, who needed a power source of iron for greater formations. The crystal could be the source required to create a defensive formation to hide away and weather the rest of fallen heaven. I'll have to find him too. Oscar regarded Fenu with a questioning gaze. Why haven't you gathered them up yet? There's too much. Our space pockets aren't enough to hold all of them. We set out every so often to find others to hunt and take their space pockets. But we're still quite lacking. Fenu sighed and glanced at the vast land of treasure, clearly unwilling to let it go. Right? I had forgotten. Oscar took out his dimensional cube. Fenu and the others went wide-eyed and silent in awe. Oscar gathered all the ores, scooped up the lake with the bed of ice under it, and carefully separated the crystal from its depths, storing them all inside with space left to spare. Once finished, he coughed at the gawking captains, grabbing their attention. Is there any more? None, young lord. We stayed for this treasure. And frankly, we're tired of staying inside this maddening maze. Fenu smirked. Young lord, with your permission, may we set out east? Fenu's granddaughter quickly clarified, it's not in the direction of the tower, but when I was out scouting, I heard news of a great structure being discovered. Many others have gone to gather. Oscar grabbed his chin, stroking the small patch of beard that had grown. He weighed the options. Setting out to a place where many gathered could be a good way to find others or even possibly Avril, but he was being hunted, and probably everyone knew his face. It was strange. It bothered him. Did fate allow the people to bring the bounty papers with his face into fallen heaven? Quite insidious, the so-called fate. The divine enforcers, including Sel and Lelith, were out there, searching for him. During the long silence, the others sat by him as he pondered. He didn't want to do many things, but Oscar had to find his wife. We're leaving. Go the structure, as you command. The Azure Sea Company will fight for you as we had done many decades ago. Fenu let out a short shout, and the others joined in the war cry. Oscar hid his frown, forcing his lips flat. They set out on a long trek past the icy wonders of the underground and reached the exit. Outside, a snowstorm approached, great white icy clouds rumbling and brewing in the distance that shortened by the second, gaining speed and trembling the tundra. Oscar lifted his left arm and stared blankly at the white sleeve. He had forgotten he sacrificed his shield to escape the battle against Sel. Fenu shouted as the others started to exit the caverns, and they all organized themselves around Oscar, brandishing their weapons and surging their eints, the snow dispersing away underneath. A howl reverberated across the land, rippling the snow in waves as the clouds cleared, revealing a pack of great wolves. Their white fur was eye-catching as it brushed by the falling snow, sunlight glancing on its ends to wreath them in a light, seemingly divine. The wolf at the front, the largest and strongest, pounced ahead, bursting through the sky and landing before Oscar's group. It landed so softly that its paws merely scrunched on the snow. It growled, eyeing everyone before landing a sharp gaze on Oscar, its pupils enlarging in clear interest. You are Oscar Tur. I smell the touch of the Primaire Solara on your body. The white wolf spoke in beastly growls. Who are you? Oscar asked. Beside him, Fenu looked confused but turned his attention to an encircling wolf. I am Nar, the great Fong hailing from the line of Fenrir, the first wolf. Nar howled, joined by the others of his small pack, their heads lifting as if kissing the sky. Desmond lifted his axe, ready to cleave one, but Oscar grabbed him and shook his head. They were friends. In a beastly growl, the wolf retracted his fangs and stared deeply into Oscar, great eyes akin to moons glowing a mellow light. The lands of Zerat stands by your side. Ride on my back, human. Our packs are now one. We are heading out to a structure discovered east. Take us on your backs. We have strength in numbers. Oscar ran his hand down the back of Nar's ear, much like how he would pet a dog. Nar growled lowly in clear delight and sunk to the ground, his belly touching the ground. Oscar got on Nar's back, the white fur soft and warm despite all the snow falling on it earlier. He grabbed the longest parts of its fur and secured himself on its back. Seeing the others get on without an issue, Oscar called out, "Stay close and never stray for other reasons. We run if we have to. Stay alive." His Azure Sea Company raised their weapons in a great cheer, accompanied by the wolves' howls. Man and beast, they leaped over the icy hills and rushed through the vast tundra, clouds trailing behind. Before long, they approached their target. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 674. A trail of snow and death. I smell humans ahead. Rend them apart. Rip their flesh off their bones. Nar drooled, the wolf's eyes bloodshot as a ravenous growl escaped its clenched fangs, already slick from saliva. While the wolf's readiness was to be admired, Oscar dared not cause a commotion so close to their destination where others certainly waited. He retrieved a beast core from his dimensional cube and dangled it before Nar, who stopped growling and fixated on it, gulping from the sweet scent that even Oscar felt his stomach grumble for. The white wolf snatched the core off his hands with a swipe of its jaw and gulped it down, licking its lips in deep satisfaction. "I'll give some to the others, but first settle us down." Oscar got off Nar and landed on the firm snow, relieved his legs didn't lose strength. Fenu and the 10 division captains followed suit, their steps thudding softly on the tundra. A few glanced around, turning their heads over the vast cliffs overlooking their position. They nodded to Fenu, who nodded to Oscar, relaying that no one was watching them. He tossed a core to the other wolves, not minding the fact he used them as pet feed. A small mountain of cores still rested in his dimensional cube. Never mind a dozen, he could give away 50 and not care. "How many are out there?" Oscar sniffed but could not catch a scent. His enhanced senses lacked the sheer acuteness of a wolf's nose. Using Ignier's heat sensors also failed since the humans were too far away. Fenu and the others huddled in defensive stances, readying themselves for an ambush. For a head and one strange scent. Not a beast, not a human, but it moves like one. Nar drew in air through his nostrils, his fur perking up as he closed his eyes, seemingly ruminating on the scent. "I can't tell. It's too unknown." "A golem?" Oscar asked. "No, we've smelled those ghastly golems. Their scent is the most foul of all. This scent is something we've never met." Nar's answer only posed more questions. If it wasn't a beast, human, or golem, then what was it? Oscar wished Nar could pick up Avril's scent, but he had no item that carried her soothing fragrance, and he couldn't describe a smell for Nar to know. He sighed, knowing the best method was to search through everyone. Nar nudged on his face and asked, "My pack is your pack. Where will you guide us?" "We walk from here on out. Pair up with your wolf and always check up on each other. Signal quickly at signs of danger and approach with caution." Oscar led from the front, sweeping his gaze every so often at his surroundings. No shadows lurked on the edges of the snowy cliffs or hid beneath the thick show. They passed between frozen waterfalls of thousands of icicles, the winds shaking them into a cacophony of clear tunes, the icicles ringing clearly in tandem for a song. It seemed peaceful, a wonderland of snow and ice, but he grimaced, spotting a few frozen bits of red. Obviously, it was blood, and it left a trail like scarlet breadcrumbs toward a corpse. Strange, Magnus Steele, the 9th Division captain, studied the corpse. Upon receiving Oscar's nod, he continued, "I've fought many battles against the glacial tribes. Fenu would know. This corpse may deceive others into believing it had been left here for a while, judging by the extent to which it froze. But I can say for certain, young lord, a person had done it. An ice user is up ahead." Nar neared the body, prompting Magnus to back away in fear. The wolf sniffed the corpse and growled. "This body is one of the 4 I smelled." He practically jabbed his nose into the ground, following a scent he apparently caught. After a few minutes, Nar exhaled sharply on a mound, blowing away the snow to reveal another corpse. "That's the second one. 2 more remain." Then the strange scent. With Nar leading, Oscar found the other two corpses, his frown deepening as he turned their faces around to see them. The four bodies all shared a common trait. That crumbled look, as if they couldn't express their shock in time before an icy death claimed them. It happened faster than they could shift expressions, but slower than an instant kill. Hence their disturbed faces, half caught in shock, the other half lingering in obliviousness of what happened to them. The snow covered the tracks, but Nar held onto the strange scent that waited directly ahead. Desmond, Magnus, watch our backs. The other greater Marshal Exalt's position to the sides. The rest will support everyone else from the center. Oscar shook his fur coat, snow piling near his feet as they fell. And you, young lord? Fennu acted swiftly and guided everyone to their positions. Your steer is not here. Fennu's worry was not without merit. Erden was Oscar's meld and reliable partner in many battles, known to most of his Azure Sea Company. Erden's absence was a huge loss to his fighting capabilities. Oscar shook his head and didn't answer Fennu, striding forward at the front as he always did. He lacked a shield and Erden, but he knew he was the strongest of everyone here, even without the two. The snow carried on, lazily falling in an endless pour, renewing the tundra in a clean sheet of white, their footprints all but gone behind them. The scent is everywhere now. I can't determine its location, Nar panted, licking the snow from his nose. Here. Oscar crouched by some footprints not yet claimed by the snow. He traced his finger along the edges, from the tip to where the heel sunk deep. The footsteps interested him. Their length and curved inner sides suggested they belonged to a woman. A woman and an ice user. He had suspected it from the start when he saw the first corpse. But the possibility was very real now with the discovery of these prints. He adjusted his helmet, brushing off bits of snow. His eyes scrutinized the white land, seeing past the obscuring sprawls of falling snow. You hid yourself well, Astrid. Come out. Or are you planning to kill me for betraying your trust? Oscar sat on the bed of snow, his white robes blending in well. Out of everyone else, he had to run into her. Not Santen, Marcus, or Oren, but her. Well, it wasn't a bad thing. He needed to resolve this little trouble before moving on to the 11th land. The earlier, the better. A faint breeze rose, carrying snow as it quickened into gales, swirling in an icy storm. In the center, where the snow gathered, a hand broke out like a reborn chick from an egg. The winds halted as the gathered snow spread and fluttered in a slow sway downward. Astrid stepped out, her light bluish hair draped down her back and white eyes opening to stare at him. She didn't seem too pleased to see him as her lips formed a frown, and her gaze narrowed sharply. Clad in armor crafted from white ice as the sunlight split on its edges, Astrid scoffed and stomped her ice greaves into the ground. The long training certainly worked well for her, the power and control over the elements outstripping her previous self. Do you want to speak to him? Oscar wondered if Demon might be the one she wished to speak to. At least unload her grievances on Demon and leave him out of it. He made the decision, and you don't care. Astrid glared and pointed at him with a pale finger. Oren wrote to me that you gave up revenge. But why? Why what? Oscar held back the others who looked at her with hostility, stretching his arm to signal them to stop. They clearly disliked her rudeness. I heard of your past from the old King Exalt. He told us everything the New Dawn had done to you. Your entire life was their plaything from the start. So why? Can you give up revenge that easily? Astrid raised her voice, gnashing her teeth. Is it so easy to toss aside everyone? To forget what they had done? Tell me, how can you forget the pain they inflicted? Oscar breathed deeply, relaxing his hands that unknowingly clenched earlier. No, I can't forget. Every night they haunt me. Every day I think of what I had lost. But I still have a chance at a different life. She's waiting for me. I can't dissuade you from revenge, nor can you convince me to crave it. The one who started it all is already dead. I have no desire to spend the rest of my years killing every single one. All because of that woman, Astrid shouted. Ice speared from below, expanding to the area around her. One blade of ice stabbed an inch before Oscar's forehead. Everyone else is fine and willing to follow you, but what about me? She pounded her chest, the icy gauntlet clanging on the thick breastplate. Her eyes grew more frantic, her lips quivering as her voice diminished. Lowly, she said almost in a plea, You promised me revenge. It's not fair. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 675. Let's destroy them. Astrid sunk to the ground, knees dipping into the cold snow as it nearly covered up to her waist. Oscar looked at her and closed his eyes, feeling pity for the estranged last member of Demon's wayward group. He learned all about her as his memories swept through the past interactions and the records kept by the New Dawn on her history and experimentation. Indeed, anyone would have been lost and resentful in her position, especially in her position. She was the odd one out. When it came to Marcus and the others, Demon saved them and led them to attack and rescue the next all the way up to Orin. That forged a strong bond between them, the rescuers and the saved. But for her, Demon saved her alone, with no one else to whom she could feel gratitude or even an iota of good emotions. She barely had time to fight as a group, stuck fighting by herself or training in seclusion, having no chance to build any bonds. It didn't help that she was kidnapped at a young age, far too young for her to mature properly. Should have brought the others to save her. That way, she might have turned out different. Oscar blamed Demon inside him. She might have been good friends with them rather than fixated on you. It wasn't efficient. Demon spoke as if it wasn't his fault. Sighing, Oscar rose, gripping his knees tightly as they trembled slightly. He trod across the blanket of snow, eyes forward on Astrid, who lowered her head as her face darkened. The winds seemed to die down, and the snow stopped for a moment, allowing this brief moment of silence for him to contemplate. Oscar chewed over his thoughts, trying to say the right words. But what? No words of consolation or apology had the merit to uplift her from the abandonment she certainly felt. The silence grew uncomfortable. What do you want? Oscar crouched to match her eye level. Does that matter? Astrid scoffed. Every damned one of you don't care anymore. I guess not, Oscar grunted, eyeing her sorrowful figure. The key difference between her and the others was that Marcus, Santen, Crag, Restel, Eve, and Orin had found an alternative other than a life of revenge. He said softly, as if talking to a grieving child, "But you are free. Free to do what you want. Follow me or not, that is your choice. Claim revenge or not, that is your decision. But never believe that we don't care for you. You are one of us. Find another meaning in your life as I did. I trained, I fought, I killed, all for the one in you, for the promise of revenge. What other meaning is there?" Astrid bit her lip and looked up. "Go find it. If and when you stumble and need a place to rest, we're here for you, always with open arms. My wife would scold me otherwise." Oscar chuckled and stood up again, passing by her. He had no more to say. The Azure Sea Company and the wolves followed suit, avoiding her like a boulder in the river. Whether or not she decided differently, he didn't care as long as it didn't bring trouble to his doorstep. On foot, they continued their long trek toward the discovered structure. Time was difficult to determine in Fallen Heaven. The 10 spheres of light didn't rise or set like the 2 suns and moon. Instead, they flickered from day and night instantly, a sudden high noon turning into midnight in a split second. Suddenly, after an hour of walking, the 10 spheres dimmed. From suns to moons, they now shone lowly in the starry night. Oscar tensed up and raised his hand, signaling the others to stop. Nar growled, hinting at several unknown scents lingering nearby. The descent of night and the cover of the roaring snowstorms offered little visibility, and Oscar huddled with the others, backs covered. He considered using a widespread flame, a small burst enough to clear the area for a moment. But a sharp cry screamed from inside the veil of winter, followed by a low gasp of the same voice, faintly wheezing until it fell silent. A sound not unlike a spear severing through the air. A clear hum of a sharp edge reached his ears, and more screams joined the howling winds before they, too, succumbed and fell silent. Whoever was there was now dead. Oscar turned and saw Astrid walking slowly toward them, unbothered by the fierce snow blowing past her. "Did you decide?" Oscar asked. Venu still kept a guard up, but Oscar waved him down. "No. Other than me, you ought to desire revenge the most. I want to see what changed your mind." Astrid ran her hand down from the top of her head to her chin, the snow and water vapor freezing as they formed a white helmet. "For now, I'll follow you and learn." Unlike a certain voracious brute, she seemed to have recovered somewhat, already insulting Crag like her usual self. The answer is I gave up. Simple as that. Oscar smirked and walked ahead. That is for me to determine, Astrid snorted, regaining her previous arrogance. With the icy powers of Astrid assisting, they cleared a blood-stained path through the snowstorm. Many from Schotterma and many more asking about Oscar's whereabouts and demanding he take off his helmet. Greed for the bounty driving them. Grimly, Oscar looted the corpses, wondering where the so-called army of Haven Academy, the Defiance and Carcotl's people were. So far, other than the people he gathered by himself on the outside, he found none of the allies from higher powers. A chill wind blew across the tundra, and the snowstorm swirled more violently, a bit of frost encroaching even through the shrouds of Ein. Luckily, Astrid was here. She expanded a domain of Ein from her body, turning the inside into a serene winter paradise, while the outside grew more turbulent. As they made their way through the intensifying snow, Oscar looked at the others, his worries put to rest as they showed no signs of fatigue. Taking another step forward, he felt a strange sensation as if his leg had passed through a thin layer, like dipping his foot into a pool of water. He pushed his body onward and saw the stars greeting him. They dotted infinitely across the black sheet of night, with no clouds to obscure them or snowfall to dim their radiance. The thin layer had to be a barrier, one strong enough to push out the indifference of nature itself. With renewed clarity and freedom from the storm, Oscar swept his gaze, eyeing 3 statues on 3 snowy peaks, each depicting handsome men with their hands reaching out and pointing at the middle. Those bastards, Ignire snarled, flames exploding loudly in Oscar's ears. Wincing, Oscar gripped his ear and frowned. What's the matter with you? They are Karalumen. Just seeing these traitors makes me want to melt down those statues. Ignire seethed. Go forth, destroy their arrogant idols and tear down their temples. A wasted gift. Ah, Esters. Why? Why? Calm down, Oscar barked in his mind, focused on the statues, and lined his gaze where they pointed. In the middle of the 3 mountains, a broken palace was at the center of the large basin, and 3 bridges from the mountains stretched across the waters to provide pathways toward the entrance. Several scores of people were seen traveling on the bridges, many more waiting at the shores. Obviously, they intended to ambush those who came out, and the ones who went in had full confidence in themselves or were desperate. How crude. In a way, it didn't differ from his time in Ashen Grove. Idiots guided by treasure only to endure death and loss. Boy, listen to me. Do not go in there, Ignires emphasized. Whatever they have roasting over in that damned palace can't be good. Selfish flames they always brought. Not even a period of renewal from their destruction. Lend me your ear. Serious. Oscar worried the Ancient of Fire was losing his mind. No one else could hear them in the inner conversations. Climb the mountains and destroy the statues. Destroy all 3 of them. You don't need any more treasures. Not since Valten gave you everything for you to start your fire in fallen heaven. Ignires whispered. Again pointless, but Oscar went along with it. True, Oscar scratched his head and steeled his will, having made a decision. He addressed the others. We're not going in. Young lord, we can't return empty-handed. Fan rushed ahead and pleaded, clearly desperate for treasure. She stared, eyes round as Fenu tried to scold her away. She knelt, her black hair washing in the snow. Please, we all need to get stronger. Fun, Fenu shouted, tugging on her sleeve. Fun here. Oscar tossed her his dimensional cube. She looked confused and darted her gaze from him to the cube, bouncing back and forth. She peered into the dimensional cube and dropped it, pupils shrinking as eyes widened, her mouth stammering incoherently. Oscar picked it up and smiled. We don't anymore understand? Yes, young lord, Fan apologized. All right, then let's destroy those statues. Oscar pointed at the arrogant Karalumen statues. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 676. Ren's Decision. On the oasis's shores, as the blazing orb's light oppressed his back, Ren knelt and dipped his head down, sinking deep while the cool waters rose past his ears and up his neck. Thirsty, he took several big gulps, unable to believe water could taste so sweet, sweeter than the honey his mother fed him when he was a child. His parched throat trembled in satisfaction. The refreshing touch of water he had not had for so long massaged his face, refilling the dry cracks along his brow. Raising his head, he inhaled deeply and shouted in relief, immersed in the droplets of water trickling from his hair onto his back and chest, tiny beads of pure liberation and delight tickling his nerves. The water's great, Gloria. Drink. Ren regarded his sister with a downcast gaze. 5 feet away and sitting on a boulder, Gloria darted her eyes elsewhere, focusing on their surroundings as she carried a hopeful gleam before lowering herself in clear disappointment, biting her lips. She irritated him. Jabbing his hand in the water, Ren splashed a hefty amount on Gloria, drenching her frazzled hair and worn-out clothes. Before her usual complaints could escape her rowdy mouth, Ren shoved her forward and pushed her into the oasis. Ren! Gloria gurgled and then spat out some water as she screamed his name. She gripped her staff and swung it widely in his direction as if bolstering her confidence while dragging herself closer, the waters thrashing and foaming from her forceful steps. It's been around a year now. Give it a rest. Ren poked his sister's cheek. If Aunt Maya doesn't want to be found, there's not much we can do. He shrugged and dodged a quick swipe from Gloria, her staff hitting the sand and nothing more. She can't just save us. Then go away. Gloria stomped on the wet sand, digging a deeper hole under her heels. Tired of her unruly display, Ren sighed heavily, lifted her, ignoring her yelps and complaints, and carried her on his shoulder. She pounded his back, but her fists purposely held back since he knew her full strength well enough from other tantrums. Soon, she fell silent, music to his ears, but sobbed out a whimper. Why did she ignore us? Why did Mom not tell us about Aunt Maya's past? Why did Dad never speak about the war or why his legs don't work? Ren added to Gloria's questions. Climbing up the slopes of sand, he answered for her. For them, because they have their burdens to deal with. It's bothersome, I know, but our role is to wait until they're ready to talk. Bah, you're just unbearable. Gloria mumbled out the last parts, still audible to his ears. Says the one throwing a tantrum. Ren scolded his sister. I swear, Mom and I must have spoiled you too much. Name a single martial Exalt and a woman over 90 who acts like you do. No one. He might have been too harsh. Hearing his sister grow quiet, Ren raised a hand and patted her back, her forlorn state unbearable for him to witness. Be a good girl and wait patiently. Don't cause too much trouble. I'm stressed enough as it is. Damn it. I'm sorry. Gloria squirmed off his hold and grabbed his arm, tugging it like she had always done as a child when apologizing or wanting help. She needed both. Ren brushed her wet hair aside and flicked her forehead, inducing another yelp of pain from his adorable little sister. She said in all grievances, now what? Leave it to me. Ren smirked and rustled her hair. Sweat beaded down his face and formed on his hand. Truthfully, he couldn't stop worrying for them, too. But he had to be the confident elder brother and son, no matter the circumstance. Secretly, he swept his gaze over the horizon, past the great dunes, sand flowing endlessly in tides from the strong winds that brushed past. Surely, Aunt Maya was out there watching them, protecting them. He cracked a smile, though, glad that at least she was still there for him and her. In a large leap, Ren escaped the basin and frowned, a rich stench of blood flooding his nostrils. Several bodies sprawled over the desert, dyeing the sands red in their blood. A few had been scorched black, crackles of lightning burning any unmarred flesh as the remaining bodily fluids seeped out into sickening fumes. A whiff of the foul smell scrunched his stomach, and Ren gathered himself and peered through the thinning fog of unsettling origins. 3 shadows moved back and forth, piling bodies into a mound. How did I notice this battle? Unless they were killed so quickly and silently. But is that even possible? Ren gripped the handle of his sword, signaling Gloria to prepare defensive spells. There was no chance of winning, so they had to escape. But Orin was also gone, probably already in the enemy's hands. Young master, young miss, we have found you at last. A man swiped his hand, clearing up the fog. Ren recognized the blonde hair and blue eyes, the distinct features all depicted in the images provided by old Gramps. The man bowed and reaffirmed his identity. Marcus, the first, here to serve and protect. Crag, the fourth, here to tear apart our enemies. A large, burly man with spiky red hair that dragged down to his waist bowed. I can't believe we ran into you too. Orin patted his chest and laughed heartily. No one can defeat us now. As Marcus chided Orin for his overconfidence, Ren locked his attention on the third one, a man with white hair slicked back and gray eyes, wearing strange attire with suspenders over his linen shirt. The man smiled and waltzed over, studying Ren from head to toe, then Gloria. Slowly, Ren unsheathed his sword, his heart racing, pounding like a hammer in his chest. The man's smile grew wider, as if pleased by his defiance, and smacked his shoulder. Good man, so you're both little brother and sister's adopted children. Not bad at all. Certainly more handsome than your dad. And your beauty matched your mom's. The man laughed, the ein from a mere laugh constricting Ren's body. He couldn't believe it, but a simple laugh completely trapped him in place. Any resistance gone. The man smoked from a pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke. I am Adam. In a way, I'm your uncle. Ha! Ren and Gloria exclaimed. As the day shifted to night instantly, they made camp by the oasis, a precious source of water in this seemingly endless desert. But the night winds blew a chill that crawled on their skins and struck their bones. Huddled near the fire, Ren listened to the self-proclaimed uncle retell a story of his parents' time in the Burning Valley and how they fought against heinous foes and triumphed in uniting an entire land. A yearning welled up in Ren and crept into a smile, a desire to have been there, to fight beside them. He was too young to fight in the war and too weak to influence the battles in fallen heaven. Mom and Dad have done a lot. I hope they're together here. Gloria leaned back, staring at the starry night, the slight exhale escaping her lips. Surely she too mirrored his urge to fight by their side. I'm glad those two idiots got together. All the times Master Sevan and I talked about how they never seemed to realize their own feelings. I swear they had rocks for heads. Uncle Adam clicked his tongue. Can I fight like them? Ren asked. Why are you asking me? You had decades to ask your father. Adam gulped a mouthful of water from the oasis, rubbing his wet chin. I never found the chance. Ren wasn't lying. His father seemed to have no interest in teaching them how he fought. Every time Ren saw the wheelchair and his father's weary state, Ren also avoided the topic, hiding his true desires. Aside from strengthening his swordsmanship, anima, prinstict, and dark element spells, he still felt inadequate compared to the deeds of his father, the hero, and the monstrous enemies his family had to face. The image of the maniacal woman who ambushed them, Circe, propped up in his thoughts. Even against his mother and Aunt Maya, that woman nearly killed them both. He sighed, I don't want to be helpless anymore. At the very least, I need to be able to kill anyone in my realm. Well, you may be his adopted son. But heck, you're pretty much like him, Uncle Adam said, shoulders quivering. It's a pity. The little girl is like her mother, unable to handle Reese in her current realm. But you, he pointed at Ren, your body is not the best, but it should handle the strain for a limited time. Short, though. Most prodigies can handle long periods of time, but you're short on that talent. I'll give you a minute of Reese, no more than that. Then Ren perked up. Wait, Marcus interrupted as scales protruded from his arm. Reese is dangerous. You can't teach that to the young master. As a loyal follower of his father, I can't allow it. Uncle Adam's voice dropped severely, a threatening air brushing across his skin like a volcano about to erupt. He's grown up. He can make his own decisions like his father and mother did. Don't put a man down while he's determined. Marcus clenched his teeth as Crag rose, cracking his fists. Marcus! It was his turn to interrupt. Ren nodded and said, I understand, but I want to be of help. So, teach me. Very well. We have a few years in this place. Uncle Adam cracked his shoulders and lifted Ren up by the collar. First lesson, fight me. What? Ren lifted his arms and blocked a heavy punch, the impact rushing the air from his lungs despite the guard. Coughing, Ren rolled on the sand, noticing his arms shaking, the bones reeling in pain as bruises painted the skin purple. It was one blow at the level of a lower martial Exalt, his realm, yet he had been reduced to this pitiful state from that one blow. What a farce. Fight me every day for the next few years until we reach the 11th land. Young Ren, I'll turn you into a monster." Uncle Adam smiled like a demon, rushing in for another attack. Ren gritted his teeth and unsheathed his sword, slashing with all his might. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 677. A rusted trap. The air ran thin, barely a wisp of white breath escaping his lungs as he drew in what little precious air lingered in the snowy peak. The mountains were deceptively taller than they appeared from the ground, the statues reaching 200 feet high. Shaking off the bits of snow on his helmet, Oscar reached out and scraped the snow off the base of the statue, unveiling a toe. Like Volton's treasury, the stone appeared stuck in time with no blemish or crack. As if freshly carved rather than standing for the countless eons it certainly stood in fallen heaven. Everyone else camped nearby, waiting for him to speak. Peculiar. Oscar knocked on the stone with a low thud, surprised at the scratches along his knuckles. It wasn't made from any ordinary material and was solid and dense throughout. Frowning, Oscar turned his focus elsewhere. Below him, the crowds gathered in droves at the basin, the lake appearing like a small puddle from this height, a great vantage point to gauge the entire area. Amid the snoring of Nar's wolves, shouts and thunderous calls of battle raged on. Scattered groups of martial exalts slaughtered one another, his ears picking up declarations of all sorts of factions from Valen to Shot Irma. Ignires. Volten mentioned fallen heaven is a chunk of Talos detached from it in the ancient war. So why are these still here? Oscar felt it was odd. A lingering doubt nagged in his mind, knocking on his thoughts. 3 statues pointing at a nice, ancient palace where treasures certainly existed seemed uncanny. Even if it was the former homeland of the Karalumen, having 3 statues gesturing toward a location was outlandish. It is quite odd. But those Karalumen are cunning bastards. Ignires seemed to understand his thoughts. They see all the angles and lay their plans in terms of hundreds if not thousands of years. Those fireless traitors might have put contingencies in for their defeat. So you say, break it or not, up to you, Demon said, pushing Oscar to act. Oscar clenched his fist and stabbed the foot of the statue with his platinum drill, the sound of shrieking metal halting the moment he struck the foot. The air distorted as ripples expanded in the emptiness. His drill failed to penetrate an empty layer that buffered his strike from reaching the stone. Oscar retracted his hand and shook off the drill, pieces of platinum sinking into the snow before dissipating away. The stone was special, so he tried out a drill formed from only iron, resulting in this failure. Curious, he palmed the stone foot and rushed an influx of iron into his hand, a sudden repulsion flinging his arm back, nearly dislocating his shoulder as the protective layer pulsed. Iron doesn't work. Then how about primordial flames? Oscar formed several azure swords, flames glinting along their sharp edges. He thrust the swords and aimed for the same point, driving them deeper through the protective layer. But even the fire spell powered by primordial flames couldn't breach the defenses as they bounced off, cracks spreading before they shattered into blue embers, mixing wonderfully with the falling white snow. On the foot, a small charred mark had been etched, crackling audibly as a slight smoke wafted up. After all that, this is the result? Oscar clicked his tongue. The only option was Reese. Oscar clenched his fist, veins popping from his knuckles, and generated an immense amount of Reese, punching it into a single shattering wave, condensed by the line. His fist landed on the stone without obstruction, bypassing the protective layer, the stone resounding with a loud gong like a bell rung. Oscar strained himself, nose bleeding as the reverberations of the statue blasted through him, a simple sound racking immense pain in his organs. Gritting his teeth, he pushed onward, sweeping up more Reese from the backlash and adding an omnireus to his feet. In a forceful kick, he felt his knee screaming in pain and retreated several steps. Cracks spread along the toe, reaching up to the ankle. Oscar breathed in and prepared for another attack, but a tremor shuddered across the mountain, rattling his sight around like flying through a storm. Across great distances, the other 2 statues released a similar gong-like sound, harmonizing with the one he had struck, 3 tunes blaring. Then, a thunderous clap burst from each statue, trails of smoke rising from their heads. Oscar ordered everyone to group up and prepare for battle, the wolves rousing from their slumber and baring their fangs. 3 blurred figures landed close by, explosions of snow and rock quaking the mountain and rising to the starry night sky. Oscar darted his eyes to the faint shadows standing up within the veil of snow. If he had to surmise, these things, whatever they were launched from the statues and targeted to land wherever a statue was struck. As the snow settled, the shadows cleared and revealed themselves to be strange warriors wearing armors of rusted brownish red and brandishing weapons barely clinging to their handles. Many scratches and cracks along the dull edges. Reese user, Era Volten, identified, exterminate, one of them said in a mechanical voice, azure eyes gleaming brightly under their rusted, domed helmets that exposed their steely faces. Ah damn, it was a trap. Of course, a proper Reese user with the knowledge would avoid a Caroliman palace and try to desecrate the statues. That's why I left the thinking to matures. Sorry? Boy, Ignires apologized. I guess they didn't account for how long it'd take. Look at the state of those metal buckets. For all their genius, they couldn't keep these golems timeless. Oscar ignored him and eyed the golems. They moved stiffly like wooden puppets lacking grease on the hinges, joints creaking and squeaking in stuttering motions as they raised their broken swords. Despite the strikingly rigid motions of their limbs, they vanished at breakneck speeds, too fast for his eyes to track. Oscar shoved Astrid to the wolves and had the Azure Sea Company group together. The snow scattered away from the fierce movements of these ambushers, falling down the slope. Summoning Demon to his side, Oscar charged out and noticed a faint shadow zipping by his peripheral. Back to back, Oscar and Demon followed the trail of its movements and waited for a chance. It lunged at them, slashing down. Demon caught the rusted golem, one sword releasing a dull groan while the other rang clearly before a faint crack silenced them. The blue blazing white sword couldn't withstand the rusted sword of the golem, nearly broken from one exchange. Oscar swerved around and shoved a powerful drill toward the golem, who jerked its head to face him and swung a single punch. The scarlet platinum drill, forged from both flames and metal, empowered by shattering wave, screeched as sparks spewed from its tip. He didn't overpower it. Rather, he was being pushed back, his feet digging into the ground to oppose the sheer might. His drill shattered like a glass jug, and the golem's fist was blown back. Oscar held his hand, bruises forming on the back as blood oozed from the deep gashes on his knuckles, spilling on the tossed snow. On the other side, the golem jolted its arm forward, a large dent caving in a part of its fist. Demon, Oscar said. I know. Demon sheathed his blade and clenched his hands, raising them into an offensive stance. The golem tilted its head unsettlingly as if observing them and spread its arms. An open stance, yet not a single opening found within. Oscar leaped above as Demon swept below. He rained down a flurry of platinum spears and azure swords and drilled straight down onto it. Demon melted the snow and burned the ground, ruining its footing before retaliating with an onslaught of drill punches. The golem propelled up with a jet of iron from its feet to stabilize itself and swung its sword as fast as the beating wings of a fly, splitting their spells cleanly in two. But their drills landed, scraping the rust and plunging deeper into its shell. Oscar and Demon coordinated as they had for many decades, shoving or pulling each other out of immediate danger and countering the incoming blows with assurance from the other. Still, Oscar felt the golem was too powerful. A punch landed directly on his stomach, his fast platinum armor and eduricegladd easily broken by the fist. Demon kicked the golem with a drill foot, and Oscar pointed his finger at the golem's rusted chest, overlapping his scarlet platinum orbs of flame and magnetic force tenfold, condensed by intersecting 10 lines. The spinning orb tapped on the golem's chest and exploded tremendously, flinging Oscar back halfway down the slope. He clung onto a protruding rock and held on, sweat turning his hands slippery, his fingers digging into the stone. From the smoke, the golem dragged its leg along, a gaping tear in his chest. The golem stammered incoherently and went berserk, leaping in a great dive. Demon found the timing and stuck a drill into the opening on its chest, stabbing straight through its rusted back. In a burst of primordial flames, blue streaks surged out of its joints, eyes, and wounds, the light fading from its mechanical eyes as it fell to the floor, charred black but holding its shape. What a monster! Oscar coughed out blood, clutching his stomach that nearly ruptured. He munched on several herbs, If it were in pristine condition, you would have lost. The Aeons were not kind to it. It was a golem meant to fight King Exalt's. Igniers cackled. They were few and had fewer followers, so naturally, they had to make their own. Oscar kicked the golem and scoffed. It went mad at the end. They may be Carolaman, but their golems aren't close to GOL4's. After collecting the golem, he stumbled to the peak and widened his eyes. Fenu and the others of the Azure Sea Company had fought a fierce battle, many weapons sticking out from the golem. Many of them were weary and gasped, wounds covering their torn clothes. To the side, Astrid was on her knees, paler than usual at the outstretched arm of the golem that clearly had broken through her ice. He tossed some plants and cores to Aster, telling her to concoct some healing elixirs. Fenu, what happened? Oscar asked. Young lord, we almost died. Thankfully, they all stopped before they could kill any of us. Fenu coughed profusely, clutching his bloodied arm that limped by his side. They turned off. Oscar was confused and circled one of the golems. Failure, failure. Must go to the one, a golem said, attracting his attention. Oscar snapped his head at the partly frozen golem who said that. The golem fell apart as the last crackles of iron fizzled out from its eyes. The one, Oscar mumbled. What did it mean? Run! A shout roared. Below, the estate imploded and swallowed all nearby exalts in a devastating explosion, reducing them into ashes. The people on the fringes rushed away without care, flailing their spells to kill a path out. A deep groan shook the mountains, and the snow erupted into avalanches that buried any slow stragglers. Oscar saw a large hand rise from the rubble of the palace, two glowing red eyes rotating in a low hum toward the sky. Another hand lifted up, stone and rubble shaking off to reveal a metallic skin. Must reunite, a mechanical voice groaned. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 678. Fallen Heaven's Tendencies. The rusted arms rose like great pillars, shaking slightly to brush off the rubble and dust. A piece of its armor plating cracked off and stabbed down, plunging deep into the ground. Time hadn't been kind to it. The arms lowered and gripped the shores of the basin, pushing the rest of its body out of the fallen palace. The remains of the palace clattered in a landslide, tumbling off the surfacing monstrosity like water as its head peeked out first. It didn't have two glowing red eyes but 6, 3 on each side, vertically lined, glaring from the rusted helmet sporting 2 straight horns. Great crackles of iron arced along its rusted frame, parts of its fingers jolting as the iron burned onto its joints. In a forceful pull, it dragged the rest of its body out of the ground, the waters of the basin now pouring and emptying into the seemingly bottomless pit where the golem once slept. Its rusted greaves stomped, quaking the earth, and it shrugged as if cracking its tense shoulders that certainly hadn't been moved in countless years. Oddly, Oscar found it looked similar to Matur's if the thick armor wasn't rusted and the horns didn't adorn the helmet. A mighty titan of steel and grit. Slowly, the rusty neck creaked and cracked as it turned toward him, the 6 mechanical eyes glaring a dense red stare, diminishing as if narrowing its eyes. Oscar stood on one of the highest peaks so far in the tundra, yet the titan's head still gazed down at him, observing him from above. The air trembled, and great gusts swirled in a turbulent storm by the simple raising of its arm, forcing Oscar's eyes to squint, barely enough to see the hand opening and reaching out at him. Flakes of rust fell like snow, the thick smell of iron comparable to blood. Oscar gathered a great amount of iron into his feet and prepared to run even if his legs might burst. New directive, the mechanical voice echoed. The golem halted. The shadow of its hand loomed over Oscar and the others, their clothes caked in powdered rust. It retracted its arm and turned around. Each stomp shook and settled his heart as it went away, uncaring of any obstacles, never breaking from its straight path. It pushed itself against one of the mountains with the statue. It was the first time Oscar had seen such a domineering walk. The mountain caved in and collapsed apart, thousands of cracks resounding in resistance, and the titan kept pushing in, crushing the ruins of the once beautiful peak under its feet. It seemed unharmed despite thousands of tons of rock and snow crashing on it. Where a mountain once stood, now a bed of rocks spread out in a flat, snowy plain, large footprints etched into the dirt, where naught but gravel and pebbles remained. Talos be damned, it's one of those, Ignires shouted. Shit, it all makes sense now. No wonder they set up this place so cleanly for others to enter. All the bloodshed in the estate and the bodies of countless exalts would empower that titan to awaken. So we failed. Oscar tried to dust off the rust, but it clung tightly to his white robes. Not even a week after receiving them, he already had to change to another, a waste of Voltan's gifts. He sighed and gazed deeply at the titan still demolishing any obstacles before it, flattening a path through the nearby mountain range. Nay, we succeeded. Because of our interference, the other golems gave up their preserved Ein to hasten its awakening before it was ready. Rather than being the great forest fire it should have been, it is more like a single tree on fire, Ignires cackled. Ah, that's why it left. Oscar recalled GOL4's endless lectures on golem crafting, particularly the priorities and directives embedded in the golems and how they choose the best option depending on circumstances. The Titan must have judged trying to kill him to be a costly endeavor, too much for its limited Ein resources, and focused on its main mission. But he felt something amiss, the timing being too good. Its main directive must be... He pondered, and a face of blue eyes and hair propped up in his mind as a frown deepened on his lips. That Karaluman boy, it must have detected the blood of its masters. I won't say to destroy it because your current power can't harm that thing. Ignires confirmed his thoughts. If that unites with the foul traitor, they'll burn everyone here. Doesn't it seem odd? Oscar noted Ignires' silence and carried on. The 11th land in the center is always the same, but the 10 lands always vary. It's unpredictable which lands will converge for the opening of fallen heaven. So, how is this tundra one of the 10 during Gilbert's time? Coincidence? Sounds bullish to me. True. If so, the Karaluman still has some control over this place. Perhaps not enough to directly interfere, but enough to influence what the 10 lands will be. Ignires growled and filled Oscar's inner world with a great blaze. Those traitors. Boy, I know you don't want to fight, but whatever they have planned here for that Gilbert, it's not good for all of us. Go to the tower and find Matures. He has the answers we need. Young lord, are you all right? Fenu snapped him out of the conversation. The once-old rejuvenated man seemed to have aged several years in a few seconds, with deep creasing lining the brow and lines of hair falling off his head. The Azure Sea Company was pale and gasping, everyone's wounds barely recovering as they rested on the cold mounds of snow. Nar and his wolves plopped to the ground, rustling their fur against the cold snow as satisfied growls resounded. The presence of the Titan had greatly affected them. None of them could move in their current state. Oscar remembered when he first ran into Zurs and Okines, the ancients of wind and ocean. Surely, his followers felt a similar foreboding of helpless death before the Titan's grasp. Starting a fire, Oscar called for everyone to huddle and wait for Aster to finish concocting elixirs, which would be a long while since Aster fainted. Astrid, spread your snow around and watch for any intruders. Oscar sat on the foot of the great statue. Already ahead on that, unlike some useless ingrates, her mouth regained more of its usual foul tongue and arrogance as she quipped at the tired Azure Sea Company, who glared back at her. Astrid snapped her head to the side, her long, light bluish hair whipping around. One should be quiet with a cursed tongue. A few stragglers are heading toward us. Fenu rallied the others, and they hid behind the great statue, ready to ambush at a moment's notice. Oscar lifted his white sword, the edge chipped and cracks streaking along the long length. It was in no state to fight, and there were probably a few good swings left in it, but that meant a few good kills for Demon. Astrid hit it well but didn't escape his notice. Her breathing was rushed, and her pale cheeks turned an icy blue, signs of her fast approaching the limits of her elemental powers. Through a connection, he felt the flame seal on her pulsing, as if ready to erupt in flames to contain her. The battle against the golems had cost them more than he thought. Oscar rubbed his stomach, wincing as pain stuck hard from a simple touch, electrifying his nerves and forcing his teeth to clench. The golem's fist was harder than any grade 4 armament, presumably equal to grade 5. If it had the proper power and Ein behind it without the years of decay slowing it, Oscar felt his insides would have burst out his back from that strike. Still, he couldn't die here. He had the guys left to use. A rather large group of exalts showed themselves as they ascended the mountain, heads leading into shoulders, then the rest of their bodies. They outnumbered Oscar's group, the leader at the forefront narrowing his gaze, gesturing for his people to stop. 40 in total, that was how many came. Oscar eyed each one, not recognizing a single face until he saw a particular person, his eyes round underneath his helmet. The man stuck in his sight had golden hair and red eyes, a handsome, welcoming face, and thin lips. From the information that Oliver, the leader of the Defiance, had given him, he knew the features well. Likewise, Sarat returned the widened gaze and flattened his mouth, closing his eyes as if pondering. Oscar clicked his tongue. Sarat definitely knew him. The leader spoke up, "Identify yourself." "I am." "There is nothing to say. Not between you and me." Oscar interrupted the introductions. The rude act made the leader bare his teeth and grip his weapon. Oscar sighed and stared at Sarat. "Act or do not. No playing around. Will you fulfill your duty?" "What nonsense are you?" The leader raised his voice, but a blade stuck out from his throat, blood splurting as he gargled, flailing his arms as horror paled his face. The others in that group couldn't react or shout in response. Several others attacked the other members, killing in a single swift blow, cutting their throats. The betrayed gasped and whimpered on the red snow, floating in puddles of their own blood. They clutched and clawed the feet of the betrayers, their disbelief and confusion warping and twisting their expressions before death finally came and ended their futile struggles. "You put us in a tight spot. I've been working these men for a few months now for intel." Sarat sounded irked, his gentle and deep tone rushing its words out. He shook his head and snapped his fingers, the others performing cleanup operations on the dead, mainly looting and burning the bodies. "So Isaac's heir, our great leader, ordered us to follow you. Though I'd much rather look for my wife if you don't mind." "Ah, my dear, where are you?" He groaned like a stage actor and brushed his hand over his hair, slicking it back. "Then we're on the same boat. We're brother-in-laws after all. Maybe our wives are together," Oscar said casually. "Ha!" Sarat tilted his head. He stared blankly at Oscar. "Ha!" Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 679. Brother-in-laws. Sitting across, Oscar eyed his so-called brother-in-law, who sat directly on the other side of the burning flame with a stern look as if scrutinizing him back. To be frank, he didn't trust him. Though Avila, Avril's sister, chose him, Oscar knew nothing about him, while Sarat knew almost everything in Oscar's life except for his relationship with Avril, which unsettled him. There was no way the Defiance didn't need Isaac's brilliant inventions hidden in his memories. Oliver seemed plenty content to stay off him and respect Isaac's wishes, but Oscar could never count on goodwill alone, especially after Elder Saul's betrayal. Also, others in the Defiance might have different outlooks and ideas on his existence. Not a single organization is a monolith. Is Sarat coveting my knowledge or not? Oscar thought as he stoked the flames. Embers rose and floated like fireflies, mimicking the starry night on the snowy peak as if they swam in a sea of stars. He glanced behind Sarat, where his men kept a good distance, allowing their leader to converse alone, their clothes caked in dry blood. Sarat was also observed behind Oscar, his pupils reflecting the wolves, his Azure Sea Company, and Astrid, and a hint of displeasure formed a frown along his usually tight lips. Oscar held in a chuckle, imagining Sarat's thoughts wandering to the worst-case scenario of a battle breaking out. At least he's prudent enough. "I believe introductions are in order. I am Oscar Tur. My wife is Avril Tur, formerly Avril Venelaire, your wife's younger sister." He removed his helmet and rustled his black hair that clung to his sweaty head. His dark pupils locked on Sarat. "I am Isaac's heir." Sarat's red eyes narrowed, glinting dangerously under the cover of darkness like a hunter prowling at night. He coughed, clearing his throat, and bowed. "I am Sarat Venelaire. Yes, I took on my wife's last name, for I had none of my own from the start. My wife is Avila Venelaire. I am one of the chief intelligence officers of the Defiance. It's funny. No matter how much I searched, I couldn't find my little sister-in-law. My dear brother-in-law sure did a fine job hiding her. Your information was severely lacking. I suggest you fire your hidden agents." Oscar smirked, intent on provoking Sarat to gauge his reaction. To his disappointment, Sarat merely sighed heavily and grumbled about doing such when leaving fallen heaven. A true intelligence officer, indeed, he didn't show any outward reaction. But Oscar was satisfied and lowered the flames, extending out a hand. I suppose we should trust each other first. Can't get anything done without a proper agreement. Sarat glanced at his outstretched hand and crossed his arms, denying to return the favor. In a low voice, as if interrogating Oscar, Sarat said, I don't trust you. Why is that? Oscar asked. Belnik Port. Sarat's words struck Oscar's head, an aching stinging the nerves of his brain like daggers stabbing into his skull as memories of a beautiful port, an abandoned warehouse, and a great inferno brightening a cruel massacre surfaced. Oscar scratched his head in a casual show, but really, he dug his fingers, pressing on his temples to alleviate this headache. It was all Demon's fault, not his. Sarat scoffed and sharpened his face, iron rising from his shoulders, and Oscar clenched a fist wreathed in iron. The two groups behind them leaned forward, some already crouching to intervene and fight. What about the port? Oscar released a slow breath, calming his racing heart. That man in the cloak who approached us was Erden, someone who knew you in Avril. I can't trust scum who desires to harm children without a single thought. I can't trust those who associate with such abominable inhuman filth. Sarat was right to be angry. Oscar couldn't fault him for that. Sarat pointed at him, a sharp eye protruding from his finger. I saw the recordings and how your ally butchered many and even approached children. What's even worse, you were the man in the armor with the deer pelt on his shoulder who stopped the massacre. Was it a falling out, or a bloody play to trick everyone? You direct the killing and saving and hoard all the rewards. Isn't that so? That wasn't me in the armor, and that wasn't my friend who killed the people. Oscar knew Demon's actions in the past would come back to bite him. He closed his eyes, seeing Demon walk toward the crying mother and her child in the auction house, a white sword about to descend on them. Trust me, I'm the one who wants retribution for those cruel acts. I do take responsibility for being unable to stop them. Since Sarat was a chief intelligence officer, it stood to reason Oscar's brother-in-law had a knack for telling lies from the truth, able to read the emotions of others. Oscar stared against Sarat's inquisitive gaze, a flicker of confusion passing by those red pupils. There was no falsehood in his words. He had spoken the truth in a technical sense. Demon wasn't his friend and slaughtered the people, and Erden, in his body, stopped him. He had no part in the violence in Belnik Port, but he felt responsible for being asleep the entire time that allowed it to occur. Sarat relaxed his eye, presumably placated by Oscar's words. I'll believe you for now, or perhaps you're the greatest liar in the world. Either way, I have no choice but to abide by the orders of the great. Adventi, Oscar spoke up. He timed it in the moment of Sarat's relaxing, hopeful to catch him off guard with this single word. But Sarat remained undisturbed by it, either a great actor or ignorant of its meaning. On the edges of his vision, he spotted one of Sarat's men's finger twitch and frowned. Having caught one in the act, iron blazing around his limbs in pseudo-guise to fight. Is that what you wish for, brother-in-law? I never imagined that man's crazy dream would be the desire of so many. A divine enforcer even asked me for it. Damn, Sarat glanced at the man who reacted, an icy stare piercing into him. The man who screwed up bowed his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Without a word, the subordinate rolled up his sleeve, exposing his bare flesh to the cold, and readied his blade, raising it high as his hand clenched. Stop! Oscar unleashed his iron, filling the air with his overpowering presence. He failed in his duty. He deserves death. We're soldiers and can't allow a risk. Sarat justified the act and nodded for the man to continue. And since your oaths bind you, listen to my command. Don't do it. If you do, I'll kill everyone else here. Oscar didn't want another death on his conscience. He hoped his bluff would work, and it did. Breathing a secret sigh of relief, Oscar relaxed once the man dropped the blade and sat alone in shame. Adventi, indeed, some of our vice leaders want us to take it from you, but the great Oliver ordered we don't threaten or coerce you. He preferred if you granted it by your own decision. Sarat spilled the truth. But some of them think differently and have sent their subordinates out to follow a different order. Isaac had many brilliant inventions, But if it's between Adventi and the arsenal of golems and ships, I can see why they might disregard the latter for Adventi. Oscar groaned inwardly, cursing the damned Joel for bringing more trouble to him. His attention turned to the stars as he wondered what sort of peaceful life he could live if they hunted him for Rhys and Isaac's inheritance. The allies grew thin, and his enemies were emboldened. I assure you that I am not in the camp of the others. I follow the great Oliner's words, as do my men, Seret said, pressing his hand over his heart in a solemn vow. I still don't trust you, Oscar said frankly. You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you. Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you meet Avila? And what is your destination? You know the answer to each question very well for me, but I must know the answers for you. So tell me. The flame crackled in the dead silence befalling the mountain, embers spewing forth from its blazing form. Seret wiped his sweaty brow and tidied his golden hair, his eyes sticking to Oscar. Clicking his tongue, either on purpose or not, Seret asked, "And what if I refuse, just for clarity's sake? Then, I will kill everyone behind you and drag you along with me to find our wives." Oscar let out a chilling voice, demons speaking this time for a profound effect. The group of defiance shuddered and rose to their feet, brandishing their weapons and eyne. Oscar's group rallied in response. Gnar howls echoed down the mountain slope, triggering a slight avalanche that rumbled below. You're a contradictory fellow. 1 minute you want my failed man to live, but now you're prepared to kill them. Seret showed no anxiousness, speaking normally as the ground quaked. 1 minute is enough for me to judge whether you are allies or enemies. Oliner's words don't mean anything to me. Oscar did prefer not to kill potential allies, but any potential threat to him and his wife had to be eliminated. The avalanche ended, and the ground settled back to normal. Seret and Oscar stared off. The chief intelligence officer sighed, "A pity, you're completely serious. Fine, I'll answer all of your questions. After that, may I know what Adventi is?" Simple curiosity. They withheld that information, but I am a curious man. Deal. It's not a big secret if every primaire and their close subordinates know about it. And there's not much you can do with that knowledge. Oscar restarted the flames that had died down from Gnar's chilling hell. The warmth of the fire tickled his skin, bringing a healthy flush to his face. That hurts my pride. Intel and knowledge can always be weaponized. Seret sat closer to the flames and breathed deeply. I don't recall much, but I can say how I and Avila met and joined the Defiance. Our long battle against the Primal Council started when we were kids. Yup. Those were truly hellish times. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 680. Seret's past. A century and more ago, the clouds were dark on that day. Seret clung to the base of a broken pillar, biting his lips until they bled and dripped down his small chin. Screams and shouts failed to escape his lungs as fear clamped his breathing shut, his heart pounding against his chest. Black fumes ascended from the great fire around him that had consumed his home. The vast castle was ablaze. One of the walls cracked and collapsed, clattering in a rush of rubble, burying the fine carpets and wondrous paintings in a pile of fiery stones. He had once wandered the bright halls with his family and marveled at the wonderful collection of his ancestors, but now it all burned down, lying in ruin. As for his family, Seret couldn't peel his eyes away from the horrifying sight. The servants, the maids, and his entire family rested in the courtyard, the flames not yet reaching them. But it didn't matter. They were all dead. Many had their heads cut off, others a deep wound in their chest, but none survived. Seret watched through the tears streaming forth, widening his eyes to witness the two facing off in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by the bodies of his family. He wanted to run and turned, covering his eyes from the oppressive light. The flames consumed the paths behind him, and these two blocked the entrance. One was the current King Exalt of his family, the ancestor whom he didn't know the name of. He had a bed of gray hair, deep chasms of wrinkles streaking along his brow and sagging his cheeks, but a pair of red eyes akin to Seret's own flashed in defiance against the other. She was an old woman, very old, with several brown spots covering her droopy face and gray hair sprawling wildly like the witches in the stories his mother read. She stuck the end of her large scythe into the ground, the bright light of the flames glancing on its sharp edge that loomed overhead. "Tell me," the old woman said in a wheezing voice like sand in her throat. "You had to be a good, loyal dog. But what changed? Why did you feel the need to strike against your master?" "Lady Lil Isa, my family had been loyal followers of the Primaire and the Tri-Heaven Elysium since its inception. Because we have been by your side for many years, we must speak up when our masters are faltering." Sarat's ancestor grimaced. His powerful voice, deep and bold, hadn't changed. Sarat clenched his fist, believing his ancestor still possessed a way to win. "Falter? Us?" Lady Lil Isa laughed, the large lump on her neck quivering from each beat of her unsettling chuckle. "In what regard? The Primaire doesn't care anymore. My forebears once wrote of the brilliant dreams they believed in, the vision of a bright future the Primaire sought in his youth. Now he has become old and lost himself. We tried to be the beacon of hope and a reminder of what we should aspire to. Our efforts were in vain. Now there is only decay of the spirit and rotting of the principles we held dear." The ancestor raised his dagger. "If you decided to send your entire family and servants to death for such a pitiful reason, then you're a fool. We've really misjudged you." Lady Lil Isa rubbed her gums around and raised her scythe. "If that were all, we would have endured as long as we needed to. You and I know why you've come here with an army to slaughter us. The secrets you wish to keep hidden." His ancestor spoke cryptically, but Sarat wished to know more. "Those vile things you've been doing. The abomination you seek to bring into this world insults Talos itself. And with that, you've resigned yourself to die." Lady Lil Isa no longer wheezed as a shocking clarity rang across her voice. Sarat felt his spine quiver and huddled his arms around himself, a chill freezing his veins. "Did I have a choice ever since I learned the truth? Come then, there is only one path for me after this defeat." His ancestor stomped forward, a rush of dense iron caving in the courtyard as it burst out and quelled the rampant flames. The fiery ruins of his castle turned into a smoldering mess, grayish fumes hissing from the surfaces of the white ash bricks. Sarat refused to blink and saw the two King Exalts clash in a single exchange. Blood splurted from the arm of the old lady as her scythe fell from her hands, the blade stabbing deep into the earth. Sarat nearly cheered, his pride and joy at his ancestor's victory swelling. However, he was gravely mistaken. He paled as his ancestor sunk to the ground, a clean cut across the waist parting the powerful King Exalt in two. The legs stood firmly, entrenched deep and refusing to kneel, but his ancestor's upper half rested amongst the corpses of the others, faint gasps degrading into choking sounds until only silence could be heard. His ancestor, a powerful Tri-Crown King Exalt, had fallen, a mere corpse amongst the many. Sarat slumped, leaning on the broken pillar for support, eyes round and wet as he swept his gaze across the hundreds of bodies. Steps interrupted him, sounding clear in his chaotic thoughts. Sarat roused his legs, but they gave up on him, refusing to move an inch as the steps of the Reaper drew closer. His heart thumped and struck like thunder, matching every foul footstep, a shadow of a scythe descending on him. He whimpered and lowered his head, feeling a cold blade, an icy touch on his neck, and his heart stilled, already believing it was dead. There was no escape from what he could tell. Like his family, he knew he would be killed and burned. "Look at me," the old lady called out. Sarat hugged his knees and clacked his teeth as if naked in the winter. A disgusting, wrinkly hand held his chin, and she forcibly raised his gaze to look upon the devil itself. She revealed a ghastly smile, with nearly all gums and no teeth. Sarat stammered out a cry. Lady Lil Isa let him go and said, "You're fine. Life's boring without enemies. Grow stronger and challenge us. Good fodder like you, driven by self-destructive revenge, will be fine nutrients for good growth." With that, the old lady vanished, and Sarat couldn't hold back and vomited, a pungent scent of half-digested lunch spurring him to vomit more. Having no other option, he wandered the ruins and frowned, seeing no remnants of his family left behind. The corpses had been collected, the treasury looted, and the castle in ruins. Sitting on a toppled pillar, Sarat sobbed, wiping his tears with his soot-ridden hands. He was alone. He screamed and kicked the pillar before punching it until his hands were red, dripping blood from the torn skin. Fine, I'll do it. I'll take revenge. You will regret letting me live. Sarat cried to the night sky. But how? The question stuck in his mind. He was too weak and not even an Exalt. Against the cold breeze, he wandered into the dark forest, stomping his little feet on the ground. He hoped one day he would do the same to the Tri-Heaven Elysium and the Lil Issa family. For the next year, he traveled alone, hiding underneath carriages and sneaking onto airships for quick transports. But often, he found himself alone in the wilderness, his clothes ragged and caked in a year's worth of dirt and muck. Sarat rested on the trunk of a tree, listening to the birds chirping amongst the high leaves, a rare moment of peace in his endless travel. Where was he going? How would he get stronger? The questions remained unanswered. As he leaned his head against the smooth bark, he heard a cry, a sorrowful sob that tugged on his heart. It was not unlike the tears he had shed when his family was slaughtered. Propping himself up, Sarat listened closely and turned to the east, following the cries to a small gap in the forest where the sunlight showered down in a radiant circle, crisping the grass to a fine golden gleam. He stopped and stared at the small girl who buried her head full of brown hair into her arms and knees. She seemed to notice him and glanced up, a pair of dazzling golden eyes facing forward. "Who are you?" the girl asked. "Who are you?" Sarat replied with the same question. His eyes softened, and he slowly approached, raising his arms high, her gaze following him with caution written in those pupils. Ever since he was a young toddler, he had a knack for understanding the faces and expressions of others. "I'm Avila," the girl answered. "And I'm Sarat. Nice to meet you." Sarat smiled brightly. "And that's how I met my wife. It was love at first sight." Sarat chuckled. She was closed off at first, but after many nights in the forest, foraging and hunting for food, she eventually talked more. Avila always had nightmares, screaming for her mother and little sister, and I had to comfort her every night, singing a lullaby my own mother had sung to me. "Then, how did you end up in the Defiance?" Oscar asked. "We avoided many towns and cities but happened upon a small battle. The elder your friend met in Belinix was there, and he picked us up. There, we endured harsh training to become the rebels they needed us to be. Afterward, we traced Avila's sister's path to the Tri-Heaven Elysium and discovered the document of her sale to Lelith Lil Issa. Quite a coincidence that the faction that killed my entire family also enslaved Avila's sole remaining one." Sarat frowned. Avila wanted to go. She wanted to barge in and free her sister, but Lelith's movements were too hidden even from us. Oscar exhaled sharply and lingered his eyes on the crackling fire. It seemed Sarat and Avila had suffered much, similar to him and Avril. Shifting through Sarat's retelling, one oddity stuck out to him, and he asked, "What is this abomination? Why did it end up in your entire family being slaughtered?" "I don't know. My Aziath family had deep ties to the Lil Issa, but as a child, I knew none of the inner secrets, and my ancestor appeared to have found out rather than being told, or else it wouldn't have ended up in a massacre. The Defiance tried their best and couldn't figure it out. It's a complete black box after a certain point. I entered the intelligence division to find out. At the very least, I need to know why my family had to die before destroying the Lil Issa family. An abomination. He received more information than he bargained for." Oscar contemplated, but Sarat denied him time to rummage on the information. "Your turn." "What is Adventi?" Sarat asked. "Why is it the Primaires want it?" Oscar pointed at the group behind Sarat, and his brother-in-law obliged, ordering his men to descend for now. Oscar did the same for his group, and the two were now alone on the snowy peak, naught but the stars above and the abrasive winds as their company. Sarat seemed eager and leaned forward, closer to the flames, to listen. Oscar closed his eyes, recalling Jewel 4's mechanical laughter and jubilant bouncing of his head. That damned golem should never have told him. Adventi, a terrible name, but the man who named it didn't have a great record of good names. Oscar recalled Garantium, Gatnons, and others, all strange names. He chose it from the word Advent. And if created, it can be the source of creation or destruction. That's normal considering its importance. But I don't believe it warrants such greed if it is a simple weapon. Sarat glared as if urging Oscar to hurry. The crazed maniac stowed its plans away. Joel, for feared its potential and wished to bring it to light at another time. Not one of war, Oscar sighed. Adventi is an eternal core. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 681. Adventi and Golems. Sarat blinked once, clearly in shock. An eternal core? That's impossible? Oscar finished Sarat's sentence. The disbelief was understandable, considering the implications. Seeing Sarat speechless and wide-eyed, Oscar recalled how he reacted the same way when Joel foretold him. He could hear the golem's mechanical laughter echoing in his mind as if enjoying one final prank. The cold breeze swept over, diminishing the fires into a faint light. Oscar built up heat in his palms and burst flames, rousing the fires to roar and blaze. What do you know about artificial cores, the kind we make for golems? Only the basics, Sarat replied. Alchemists must create the artificial cores while the fabricators mold the body, right? Golems store a fixed amount of iron within their cores, limiting their activities. Usually, golems return to a place where someone would refill the lost iron, or some can naturally restore iron by themselves, though quite slow and inefficient. Another method is for golems to share their iron with another. Oscar glanced at the devastation wrought by the Titan, a pathway of flattened mountains reaching the horizon. The golems he fought earlier near the statue had given up their remaining iron to awaken the Titan prematurely. He turned back to Sarat, who listened like a student in a class. Adventi is an eternal artificial core, meaning no loss of iron. Lossless? How is that possible? No matter what, iron must flow from one place to another. To be eternal means to have an infinite flow from an infinite source. Wells dry up, rivers stop flowing. If the source is used up, there is no iron to flow, Sarat retorted. I thought so, too. In his own words, he said eternal, but really, it's a source that could last for many thousands of years. Imagine a golem fighting without rest for that long. With a powerful body, it'll be the strength of an entire continent in one. Oscar grumbled, cursing Joel for under his breath. But the original intent was not for war. He wished for it to be used as an artificial font of iron, capable of powering barriers not just for cities that enjoyed the luxury alone but for towns and villages left to fend for themselves. He came up with other inventions for transportation and other areas that could benefit from Adventi. The costs of maintaining airships and barriers would plummet. You'd destroy entire fields of work based on how cheap it would become. You can bring warmth to an entire continent in the dead of winter. Sarat sighed. Tell me no more. I understand. Can be the core of a powerful weapon, golem, or barrier. If the output of its iron reaches a certain level, even primaires will be stuck against it. He fell silent again, presumably stewing over the countless applications of Adventi. I can't create it. It'd require an alchemist and fabricator on the primaire realm. Oscar closed his eyes. It's better for Adventi to remain a secret and hidden from all. After all, it may never be used for what was intended of it. Indeed, it should remain buried. He had burned the book and hid it away deep in his memories. Oscar stood up and bid the speechless Sarat farewell, rejoining his group on the other side of the snow peak. He had been through so much today. He was utterly exhausted and rested on a cold yet soft bed of snow, not minding the freezing tingling on his back, somewhat soothing right now. Astrid, Fenu, Nar, and others also turned in for the night. Several hours later, Oscar woke up, and a brilliant blue sky greeted him in the morning. There was not a single cloud in sight or a snowflake fluttering down. The air was clear and unblemished, the storms gone and finished, a rare occurrence for this tundra. Oscar rose from his makeshift bed and shook the snow off his clothes. Oddly, the wind stilled, and not a single breeze passed. It was a quiet day today, quite unsettling, in his opinion. When had he ever received a quiet day? He glanced over the horizon and darted his eyes up the great statue beside him. While he hadn't expected golems to appear and attack him, and then the emergence of the Titan, Oscar felt the need to finish what he had come here for. Clenching his fists, he strode to the foot where the ankle connected to the leg, exhaling a large puff of white breath as his body warmed from his rising wreaths. In a series of haymakers, Oscar shoved his wide swings in a violent assault on the arrogant statues, a slight satisfaction creeping a smile on his face. Like a horrid morning bell, the stone rang and rang as his fists, full of shattering waves, spread cracks like spiderwebs. Oscar punched forward in a thunderous call, stone breaking off the statue's leg, cracks riddling all over its body. It gave in and collapsed in a tide of stone and dust, leaving a mound where the head rested on top. Coincidentally, the eyes met Oscar as if staring at him before a loud crack resounded, and the head split in two. Heat welled in his chest, so hot as if magma pumped from his heart, hotter than the burning valley itself. Igniers was too delighted and cheered too heartily that his flames engulfed Oscar's inner world. Many might wish for an ancient's favor, but not Oscar. He had enough of the Ancient of Fire's antics. Spurred by the endless urgings from the irritating Ancient, Oscar led his people down the mountain, joined by Sarat and his men. He nodded to Sarat, who nodded back. After a few hours, they reached the second peak where the last statue stood. Oscar peeked at the demolished third mountain, the unfortunate one in the Titan's destructive path. While he wished to hide away peacefully until the end, he couldn't allow such a dangerous element to roam free without a plan. He needed Helen or Avril, the two alchemists he trusted most. The second statue fell and tumbled down the slopes from another powerful onslaught of Reese, with no traps activating. Rubbing his bruised knuckles, Oscar rested on a large chunk fallen off the statue, eyeing the dark tower in the far distance. Before, with the snow and the storms, it was shrouded, but it revealed itself to him on this clear, bright day. Impressive as always, the dark tower ascended to heights unknown. It reached incredible widths that made it appear closer, like a neighborhood house, despite the far distance of several continents separating them. By my estimates, it'll take several more years, 7 in fact, to reach the 11th land. Once there, we can find our wives. Sarat sat beside him. You still haven't told me how you met her. As brother-in-laws, we should share a bit more. What, that's not in your intel? Oscar couldn't help but notice the group somehow getting along. A few laughs and casual conversations were heard here and there, though none approached Astrid, who watched them with an icy gaze. He commended the Defiance agents for their ability to integrate into other groups. Back to Sarat, he smiled. Not much to say, really. Upon leaving Ashen Grove, I fell into a piece of land in Shot Irma, where I met her. Let me guess, it was the eyes. That's how I got trapped. Sarat patted Oscar's back. Now I'm stuck with her forever. Not that I'm complaining. Was it a ploy or a genuine attempt to connect? Oscar didn't know, and frankly, he didn't care. But his words resonated with him. The first moment he met Avril in the dark forest, when she covered herself with a hood until he coaxed her into coming out with some fruit, Oscar was mesmerized by her golden pupil, his eyes unable to peer away from it. He leaned back and enjoyed the light of the orb spilling over the land. Not at first, but indeed they are beautiful eyes. The kind that I lost myself in many times, right? They're a pair of bewitching sisters. Sarat laughed. Well, my brother-in-law, where shall we go? My men and I are bound to listen to your orders. We head straight for the 11th land. Any ruins or structures are useless to us. I have a connection to my partner Beast in another land, so we can cover more ground and gather up our forces. Oscar leaped off the stone and cracked his neck. Our priority is to find our people. Where are you, Avril? Oscar led the march, and onward they traveled through ice and snow, passing by the great chasms where winds howled. He never let the dark tower leave his sight, certain his wife would meet him there. Must reach successor. It stomped ahead, quaking the earth beneath its armored greaves. It cared not for the screams of the people below, their spells plinking on his thick armor. It found a mountain in its path but carried on, smashing its body against the slope and breaking a path through, the mountain collapsing beneath it. Ein low. It read the remaining Ein left in its core and knew its end was near, an inevitable conclusion. All golems like itself couldn't last forever, but it couldn't rest before its duty was fulfilled. The charge given to it long ago by its benevolent creators spurred it onward, crushing more of the arrogant, inferior beings under its weighty steps. None of them compared to its creators. It glared forward with red eyes, sweeping across the tundra. Karalumen, masters, I will reach the successor. My mission will be accomplished. It silenced more of the cries below. It had to finish what it was born to do. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 682. Rallying an Army. Nar leaped over a wide chasm, the bottom full of sharp ice that protruded from the ground like blades. A simple misstep would have plunged them into a death by 1,000 blades. The great wolf howled from his side to the others currently striding up, and one by one, the pack jumped across, carrying the weight of at least 2 people on each of their backs. Oscar jumped off Nar and landed on the snow, the soft ground sinking under his feet. He turned back and saw Astrid walking on a bridge of ice wide for one person, herself as the ice shattered behind her, letting none follow. It seemed she still needed some time. It had been several months since his arrival in this tundra, and they were no closer to reaching the 11th land, crossing a mere fraction of the vast distance required. Oscar patted Nar and walked ahead through the snow. Annoyingly, he couldn't see far ahead, the non-stop snowfall so thick, he might as well be digging through it. He trudged carefully across, the others following slowly from behind. Step by step, his feet scrunched into the snow, but then, his foot tapped on a hard surface, smooth and flat, certainly not rock. It was the jackpot. Oscar clapped his hands, a burst of wind accompanying the clear sound and parting the snow. It cleared the area around him and unveiled a sheet of ice, glistening brightly under the light of the orbs. Faint shadows lurked deep within, flapping their tails as they swam deeper out of sight, mostly indiscernible but not to him. At last they found a lake. He tapped his foot several times, judging the hardness of the ice. His sword sang a sharp cry once freed from the sheath and plunged into the ice, carving a circle. Reaching down, Oscar lifted the surprisingly thick chunk. His sword barely managed to cut through the layer into the freshwater he saw flowing underneath. Collect all the fish inside, cover them in snow, and store them away. Oscar washed his hands in the freezing water, his bluish veins stirring under the pale skin. He washed his face, shuddering as he dunked his hair in the pool. His group split into trios consisting of a wolf, one of Sarat's men, and one of his people. They all knew their partners from the past months of working together. Drying himself, he called out to them before the snowfall hid their figures. Don't forget to search for other foods around here. Grab what you can, and report back. You seem well accustomed to it, being a leader. Sarat chewed on dry jerky made from a deer they had caught a few weeks earlier. He collected the lake's freshwater into a stone pot and started a fire on the frozen shore, inviting Oscar for a makeshift coffee, as he liked to call it plain hot water. I'm not accustomed to it. Frankly, I'll never be and don't want to be. Once I find my wife, I'm leaving them all to you. Oscar leaned on Nar's prickly fur, resting his head against the itching white strands. Sarat handed him a stone cup of hot water, boiling bubbles and steam, and shrugged. Oscar scoffed at his brother-in-law and sipped, moistening his cold, dry throat. Nar growled and lifted his head, causing Oscar to spill some of the scalding water on his knee. I smell others. They're across the chasm. Nar snarled. Who are they? Oscar resumed drinking, not minding the spillage. He put on his helmet and turned to the other side of the chasm, narrowing his gaze to see far and past the obscuring snowfall. They're not flying any banners or flags. Not from what I can see. Whose turn was it? Yours or mine? Mine, Sarat replied as he set down his cup, spinning his dagger around his wrist. He smiled playfully and neared the edge, calling out to the incoming strangers. Hello, may I know who you are? The group, around 5 in total, one being a familiar tiger, halted by the raising of their leader's hand. The woman at the forefront, covered in fur, hid her features, but her bellowing roar echoed wildly to his side, and she spoke in a rough tone. I am Phoebe's Togros, and we are the Togros family. Honor demands you to identify yourselves. Speak now or spit on our goodwill. Togros? Oscar perked up and swept his gaze over the others. Several decades ago, Demon had led his group against the Togros family in a show of force. But unlike before, they were missing a few. Oscar shouted, Where is your patriarch, Arius? Has he passed on from old age? Grandfather never made it to fallen heaven. His remaining years didn't match the timing. Phoebe's voice quivered in the sadness spilling from her words. It's a pity. Arius was a fine warrior and leader. Oscar clasped Sarat's shoulder and nudged him back, clearing an open path for the Togros family. He waved them over and backed away a great distance to placate any wariness. He saw them as valuable allies rather than enemies, already having tasted their strength in demons' memories. With such a group joining them, they'd be quite powerful since Sarat's men mainly focused on stealth and espionage. The more frontliners, the better, especially in these savage lands. Oscar turned his back to them and said, "Come join us." "You knew my grandfather?" Phoebes asked, standing near the edge. "I also know you. Come, we'll talk." Oscar stoked the flames and set down a smooth slab, waiting a few seconds before piling on morsels of meat. The fragrant smell pleased his appetite as the meat sizzled in its melted fat. As noted by Avril, the first thing to do when meeting someone was to offer a meal, which was a principle his parents also lived by. Thinking of his wife, Oscar lamented he hadn't eaten her cooking in over a year. The Togros family had already crossed the chasm, but they maintained a good distance away, the tiger prowling and licking its fangs, slick with drool as it hungrily stared at the fragrant meat. "Who are you?" Phoebes held back her tiger as it bent its hind legs, probably eager to pounce and devour the food. She clutched its neck and said, "Trust is hard to find these days, and bringing up my grandfather's name is not in your favor, stranger. 60 years ago, on Old Eye Island of the Lunate continent, your grandfather led an expedition to crush a ragtag group of miscreants who bullied the family of one of your newly married daughters-in-law. You and I fought. Don't you remember?" Oscar unsheathed his white sword, blue flames dancing on the sharp edge. "You?" Phoebes stared, eyes wide with a feral gleam. She tossed aside her fur cloak, freeing their unique orange hair with black streaks, similar to a tiger's fur. The tiger beside her roared and snarled, sheer hostility sharpening its glare. Phoebes let out a primal shout and laughed heartily, beating her chest. "How can I forget the ones who utterly humiliated our family? Ever since that day, we trained hard for a rematch. And you want revenge?" Oscar tossed a juicy steak toward the tiger, but it ignored the meaty morsel before it and still growled at Oscar. "Nay, that is not our way. We lost, plain and simple, and Togros respects strength above all." Phoebes seemed convinced and joined Oscar and Sarat by the fire, followed by the others, who revealed themselves to be the other combatants of that battle long ago, missing only one from the original roster. He didn't ask, wary his words may incite a wronged reaction. Phoebes scraped a smooth stone along her claw, spewing sparks from the sharpened edge. She grinned fiercely, similar to her grandfather's, and pointed her claw at Oscar. "But that doesn't mean I can't challenge you. How about we wait for that? First, let's get to the 11th land and survive. I won't be wasting my strength in a friendly duel." Oscar quelled the flames and piled the cooked steaks for anyone to partake. He removed his helmet, garnering some gasps from the Togros. "I am Oscar Tur, the one with the bounty on his head. Now, will you be an enemy and die here or join us and survive this hellish place? The reward is certainly tempting." Sarat nudged one of the Togros as if they were close friends. "But dying isn't worth it, right?" He smiled and played with his dagger, showing off. "Apologies for my dear brother's rudeness. There are far more rewards waiting for you if you join us." "Like what?" Phoebes eyed him, clenching her claw. "Brand new elemental grade 4 armaments for each of you. A portion of herbs aged over thousands of years." Sarat opened his space pocket and poured out elemental orbs, grade 4 cores, and various precious plants. Oscar hid a smirk at his brother-in-law's business acumen, his decision to share some of his treasures paying off well. The Togros family stared at the pile of treasures with a hungry gaze, reaching out to grab them, but Sarat swooped everything back into his space pocket. He clapped his hands and smiled. "So, are we agreed? Is there really a choice?" Phoebes forced a smile. "Yes, you can leave. Go another way and make no trouble with us." Oscar chewed on a steak, the juices dripping down his chin. Tasted fantastic, igniting his weary tongue. It would have been better if he hadn't needed to deal with these people, but at this moment, he required allies, or else they'd all die in the 11th land. He turned to Phoebes, who closed her eyes in deep pondering, her tiger still snarling at him. "Well, we accept. Besides, we follow the strong, and you beat us before." Phoebes answered and relaxed, feeding a steak to her tiger. It seemed the decades after her loss to Demon had honed her mentality well. Oscar chuckled. recalling how she had lost her control and screamed out at the injustice when Demon beat her tiger into submission and forced her to surrender. With the addition of Togros, he now had quite a sizable force. He should be fine until they reached the 11th land unless several divine enforcers came. Hopefully, we can amass enough people to survive in the 11th land. Oscar gripped his leg, feeling it weakening. Even after a few months, his legs sometimes failed him, reverting back to his pitiful state for a short moment. The nightmares haunted his dreams, replaying the scenes of everyone's deaths. Am I making the same mistake? He wondered how many would die under his command again. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 683, Reunion in 11th Land. Oscar let out an irritated sigh as he gripped his trembling legs while watching his group clean up the remains of a battlefield. These past years had been very productive since he found others from Haven Academy, all loyal warriors to his banner. Currently, his group of 70 people consisted of the Togros family, Azure Sea Company, Nars Pack, Saret's agents, and Haven Academy. Gazing at the warriors covered in snow, Oscar couldn't help but envision them in gauzes of red, blood drenching their figures. Images of black armored soldiers resting in pools of blood resurfaced and intruded in his thoughts. Not again. Oscar clenched harder on his knees. He felt his chest congesting and held down the aching pain from escaping into groans. The sudden loss of mobility in his legs plagued him nearly every day. As sweat beaded down his pale face, Volton's warnings echoed in his mind, telling him he had to overcome what he refused to see, but he couldn't find a way. Or was it he didn't want to? He sat alone in silence as the snow piled on his shoulders. A few minutes later, he exhaled in relief, finding strength in his legs once more. Well done. Our coordination is near perfect. Our group will have a high chance of surviving in the 11th land and the tower. Saret nudged one of the bodies and ripped off an emblem bearing the mark of a 5-headed beast with 12 tails. The sacred beast of the Shattered Lands known as Shot-Irma, the Evrian. These bastards were close followers from the direct factions of the Argent Lords of Shot-Irma. Good we killed them. These pompous assholes never reached out to help lands like ours. Desmond spat on one, earning a slap from Aster, who struck his back to scold her husband. The burly man turned soft over his wife and returned to piling the bodies in silence under her stern gaze. Others from the group snickered and hollered at him. Truly, they had become close companions during the several years of traveling this tundra. Oscar rubbed his temples, their collective laughter and joking grating on his nerves. It wasn't their fault, but hearing them reminded him too well of others. I heard one of them say something. Astrid spoke, her voice cutting through the cheerful laughter and wailing winds. She seemed nearly invisible in the heavy snowfall. A body flew across the air and landed on the increasing mound of corpses. As all eyes turned in her direction, she said, instead of fighting to survive, he used the last of his pathetic life to praise a so-called shattered scion. Saret's expression shifted, clearly one of shock, but he remained silent. Oscar locked gazes with him, and Saret relented and spoke, the shattered scion. It seems we've encountered high-ranking followers if they mentioned him. Only one person possesses that title in the current Shot-Irma, the Grade 9 Exaltia of Shot-Irma, the inheritor of all Argent Lords. Burn the bodies. We need to hurry out of here. There's no telling what manner of communication methods they have. What's his name? Oscar asked, interested in Gilbert and Lelith's counterpart in Shot-Irma. The factions and people of Shot-Irma were a strange sort of culture. The very top, the Argent Lords of Shot-Irma and their factions maintained a tight alliance to form a singular force far better than the messy politics and inner turmoil of the Primal Council. But the middle and bottom factions were a complete mess, filled with constant conflicts like the Burning Valley in its earlier days before his arrival. Any information on a potential threat, especially one at the center of Shot-Irma, who received the full support of all the Argent Lords, was precious. We don't know. Our network can barely entrench itself in the top Shot-Irma factions. Part of why our great Olinar hesitates to make any big moves is due to the hidden threat of the Argent Lords. Saret continued, collecting all the looted space pockets. That's the truth, I swear. I wouldn't lie to my brother-in-law. After the bodies burned quickly into brittle charred flesh, Fenu devoured them into his melded weapon, the wolf mace that ate all in its destructive swing, perfect for stripping the battlefield clean. Oscar unconsciously looked at the orb, the fake sun mimicking the daylight over fallen heaven, forgetting that it didn't have a cycle of rise and fall, unable to tell the time. He set out forward once his group fully gathered and the former bloodied land was covered in fresh snow. Onward, they marched as the roaring storms blew fiercer winds, icy brushes of abrasive gusts scattering fur from their cloaks. The snow grew denser as he could see the dark tower's shadow in the distance, but heat welled in his chest, an eagerness beating his heart with hot blood as Avril's face propped up in his mind. This intense backlash from the tundra meant he was close, so very close to the borders of the 11th land. It was written the rejection of the lands struck hardest before the entrance to the 11th land. Oscar poured more of his Ein into his shroud, stepping calmly against the chaotic weather. Behind, his group fared better since he took on the brunt. "Make sure to keep your eyes open," Oscar shouted against the rumbling snowstorm, a great shadow descending on them and enveloping the white land into darkness. He considered using Shattering Wave to push back the storm, but was wary of attracting anyone's attention and held back the impulse. Ice crawled over his fur cloak, parts shaving off in clear cracks from the frozen bits breaking off. The storm seemed to come alive in a loud primal roar, frost gales bursting, and oceans of snow tumbling on them. "I won't break here," Oscar stomped over the endless avalanche. Up to its peak, he climbed, frost marking parts of his face, and felt a sudden gush of warmth swell around him, the winds calming and the snow non-existent on the fresh summer grass under his feet. Taking off his fur cloak, he basked in the warm light spilling from the 10 orbs of the lands, their radiance collectively washing over this place. As the others from his group exited the tundra, they all exclaimed and cheered, clearly delighted to be out of the cold. "We did it!" Terence, the leader of the Haven Academy Division, raised his hand in a triumphant shout, the others joining in. "Calm down," Sarat scolded. "Might as well attract every person in 100 miles to our location." "Oscar, where next?" He didn't mind their boisterous cheers, remaining focused on the 11th land. The dark tower stood in the center, but Oscar could see much more, the 11th land exposed to him. Buildings, mostly ruins, covered in overgrowth and nearly collapsed from either time or war, spread neatly over the grass-ridden plains. Their age was unknown, but Oscar felt he had seen them before, gazing intently not at the current state of these timeless ruins, but at what they used to be in their prime. Right? He had seen these buildings in their former splendor in Volton's memories, ancient fortresses and ramparts of the Karalumen. "We should destroy these buildings, burn them down." Ignayers clicked his non-existent tongue, mainly sounding like a spark of a flame. "I'd burn that entire tower down if not for Matur's being inside." "Calm yourself. We need to occupy one for now," Demon said. He was right. The key element of the 11th land was to survive until the opening of the Dark Tower, the other lands closing off in the final year, and all left behind would be lost forever. First, he needed to find Avril and find a good place to hide. "Isaac's heir, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting here for many moons." 2 stems pierced from below with bulging ends. A slimy liquid oozed from the pores of the green stems as the bulging, round tips revealed themselves as eyes, black gems gazing at Oscar. The rest of its body erupted from the earth, the top of its shell covered in dirt and grass. One of Carcotl's snails. Finally, he found one. "Forgive us for not finding you sooner, but searching around the 10 lands is near impossible. So we buried ourselves in the borders of the 11th land. And we lost many of our brethren in the battle against the Primal Council long ago. Our numbers stretched thin, and I thank you for what you and the others sacrificed many years ago to protect me." Oscar patted the large snail's head, wincing at the strange wetness sticking to his palm. He asked in a strained voice, "Do you know where my wife is?" "Please say you do," Oscar uttered in his thoughts, kept up his hope, and wished his struggles would pay off. "I do. Avril has come to fallen heaven and met with my sister. There are others with her, too," the snail replied. "Where?" Oscar lost his breathing, panting in anticipation of meeting his beloved. He gripped the snail's head firmly as it wriggled its bottom, kicking up some dirt. The snail pointed its eyes toward the right, and Oscar grabbed it along and bolted off, the grass scattering in his trail. Using the snail's pointed eye stems as a compass, He followed the direction and came across a group of people who reacted with a flurry of spells. Entering the studio guys, Oscar unleashed a fiery shattering wave, burning their weak spells into ashes, and demons sliced off their heads as he zipped between their ranks. They dared to get in his way. Then, after an hour of running and decimating anyone in his path, he saw her and tossed the snail aside. Indigo hair tied neatly back in braids with bangs covering her slightly scarred forehead. The fresh look on her face gave her a youthful air and beauty that entrapped his desires. Her golden eyes turned to him, gem-like and dazzling as he had seen every day in his imagination for several years, and they widened in clear joy, shining like the two suns. She smiled brightly and left her group, garnering the alarmed shouts of the woman beside her whom he recognized as Avila. Oscar! Avril leaped into his arms and removed his helmet, pinching his cheeks as if confirming it was him. Her lips lifted until her dimples showed as her eyes curled in great delight. How could she be so beautiful? He couldn't resist and wrapped his arms around her. I'm glad you're safe. Oscar embraced her closer, resting his chin on her soft head. Finally, they were together again. I'm glad. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 684. One more year. Your legs. Your legs. Her crisp voice made his ears shiver as she fidgeted in his arms. Her look of shock was understandable, considering she had cared for him in his despondent state for several decades, and yet he never recovered. Oscar heard Avril clamoring and shouting all manners of delight, mostly joy at his recovery, tears marking her fair cheeks. It had been several years, yet she hadn't changed a bit, even behaving like they had never parted. He liked that as she beamed a sunny smile in his direction. Her lips moved, but the words became muted as his gaze lingered on her bright expression, the glimmer of joy sparkling in her golden eyes. With that, Oscar held nothing back, lowered his head, and kissed her. Her reaction was immediate, her shoulders jolting as if struck by lightning while her back stiffened. She seemed to be saying something and tried to peel away, presumably embarrassed to display such affection in public since her eyes darted from side to side, glancing at the people behind her. But he didn't care and wrapped his arms around her, not letting her escape. Soon, she melted in his embrace, her stiffened hesitation softening as she reciprocated his kiss. That prompted Oscar to be more daring, deepening the kiss as her body quivered, behaving like a squeamish squirrel in his arms. Absolutely adorable. He kept his eyes open the entire time, capturing every second of her cute reactions, her eyes closing as she lost herself in their loving reunion and the blushing of her cheeks. He wished he could stop time and let this moment last forever, but alas, his hopes fell short. Hey, you're choking my sister! An enraged shout interrupted them, and they parted at last. His adorable wife, Avril, gasped and panted, turning to her sister, Avila, with a scarlet expression. Then, she buried her face in Oscar's chest, her usual reaction when embarrassed, though Oscar felt doing so should be more embarrassing. Let go of her, Avila shouted again, her face also red, probably second-hand embarrassment from seeing her sister in such an act. Oscar didn't have any siblings, but Celestina mentioned long ago how awkward it would be to see her brother be romantic toward a woman. Perhaps all siblings had the same aversion, but Oscar clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Even if she was his wife's sister and, therefore, his sister-in-law, he had the damned right as a husband. Of course, in the back of his mind, Oscar knew it wasn't the time to frolic in romance, but how could he resist her after many years apart? She was far too lovable to avoid that. Avila! With impeccable timing, Sarat caught up with Oscar, bringing along the rest of the group. Shockingly, the harsh Avila cried tears and sprinted past Oscar and Avril, crashing into Sarat as they also entangled in the throes of passion, some of the group looking at them with funny faces as if caught mid-laugh. Oscar found nothing wrong with that, but Avril escaped his embrace and rushed toward the couple. Stop! Avril shouted, much in the same manner as her sister, the two quite alike. Ha! Sarat blinked in clear confusion and seemed lost as Avila regained her senses and tore off the moment, his hand reaching out for her retreating figure that joined Avril. Oscar and Sarat shared a look, then nodded to each other, reaching a tacit agreement between brothers-in-law to find other opportunities without being interrupted. Certainly, there will be many more chances in the future to make up for the lost time. As the sisters whispered in secret, Oscar turned to the other members of Avril's group, passing his scrutiny over the guerrillas from the lands of Zeret, who beat their chests in pride and confirmed their loyalty to him, members of Haven Academy, who knelt and pledged themselves to the cause, a few strangers who Zeret quickly got acquainted with, clearly members of the Defiance, Eve, Restel, and Santen. The last three brought him great relief. Sighing, he now only had to find the others. "My lord, it is good to see you." Santen swung his long arm to his chest and bowed, closing his fish-like eyes. "Are you certain?" Oscar asked. "True, it is my first time seeing and speaking to you, but this Santen will always be loyal, regardless of your identities." Santen drew in a deep breath and laughed out the strange clicking noises. "Santen the Third is here to serve and to protect. I have diligently performed my duties and safeguarded the lady for many years. Eve the Second, also here to serve." The bandaged woman, Eve, flashed her radiant blue eyes. "Aristel the Fifth is here." "Sorry for being late." Restel apologized. Her shaggy black hair stuck to her face. Sorry. She bowed deeply as if facing punishment. "Pathetic. How can you give up revenge so easily?" Astrid strode over, throwing a chilling glance at each, Restel whimpering and burying her head further down. "It's simple as I said 60 years ago. Dear Astrid," Eve spoke softly, a gentle voice that might soothe anyone, but Astrid was wholly unaffected. Eve coughed. "Before revenge, before new dawn, our hearts and minds are dedicated to our Lord. Whatever he decides is the path we follow. If he desires revenge, we will take it. If he wishes for a peaceful life, we will protect it." Sophistry. The true way to protect our Lord would be to crush the scum seeking to threaten his life. Crush all his enemies before they strike. The new dawn will come. Astrid clenched her fists, a cold air rising as her hair fluttered from the unnatural winds born from her heightened emotion. Oscar didn't activate the flame seal and watched the two argue, wondering how Astrid may change. Who is using sophistry now? Trying to argue that we destroy any threat is outlandish. Only more enemies will be born from what we do, Eve argued back. Before they could get another word out, Santen clapped his hands together, a single boom resounding and catching everyone's attention, including Avila and Avril. His calm words rang clear in the silenced air. "I understand we have much to discuss, but we must move quickly, lest the dangerous foes hound us. On the first day we met Lilith. Run for now and find a safe place." A memory intruded his thoughts. A bloody memory of the fiercest enemy he and Demon had ever encountered reddened his sight. A woman with a great scythe looming from above, cold, emotionless eyes staring deep into his soul as the long black hair draped down and swayed like a cape. Before her, Oscar knew he had no chance and certainly didn't want to waste any lives in a foolish attempt to overwhelm her. Zeret almost formed a snarl, an unfitting reaction from the master spy, but Oscar knew his past and understood it was hard to maintain calm when hearing about the descendant of the one who wiped out his family. Avila hugged Avril close, anger warping her expression in a similar snarl to her husband. Oscar took a step and closed the distance, snatching his pale wife from Avila's hands. Just a moment ago, Avril was warm and soft in his embrace when they kissed, and now, she turned cold and rigid, breathing heavily, not from the pleasant exertion but from gripping fear even he could somehow feel. Her eyes trembled, not looking at him. He had seen it many times to know she was reliving a horrid memory. Having no choice, Oscar put her to sleep by pressing on her neck. His fingers ran tenderly on her brow, smoothing out the tense creases lining it. "Snail," Oscar called out. "Yes." The snail crawled closer, lifting its eyes to look forward. "Who else can you find? Have all of your brethren gather all the survivors on our side." Oscar turned to everyone else. "First, we search for a suitable base to hold up and survive the final year before the Dark Tower opens. Santen, watch our backs. Restel, hide in his shadow. Nar, take point and sniff out enemy tracks. Let me have my sister back." Avila pressed for her sister. "She's with me." Oscar rejected her and held Avril tighter. "Forget it, my dear. Remember our great Oliner's words. We have to listen to him, Sarat chuckled and swept Avila off her feet as she yelped in surprise. She kicked her feet around and shouted some protests but never left Sarat's arms when she could do so. His brother-in-law was surprisingly competitive in some areas, holding Avila like Oscar held Avril as if challenging him to a strange contest. Oscar had no intention to play along and ran off with Nar by his side, followed by the rest. Erden, I can sense you. Hurry up and get to me, Oscar relayed to his friend, sensing the beastly presence far from the side. I'm glad you found her, Erden sighed in relief. Yeah, Oscar glanced at the lovable woman in his arms, smiling faintly at her mellow face. Not a single nightmare was forcing her to suffer, and he was glad for that. Lowering his head, he kissed her forehead and wished her a good sleep, his heart skipping a beat at the slight upturn of her lips into a smile. Even asleep, she responded to him, always there for him. They passed by a few ruins but ignored them. The few ruins appeared more like rubble flung off a greater building, pieces of a greater whole. Certainly, the entire land was blessed with amazingly thick iron, perfect for many to progress and train in their realms. It was a pity they had a mere year here. The grass was endless and persistent, growing between the bricks of every ruin, growing great groves atop the worn-down roofs. Oscar's eyes glinted, focusing on the ruins of a small fortress town, the walls riddled with collapsed sections, separating them into separate ramparts. Inside it, many of the buildings had been reduced to piles of grass-ridden bricks, a few retaining a semblance of their former shape, albeit without complete four walls or roofs. Overall, it was a good place. The walls could be repaired, and the buildings renewed by good effort and days of work. The final year would bear down the harshest fallen heaven on them, and he lucked out in this place. Settle here. I want a full inventory of what we have. Oscar scanned the broken ramparts, eyeing the gaps. Why not take a great fortress rather than this small outpost? Sarat asked while looking through everyone's space pockets. Too much trouble. The greater forces of the Primal Council and Shot Irma will occupy the best fortresses for their bases. I'd prefer not to get entangled in their wars. Oscar brushed aside more of Sarat's comments and found a semi-intact building, the roof completely caved in. He lined fur pelts on the floor and rested Avril down, gripping her hands and mumbling for her to be all right. She seemed at peace. One more year, my wife. We can retire once we survive this, Oscar promised to her and himself. He was tired and lay down beside her, still holding her hand. One more year. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 685. The Wanderer reveals himself. This feeling, Oscar rose and let go of Avril's hand, his palm sweaty. The summer breeze of the grasslands, filled with the fresh earthy scent, failed to soothe the unsettling discomfort itching his chest. Something was amiss. Glancing down, he stroked Avril's sleeping face and apologized as he got off the fur pelts and exited the barely intact lodgings, leaving her alone. Everyone passing by regarded him with looks of respect, a slight bow or nod here and there. Some hurried toward him, but he waved them off and wandered down the former ancient streets, striding over the overgrown grass amongst the scattered old paved roads. His heart felt heavy as his mind became unsettled by a nervous tick like a hammer tapping lightly on his skull, his teeth grinding in irritation. He stopped by the broken ramparts, by the entrance where an archway certainly once stood, and turned back, finding that no one had followed him. Whatever had stirred his heart, Oscar didn't wish for any other to fall under its influence. Almost as if his feet were driven by something other than his mind, they trekked outside the ruins and into the wilderness. A faint breeze rolled over and tickled the blades of grass, parting a few from their stems as they scattered and fluttered in a shower of green, the fresh smell of deep earth and fresh plants filling the air. But Oscar remained stoic, unable to enjoy the peaceful nature greeting him as his eyes narrowed toward the lonely tree standing in the distance and the figure sitting by it who waved his hand. The man smiled underneath the hood covering his face and gestured for Oscar to join him. It was the wanderer he met early on years ago in the wastelands. Welcome, Oscar. Come on, there are some fresh herbs here that can make some good tea. I know you certainly enjoy a nice cup, don't you? The wanderer plucked some stems and tore off the yellow leaves. Oscar kept a distance, his hand gripping the white sword, having one good swing in its nearly broken edge. Searching his memories, He frowned and paced slightly from left to right and back again, attempting to see what features rested under that hood. The man seemed to know him personally from the words spoken, but he had no familiarity with the wanderer, but the irritation, the feeling of his heart being squeezed demanded otherwise. He knew him, but he wondered who. No person or beast matched the voice, the tone, or the shape. Oscar glared at him and asked, "Who are you? How do you know me? Remember what I said when we first met? That fallen heaven is the nexus of fates and destinies intertwining. Old enemies meet, new hatreds erupt, old friends reunite, and new bonds are forged. Which one do you think I am?" The wanderer rose and patted down his cloak, shaking off the dirt and grass. "Go on. Tell me, do you hate me? Have we fought, and you decided to take revenge?" Oscar sighed, pushing his white sword slightly out of its sheath. "I want no more quarrels. Let it be settled. There's nothing good that would come out of it." The wanderer chuckled. "Oh, how you've changed. How you've changed so much. Far from the young Exalt who fought with the resolve of 1,000 men. My dear boy." His voice remained the same, but the tone had shifted, the pace slow yet lively. But Oscar knew the rises and falls of the whimsical tone very well, and the last few words shook his mind, his eyes wide and round as he stared blankly at the wanderer. It was too familiar, a more youthful voice. Nevertheless, it was still very quite familiar. "No," Oscar shook his head and gasped, clutching his chest, the lungs straining yet incapable of breathing. He clenched his trembling knee with the other hand. "No, he's dead. You're not him. That's impossible. He's dead." He raised his voice. "Couldn't be him. Come now, knowing who I am. Did you honestly think I would let myself die so easily? Though death is an interesting concept. In a way, I am not the man you knew, but at the same time, I sort of am. Can we say that I did die on that day? Or perhaps this is a form of living on." The wanderer's hand crept closer to his hood and slowly lifted it off, unveiling his true appearance. Confusion swept over Oscar as his eyes wandered over the man's features. He had a bed of black hair stretching down to his waist, an open, handsome face that exuded warmth and gentleness, and a thin, welcoming smile. A pair of deep, black eyes, not unlike the void, latched onto him. "You're not him," Oscar panted, beads of sweat dripping off his pale face. "Like I said, it's up to your interpretation. However, right now, I am who I am supposed to be. I am Saul." Hearing that declaration, Oscar dropped to his knees in a loud thud, strength fading from his legs and refusing to return. Horrid, sickening memories flashed across his sight, his neck and chest burning, the sensation of a hand choking him and another plunging into his ribcage, the chilly grasp gripping his core, engulfed him as if he had sunk into a quagmire. He gave the supposed Saul a fiery glare and growled despite the weakness spreading. "That's impossible. Lad, you know the answer. Expand that mind of yours? What other ways are there to live on? You know one quite well and even learned from him." The fake Saul grinned a toothy smile, far different from the smile of gums and little teeth Oscar was used to. "Chronoms, the golems of legends. Place one's memories and ego into a golem's body. Your friend, Gol, was a marvel. You're not a golem. You." Oscar realized the truth, stunned for a second time. "You catch on fast now, pity. I quite liked that when you were young. So naive but full of resolve and youthful determination. So blind to what was in front of you. I miss those days, boy. I truly do." Saul leaned on the tree and munched on a fruit taken from its branches, fresh juice leaking from the closed lips. "I admit the chances were very low. I had to go through thousands of test subjects, requiring them all to possess a higher grade Exaltia. But only one body could take in my memories and be overridden by my ego. This man, before you, was just an orphan my new dawn picked up a long time ago. Lucky for me, he also had a grade 8 Exaltia. Now, I could have settled for a grade 7, but luck smiled upon me. You're a monster. Get away from me," Oscar shouted. "Come now. I admit I did have a hand in much of your suffering. What's done is done. After further observing what happened, I realized I would never have succeeded, even with your core. Old Rem's words were right. The old me was too foolish. So, no need for me to do anything now." Saul crouched and tilted his head, studying Oscar. "I mean, what did I do that was so bad? Killing my friends, my parents, my master, betraying me and trying to take my core. You fucking piece of shit. Oscar wheezed through clenched teeth. Your parents? Did I do that? Saul rubbed his chin in clear contemplation, then snapped his fingers. I didn't, and I'm sure all the memories are in here. Ah, I see. I did kill your friends, your Black Aegis Order, and that lad, Draven, but not your parents. I think I must have lied when I said anything to put you in further despair. You think? So you don't have those memories? Oscar gripped his knees. That came as a surprise, but a welcome one. A flicker of hope in the encroaching darkness. I stored my memories quite often, but never had a chance to update them since well, died. I know everything before I went to you on that farm, and that is why I am here. Tell me what happened. Saul stared at the eaten fruit, only the core and seeds remaining, and chomped on them, crunching them between his teeth. Draven is dead. I can't interfere again against Cares because of the protection of that blue-haired brat and the Primaire of the Bloodlands. And old Rem is with you, under the Snail Primaire's protection. So what happened? I watched the recordings taken from afar. But I never understood what happened when I almost had your core. No, begone. Oscar snorted and rose to his feet, strength welling up again. Finally, he had leverage over Saul. Okay, I'm in no rush, boy. No rush at all. Surprisingly, Saul gave up. I'm enjoying my newfound youth, and I owe you and your gang of little miscreants for helping clean up my new dawn. Too many parts, so little cohesion. Now we're all united in one. I won't be deceived anymore. Oscar unsheathed his sword and split into two bodies. However, Saul vanished into thin air, not even a hair of his being remaining amongst the green pastures. Oscar darted his gaze and couldn't spot a hint of Saul. Shivering, Oscar leaned on his sword for support. We'll meet again, boy. Prepare yourself for the final year, and we'll see each other in the tower. Saul's whispers traveled on the winds and crawled down Oscar's spine, proclaiming the nightmare was not over. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 686, Emerging Powers. Oscar felt heavy, his sweat-drenched robes pressing on his trembling skin like a tunic of hefty steel. He thought back to the encounter with the supposed new Saul and rubbed his neck, somehow feeling a hand gripping it tightly, his breath running short and pained. He took a deep breath as he stumbled to a moss-ridden wall, leaning on the old stones for support. A pair of Exalts strode past, not noticing his presence as they chatted on. Good, he couldn't show this state to anyone. He reached into his space pocket and pulled out an elixir crafted by Aster. Oscar shook the bag made from a beast's stomach, hearing the elixir swishing inside, barely enough left for a good swig. The bitter taste spread inside his mouth as the few droplets trickled down his throat. Sighing in relief, he wiped off his sweat and closed his eyes to the lightheadedness, smacking his lips. Looking at the ground, he realized he had dropped his bag and knelt to pick it up, disappointed at the flimsy container, devoid of any elixir. He'd have to get Avril to make some more. Pathetic. Relying on a draft. Demon whispered, "You're supposed to feel nothing, so why does it matter?" Oscar retorted, turning a corner on some ruins to evade the eyes of the others. "I'm not on the side of this broken ego, but I'm inclined to agree. It's not healthy," Igniers chimed in. "I'd prefer not sharing a body with an addicted fool," Demon admitted. "I'm not addicted," Oscar groaned, rubbing his head. Conversing with these two gave him a nasty headache despite the lingering effects of the elixir. Several dozens of feet later, he found himself standing before a broken archway and entered as if it were his home. His gaze landed on the yawning lady rubbing her tired eyes, a sight that warmed his chest and brought a faint smile across his lips. Avril mumbled a few incoherent words, her hair impossibly ruined in the short respite. She blinked a few times, her golden pupils regaining more color with each fluttering of her long eyelashes. Oscar couldn't help himself and rushed in, embracing her. She was far too alluring in her drowsy state. "Oscar, what's wrong?" She wrapped her arms around him and nuzzled her face into his neck, seemingly to know his anxiety as her hand brushed his hair. The simple act softened his tense body as he dropped, causing her to yelp. "I'm tired," Oscar said, his head on her lap as she stroked his hair tenderly like a mother. A sneaking suspicion irritated him. A frown deepened on his lips as he realized there was no backing down. Everything up to this point, emphasized by the appearance of the new Saul, drove the fact he had no choice but to continue. He could already see the scene of him entering the tower, whether willingly or not. As Volten mentioned years ago, they were fighters who always got up, choice or no choice. But he feared losing more than he already did since Volten lost everyone and everything. Would his fate be the same? Bad. Avril pulled on his ear. No matter what, she knows they are fated to survive, and a happy ending waits for the couple. How can you be sure? Oscar turned over and gazed directly into her loving pair of golden pupils. Because we're here for each other. She couldn't have made it this far without Oscar, and you couldn't have made it here without me. Avril covered his eyes. Sleep. You always need sleep. Oscar lost his voice and lost himself in the soothing warmth and mellow fragrance that tickled his nose. For the first time in a long while, he welcomed sleep, the best one in several years. Master, master, master. A beast's voice awakened him. Oscar weakly opened his eyes to see the 10 lights had dimmed for the night. The moonlight skimmed the outline of Avril's figure, lending her a certain holy presence perfect for his wife. Her hair fluttered to the breeze, playing with the weak lunar beams. Exhaling sharply, Oscar grabbed her attention, and as her head turned, he swept up and kissed her lips, thanking her for a good nap. Chuckling at her blushing cheeks, he pinched one side and turned to the beast, the snail from earlier. I never got your name. Oscar lent his palm to the snail, which became as small as a coin and leaped on. He raised the snail to his eyes. I am Roke, descendant of King Squarmo. Roke answered in a strange sound as if he was munching on food. Master, many of my brothers and sisters have been killed, but their deaths have not been in vain. I'm sorry for that, Oscar said. Sorry for what? Roke tilted his head, curling his eye stems to the side, mimicking the human action of confusion. It seemed unlike Carcodal. His descendants had no sense of loss, not sparing an emotion at the news, or perhaps they all believed the deaths were worth it. He was no insider to the network of snails and how it worked, but he couldn't understand the indifference like Squarmo, who could only complain about sleep even though the king snail knew many of his brethren would die in the escort. Never mind. Oscar stood up and grasped Avril's hand, tugging her along for a stroll. His focus remained on the snail. Have you found everyone? The key faces are all accounted for and are being led safely. As for others bearing Haven Academy marks, we got a sizable few. Roke slowly crawled up Oscar's arm and perched on his shoulder. They'll be here by tomorrow. Oscar required no more from Roke and enjoyed the walk with Avril, putting one foot forward at a time. He hadn't been able to walk beside her in decades, but now he could. Squeezing her hand, he met her excited smile and rubbed off the faint tears on her cheeks. Certainly, ones of relief and joy meant for his cured condition. In a gentle voice, he said, once we're out, let's find a nice farm and get away from it all. I like that. Avril swung his arm up and down in a joyous stride. His gaze swept over their surroundings and honed in on the faint embers rising from the center of the ruins, a reddish font of light welling from below. Avril nudged on his waist, indicating for him to go, and he complied. In what should have been the main building of this outpost, a semblance of a roof still hanging above, several figures sat amongst the rubble, using the bricks and stones for chairs. In the center, a great brazier squeezed out a slew of embers as the flames waxed and waned. Many gazes turned to him and Avril. Young lord and lady, you have come just in time. Fenu bowed, followed by the other captains and Restel and Eve. The other fellows from Haven Academy saluted him. Astrid didn't, keeping to her decision to watch and decide later. Indeed, I didn't think you'd show. Welcome, my dear brother. Sarat stood from the largest stone, resembling a poor throne, suitable for these ruins. There's only one seat meant for you. I was simply keeping it warm. Avila frowned, gripped Sarat's blonde hair, and yanked it, both sisters having a strange similarity in punishments for their husbands. His intentions were clear as day. Oscar sighed and trekked around the great fire, glancing over the large seat. Everyone gazed expectantly at him as he scanned the room, even receiving the acceptance from the defiance. His feet stomped on the ground as he neared the stone, sinking deep into the dirt. Heavier and slower they became the closer he drew. He stepped forward and sat on the stone, overlooking the others. Their faces shone with reverence, and their knees sunk to the ground. Seret nodded while Avila rolled her eyes and pulled Avril to the side. As everyone knows, the 11th land will close off after the first night here. Anyone remaining outside will be lost forever. Seret started off, several grimacing at his words. But the spy continued, "Our best options would have been to work under the fold of another. However, our leader is wanted by the majority of the Primal Council, and it's unlikely the kind folks from Shaturma wouldn't have ulterior motives in housing him." He clapped his hands together and asserted, "So it's only us. First is to assess the situation. Roke and his siblings have counted at most 5,000 Exalts making it through the border," Oscar said, pointing to the snail on his shoulder. Hushed whispers were exchanged, and many fearful glances were thrown here and there. "What was the original count?" Fenu asked, clearly shaken. Estimated numbers suggested at least 1,000,000 martial Exalts from all of Talos. Avila tightened her fist around his bow. "We're one of the lucky few, and now the few survivors will spread into separate camps." "Ah, right on schedule." Seret extended his hand, and a ghostly green eagle landed on his arm, dissipating into smoke. In Seret's grip was a sealed scroll, easily snapped off and unfurled. His brother-in-law burned the scroll in the fire and scowled. "That's unfortunate. What is it?" Oscar asked. What happened as expected was the formation of two major powers, one being the mixture of the Divine Enforcers and the rest of the Primal Council's forces. Some of my spies are in there now, and the followers of the Shattered Scion. Seret drew in the air with his Ein, creating a map of the 11th land. Two marks appeared north and east of the tower. The Primal Council is in the north, and Shaturma to the east. "And what was unexpected?" Oscar asked again. "Two camps of beasts have formed, one to the southeast, the closest to us. They're a mix of beasts from the lands of Zeret and parts of Shaturma, so they should be friendly to us. But the others are from the lands of Huida and taken control of the southwest." Seret frowned, flicking his finger to mark the map. "It's where the Cerberus king is from." Oscar balled his hands into fists. The beasts from the lands of Huida didn't believe in the new developments by the ancients and clung to the old promises of the Volten saviors. He recalled Almas, the Hakenbaron Boar king, expressing great disgust against them. Certainly, they were no allies in this land. Lastly is the west, where a new power has taken hold of the fortress. Led by Gilbert Lockwood, Seret marked the west. "Ha!" Oscar and Avril shared a moment of confusion. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 687. Gathering Together. It didn't come as a shock that Gilbert had also entered Fallen Heaven, since he was a key figure in his generation. But what truly surprised Oscar was that Gilbert broke off from the Primal Council and created his own base of power, opposing both the Council and the forces of Shaturma. Oscar lightly clenched his teeth, recalling Avril's retelling of her journey to find him in the brilliant Drake Empire. The bastard dared to court his wife, a most repulsive offense. Veins pushed against the skin of his neck, and anger flared in his eyes as he delved deeper into the pit of grating memories. He was late on purpose. Oscar kept his words silent, known only to him and those inside. He could feel his heart drumming as he found himself in a bloody street, his ears numb from the roars and cheers for Gilbert. None acknowledged the bodies nearly submerged in the Scarlet River. His own painful cry was drowned out by the victorious shouts chanting the name of a man who came too late. Late Gilbert was, indeed, and not for any good reason. So many died in a siege that should not have occurred. A crackle from the brazier interrupted his thoughts, and he blinked before the bright flames. Silently, Oscar gestured for Seret to continue, and the defiant spy explained, "Gilbert, parts of the Bloodlands, including his spouses, won the Holy Daughter, and several other prominent factions have rallied under his sway. My reports tell of a giant golem of rust and steel standing by Gilbert's fortress. The other powers are cautious of the nature of this strange addition." "A golem? Is the one that awoke in the tundra?" Oscar cursed under his breath, regretting his inability to do anything to halt that monstrosity. As Seret described the golem's features through a miniaturized replica from Ein, Oscar briefly wondered what the purpose of the golem was. Certainly not for show or merely to protect Gilbert. It broke the lands and toppled mountains for a deeper purpose. He was sure of it. "It is the Karalumen," Primal Council, Shot-Irma, and the Karalumen. Their fires, long stoked and cared for, are now ready to burn alongside the others. Ignires grunted. What does that make us? The stragglers and rebels struggling for space to breathe? Demon scoffed. They are inconsequential. All that matters is we live. Shut up, both of you. Oscar rubbed his forehead, but it seemed others took it as a sign of concern. He noticed the grim mood befalling the group, but he didn't know what to say, not wishing to raise their hopes. It's just a big rotting golem. What's the big deal? Just chop it down and move on. Desmond bellowed in deep laughter, Aster's face reddening as she hid behind her sleeves in clear embarrassment at her husband's words. The sounds of chuckling filled the room, Desmond's lightheartedness spreading healthy to the others. That concludes the current status in the 11th land. Any questions? Sarat looked around, then quickly retracted, clearly having asked rhetorically. He turned to Oscar and nodded. With the protection of the lands of Zaret and the far distance from the split factions of the Primal Council and Gilbert, I'd say we're safe for now. The only concern is the shattered scion. We'll discuss it when the others are gathered. Roke says they will arrive tomorrow. Good enough? Oscar held back his sigh. That's enough. I want patrols to scout the perimeter. Do I have your permission? Sarat deferred to him. Oscar held the most sway in the group. Thus, the decision fell onto him. Do as you wish. I'm retiring for the night. Oscar waved off everyone else and left Avril behind, letting her enjoy another night with her sister. He could sense many gazes glued to his back and hastened his steps by a pace faster, relieved once he turned a corner away from the prying eyes. Oscar retrieved a droopy bag and realized he had drunk it dry earlier, tiredly releasing the prior sigh. However, he had a replacement. The dried herbs tasted very bitter as his teeth chewed on them, but they did their job and lessened the burden on his mind. Perhaps he was addicted. What now? Ignires asked, appearing as a ball of colorful flames floating in the air. Wait, I guess. Oscar chewed the herbs down to the stems and spat them out. The night sky of stars and 10 luminous orbs graced the far and wide grasslands below, blades of false moonlight cutting off near the impossibly high walls of the dark tower. He spent the next several moments in silence and deeply contemplating his options, sticking his gaze on the horizon for any newcomers. His heart thumped heavily once, and he placed a hand over his chest, sensing that the elemental spark in his core was emitting a droning tune. It longed for something, nudging toward the dark tower, and he knew who. He won't leave you alone. Matur's calls. Ignires spat out an ember. He's always had to have his way. I see, Oscar murmured. I don't have a choice, do I? Are you all right? Avril plopped beside him, her voice laden with concern. I'm fine. I just hope this will be the last time, Oscar said, smiling to reassure her as he patted her head. Are you worried for our children? Roke said they're safe. That's good. She turns her head from left to right and back again, wondering what's taking them so long. Truly, they are always late. Avril groaned and leaned on him. Wake me when they're here. Oscar nodded and eyed his wife with gratitude, neatly brushing her hair from spilling onto her face. She could have been enjoying more time with her long-lost sister, but instead came here to comfort his poor self. Her faint breathing indicated she had fallen asleep, so he remained still like a statue and let her rest, her low snoring a soothing lullaby to his ears. He wanted to remain awake, but her songs lulled him again, his eyes flickering between the waking world and the dreams. Before fully succumbing, he requested Demon to take over for the night. Wake up, they're coming. Demon intruded in his dreams. Another peaceful sleep devoid of nightmares, and it ended too quickly. Oscar blinked several times, regaining clarity and sight as he gazed forward, spotting multiple figures walking closer with the sunlight on their backs. He gently woke Avril up, and she perked up and leaped off her seat, rushing toward them. Seeing her frantic yet excited sprint, Oscar chuckled and followed suit, his large strides matching 3 of hers. The figures also pointed at them and seemed to shout and wave, running faster. Gloria! Ren! Avril reached out and hugged the two, leaking tears of joy from her eyes. She patted down Ren's cheeks and scowled. Why do you have a beard and mustache? Cut it off right this instant. She can't believe it. Ruining your handsome face like that. See, I told you our mom wouldn't like it. Gloria cackled and dodged Ren's grab, hiding behind Oscar and hugging him from behind. I'm glad you're safe, Dad. Ren's been treating me horribly. Please punish him. Wait, what's the issue, Mom? Dad has a trimmed beard, too. Ren couldn't escape Avril's grip, reminding Oscar of when his mother chided and scolded him. Indeed, a son was just the same weak boy before a mother. That's because it fits your father. It matches his looks well. She can't get enough of how handsome that is. Avril giggled, then blushed, obviously embarrassed at her own words. Her embarrassment seemed to turn to anger as she pinched Ren's face more and said in a pressing tone, "But your features are more delicate. It ruins everything. Shave it off." "Yes," Ren said, reluctance overtaking his expression. He clicked his tongue and glared at the laughing Gloria. "You're nearly a century old and still behaving like a little brat." Oscar widened his eyes, shaken by the power leaking from Ren, a very familiar power. Frowning, he halted Ren from chasing Gloria and gripped his son's shoulder. He stood ahead over him and studied the boy from head to toe, his suspicions confirmed by the small details in the muscles and footing. Anger surged through his thoughts, and Oscar growled, "Who taught you, Reese?" "My lord." Marcus, Crag, and Oren bowed together. Marcus pointed at the hooded figure behind them and said, "He taught the young master Reese despite our complaints. However, the young master was adamant on learning to be stronger. It's not something you should learn. Ren, you know what it does. It's a cursed power." Oscar gritted his teeth as Ren fell silent, his son not daring to meet him in the eye. Cursing inwardly, he let go and stomped toward the hooded figure, angered by the wide grin stretching on that accursed face. This man was undoubtedly a master of Reese, judging from the danger he felt. An inch away, Oscar stopped and asked, "Who are you?" The man laughed wildly, and Oscar realized his identity, the maniacal laughter all too familiar in the long days of training in the past. Revealing his face, Adam smirked, slicking his white hair back. As Avril gasped and yelped in shock, the pair of gray eyes curled with the smile. "Ah, little brother, you've gotten way too tall. We used to be the same height. Little sister, you've gotten much prettier over the years. I guess love is indeed a great beautifier. In any case, your older brother is here to help. Oh, I forgot. Congratulations on your marriage. I don't have any gifts." Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 688. Adam and Kais. Oscar walked the dirt-ridden path, newly dug on the ancient streets no longer plagued by overgrown grass with old bricks sparsely laid out to outline the edges. Apparently, Sarat started the process of restoring the ruins to a defensible state, preparing for the first true night in the 11th land later today. Many of the old and used buildings had vanished overnight, and new walls had propped up out of nowhere, reaching 5 feet tall, not the tallest but suitable enough. At least there was enough stone to accommodate the efforts. Several of the workers from the Defiance halted their work and turned to him, bowing slightly before resuming. Right now, however, he could not focus more on the ongoing defenses as his gaze flickered with a hint of shame toward Adam beside him. He struggled to keep a straight gaze, finding his sight moving back and forth between Adam and the path, afraid of asking the burning question in the back of his thoughts. The mere thought set his lungs ablaze as if trying to force the air out to speak. Suddenly, a hand gripped his wrist, and delicate, soft fingers tapped reassuringly. To his other side, Avril seemed to understand his woes, and she nodded, beckoning Oscar to ask, "How?" Oscar paused, then exhaled sharply. What happened to Sevon and Quinn? It always weighed on him. Saul knew about Sevon, Quinn, and Adam because he had told him decades ago. Many may consider it a mistake, and Avril told him so, but Oscar couldn't shake off the feeling he had betrayed them, leading the new dawn to their doorsteps. He felt sick to the core and slowed his steps, but a powerful grip smacked his shoulder, Adam's laughter ringing through the air. "We all missed you too ever since you departed. First, let's settle down. Then I'll tell you what happened after." For a second, Adam's usual wicked smile flattened, and Oscar saw a twitch of somberness in the slight winces. But the smile returned, and Adam kept laughing. In the main building, where the brazier still burned fiercely, Sarat shouted orders to others, including a few Azure Sea Company captains. His brother-in-law noticed his arrival and walked towards him, his red eyes sizing up Adam with caution. Of course, the intelligence officer of the Defiance would be unnerved by the presence of a new face outside of their records. Adam bared his teeth in a vicious smile and retreated to the back of the group, obviously not putting Sarat in his eyes. Oscar. Who the hell is that? Sarat seemed less than displeased, practically growling out his words. He's Adam. Don't worry, he's on our side. Oscar gestured for Oren to step forward, and the young man, still with an immature expression, boldly strode toward them, nearly prancing across. He patted Oren's shoulder and said, "You know Oren from your reports, I presume? Take him along and have him work on setting up defensive formations. Everything you'll need is here." He placed a space pocket in Oren's hands. Last night, Demon had placed a good number of ores and the crystallized iron they found in the glacial lake. "In the service of my lord, I, Oren, will do my best." The lad saluted and gave a cheeky smile. With that, Oscar waved the others over. "You can take Crag, Marcus, Ren, and Gloria. Work them as hard as you want. I have to discuss matters with Adam." "Really? Come on, brother. It'd be faster with all hands on deck," Sarat urged. Gloria grinned and dashed ahead, hugging Sarat. "Hello, uncle. Nice to meet you." Hello, Gloria. If you don't mind, I must talk with your father." Sarat pointed at Oscar. "I've been dying to meet my Aunt Avila. Where is she? Can you take us to her?" Gloria pleaded with a face of longing. Gloria had a strong knack for interrupting the focus of others, a trait she undoubtedly learned from that Claude woman. Avril laughed at her antics. Oscar watched Sarat become more wrapped up in Gloria's trap, her words constantly speaking over his, and he chuckled and shook his head, deciding to leave with Adam and Avril. Turning, he gripped Ren's arm and looked into his son's brown eyes. "Your mother and I will talk with you later." He still disliked the fact Ren had learned Reese. Ren nodded and went ahead, pulling his sister off Sarat and scolding her. Leaving behind the others, Oscar welcomed Adam in his temporary residence, one of the few buildings not stripped of all the stone it possessed. He sat beside Avril, facing Adam on the other side. A dreadful silence consumed the air, stifling and heavy. For a moment they sat there, wondering who would speak first. Adam's smile flattened again, even curling down into a rare frown. Unable to bear it, Oscar spoke first. "What happened to them?" "Quinn is fine, I think." Adam stretched the suspenders on his shoulders and let go, a clear snap resounding as they retracted. Oscar didn't know much, but he could tell a nervous tick when he saw one. It was shocking to see Adam have one. He should be somewhere in the 11th land. "But I have not caught an iota of his presence or ashes on my way here. I expect he's lurking low, waiting for a good opportunity." "A good opportunity?" "She doesn't understand," Avril said. "Revenge. That's what I'm here for." Adam brushed his hair back again, a chilling gleam in those gray pupils. "Master is dead. He was killed 70 years ago. 70 years ago. Adam leaped backward, lighting coiling from the tips of his shoes as a shadow filled his vision. A pillar of darkness had descended from the sky, breaking through the small floating islands in its destructive path. The rubble hissed like snakes as black steam wafted from the surfaces until nothing, not even a piece of dust, remained. Clenching a right fist, Adam gripped the wrist with his other hand, charging it with tremendous lightning, thunder booming from the mere cracking of his knuckles. His skin turned dense white. He swung his fist downward, unleashing a lightning omnireus. The erupting darkness fared no chance against his sheer might, light overtaking the shadows in a brilliant flash. The ground caved in first, then lightning burst and scorched the land, rising to the sky. Then, the loud cry of its blow finally resounded, assaulting his ears. Adam landed on the ground, gasping as he failed to readjust his hair, the spiky bangs pricking into his eyes. "Not bad, Adam. You're far stronger than reported." A simple ripple shroud quelled the smoke and dust away, unveiling the accursed Volten, a man of black hair and white eyes who wore a warrior's white robes with a black cloak. He bore a sharp face with a pointed chin. Cursing inwardly, Adam scanned the surroundings, eyeing the distant battle that broke apart a large floating island in a single blow. His master was fighting Kais Volten, yet he couldn't help. This bastard stopped his attempts to interfere at every turn. Foul bastard of Kais, you're weaker than I expected. Though, having that man for a father doesn't help much in your chances. Adam spat on the ground, slicking his hair back. Luckily, he managed to send Quinn away in the chaos. Though he talked down on him, the truth was not kind in reality. The son of Kais was faster, stronger, and well-versed in a higher level of techniques than him. At this rate, the outlook of the battle seemed bleak, his guise nearing its limits as well. But he's not in the best shape either. Adam noticed the son of Kais clutching his side. A portion of the white robes dyed red. Bashing his brass knuckles together, he lifted his fists and took a strong stance, intent on finishing it off in one final move. Oh, I like that spirit. There are too few with that these days. Too bad. I'm not interested in a suicidal duel exchange. Find someone else to die with. The son of Kais's voice grated on Adam's nerves. The cruel voice of a joyful killer in a massacre. Adam gritted his teeth and stomped forward, using his little brother's self-made race stand to save his stamina. However, he stepped back as two figures crashed between them. Enlivened by the presence of his master, Adam was about to call out, but the smoke cleared and his eyes went wide. Couldn't be, but it was. His master, Sevan, looked skinnier than before, withered to the bone as blood leaked from his chest. "Master!" Adam roared. Sevan didn't stir. There was no life in the old man, the eagle-like eyes dulling. "Sevan!" An old man gasped, cackling over his master's corpse. He walked with a hunch and a limp, spitting on Sevan. That is the fate of those who don't understand the true way. Those who can't see are useless. We were brothers once. Sadly, you never saw what I could imagine. Kais tilted his head, a hint of confusion as he gazed over Adam. Why do you look like? As Kais drew closer, Adam dug his toes into the ground and readied to charge. Screw reserving strength. He had to kill this man right now. Tears dripped and wet his cheeks, but a splurt of blood landed on his face, and he witnessed a hand piercing through Kais's chest. The old Valten screamed in clear agony, choking on some blood. Kais looked down, confused as Adam was. Finally, I've been waiting for this chance. The son of Kais stretched an unsettling smile from one corner of his eye to the other, similar to the monsters from horror stories. You're me. You're supposed to be me. Kais roared, trembling as he tried to grab the hand protruding from his chest. But his fingers lost strength, slipping off his own blood. Have you gone defective? Or did that bastard, Saul, trick me? Foolish. I am Kais. That's why you're no longer needed. You've reached your limits. Nay, you've gone far beyond. But now that left you as nothing more than a dead man walking long overdue its expiration. At least you'll have use for a good rescore. The son of Kais smirked, blood dripping from his lips. I will be the true Kais and achieve the perfect Reese body. As Kais you should understand, right? If not, then you've lost sight of who you are. Kais stared back, eyes bloodshot and quivering, fear overtaking those white pupils. A hand sliced down, cutting from the shoulder. Kais went silent as his upper body slid off. Was it regret that flashed in the old trader's gaze? Adam didn't know, but he saw the light fade and the last breath escape the dusty throat. There in the pool of blood rested Kais, the great trader and master's enemy, struck down in such a pathetic manner. He couldn't even laugh about it as a greater threat loomed over him. So, what shall I do with you? The son of Kais, or rather now the self-proclaimed new Kais, collected the blood and corpse of old Kais. The maniac's gaze turned to his dead master. I can't let good specimen go. Act 4. Fallen Heaven, Chapter 689. Joined as one. The bastard took master's body and escaped. He scurried away like a rat and hid amongst the rocks. Adam raised a fist, veins popping between the knuckles. Oscar winced, facing the wide, bloodshot eyes and contorted expression carved by deep anger. Sweat beaded along his neck, and he bit his lips, unable to bear the guilt, and tore his gaze away from his older brother's wrath. A deadly Ein rose, erupting from Adam in a volcanic rage, teeth gritting as tears leaked from his cold gleam. The ground quaked, and a few stones broke from the surrounding ruins. I'll kill the bastard myself. He should be here. 1,000 words and emotions flickered across Oscar's mind, but they all settled on one. He bowed his head deeply, digging his forehead into the grass. His voice shuddered in sorrow and guilt, regret laden in every word. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Oscar. Avril reached out, but Oscar didn't leave the ground, burying deeper. Rather than leave him, she hugged him from behind, nestling beside him. He could tell her thoughts, knowing she wouldn't let him be punished alone. A part of him wished to pull her away, but ultimately he wished for her to stay with him. On the ground, their hands met and interlocked their fingers, refusing to part. Your fault? Tell me, why do you consider it to be your responsibility? Adam asked. They learned about you and your identities from me. I trusted someone who should have been my friend, elder, and a loved one. But he was not the man I thought I knew. Oscar tightened his grip on Avril's hand, thinking of Sevon's fate and the desecration of his corpse. He clenched his free hand into a fist, cursing and outing himself for leading others to a tragic fate. Again, because of him, others died, and he bore the responsibility, a most repulsive feeling grating on his heart. One path remained for repentance. Solemnly, he waited for Adam's retaliation, not lifting his head like a prisoner awaiting the drop of the guillotine. Lift your head, Adam said with forceful intent. When Oscar didn't comply, he said again, I said, lift your head. Oscar drew in a deep breath, the stench of grass and dirt filling his nostrils. After a few more rounds of breathing, he gathered the will and looked up, eyes closing as a clenched fist neared, blinding his vision from all else. He deserved it, believing it so. Lowering his defenses and relaxing his muscles, Oscar waited and waited, but as seconds passed, no impact landed on him nor the sting of pain. Suddenly, a rough hand gripped his head and rustled his hair, clearly an act of comfort. Opening his eyes, he saw Adam smile faintly. I don't blame you. It would have happened with or without your information. In the end, Master and I weren't strong enough to stop them. Adam laughed and knocked on Oscar's forehead with a fist. Is that what's been eating you up since we met? Idiot, the hell are you thinking? Master wouldn't blame you. He's probably cursing himself in the next life for losing. That is not right, Oscar shouted. It is. Adam took out a pipe. Oscar knew from a glance that it was Sevon's pipe, which the old Volten smoked daily. Adam lit the end and exhaled a mist of smoke. Why are you blaming yourself for what was out of your control? So what if you told a traitor? We lost. It's a simple concept. Instead of moping around, think of how you'll win next time. His grin widened into the familiar freakish smile. When you do, join me and we'll kill those bastards together, all three of us like the old days. How about it, little sister? Avril pursed her lips. I can't let Master's killer roam free. Her golden eyes flashed a deadly chill, a look he hadn't seen on her in many years. However, she glanced at him and softened her gaze. But I don't know. She sighs and shakes her head. The three of them reuniting is wonderful, but she's very tired. When will it end? Ah, that's how it is. I won't pry nor force you to help. As the older brother, I should fight in your places. Adam crossed his arms. Leave it to me. You two rest easy and live out your lives, right? I'll protect your peace. Adam, I'm sorry, Oscar said, receiving another light tap from Adam's knuckles. Enlivened by Adam's declaration, he regained some of his spirit and promised to fight if the battle ever came to him. But he wouldn't seek it out. Oscar sought to fight when the necessity arose, not to go looking for one. However, with his rotten luck, he could predict all the fights coming to him, a part of his life that never stopped or veered off course. He wished to escape it, but the world seemed intent on dragging him deeper into its affairs. Was this the effect of the threads connecting him with so many others? Oscar felt uncomfortable pondering the intricacies of threads and focused on the other point of interest from Adam's tale. You said, the son of Kais claimed to be Kais himself, Oscar said, right? That was the strangest thing I'd ever heard. Adam furrowed his brow, clearly frustrated. It may be partly true. Oscar experienced the same oddity in the self-proclaimed new Saul and relayed the information to Adam. Avril paled, hearing it for the first time, and clutched his arm, a wordless worry spilling out of her gaze. Putting on a faint smile, he caressed her hair and reassured her, hugging her close. Implanting memories and the ego of one into another, following the principles of chronoms. That's one hell of a bother. If I kill this Kais, will hundreds more be waiting to kill me? Adam smiled. A lifetime of killing that bastard doesn't seem bad. No, from what Saul told me, it took thousands of tries to get one to work. The process seems to have a very low chance of success. It made sense. A chronom like GOL, for worked by detailing every part of the core and molding it into a perfect fit for the memories and ego of the one it had to replicate. Using that process on a person with a functional brain and core already dyed in the host colors would induce a severe backlash, as the memories and ego fared little chance of fitting in. Joel had spoken at length about the exorbitant costs and effort to create so many chronoms of himself, only for one to survive with barely a head left. Bah! I would have liked to torture all versions of Kais for eternity. Adam smoked more from his pipe. It was odd that fallen heaven brought that along, or did it determine Adam required it? Adam smirked and stood up, patting the dirt from his black pants. I'll be enjoying the view outside. Let me know when we're ready to start the fight. He turned and nodded. Again. Congrats on your marriage. A runner rushed past Adam's retreating figure and hurried past the broken archway, reaching Oscar and Avril before they could relax. The man bowed and said, Captain Serret requests you join him in headquarters. He fears night is nigh. Oscar glanced at the 10 orbs and scoffed at himself, remembering they never dimmed to show the encroachment of night. Picking up Avril, he struggled as she shook off his carry, blushing fiercely in embarrassment. Pity. He wanted to tease her for a while longer, his face darkening as he gripped his shaky knee. There was no telling when his legs might fail him again. Perhaps they may stop forever, and he wished to value every walk for her. Avril hugged his neck and leaped into his arms, allowing him to carry her. Clearly, she knew his worries well and pecked his cheek. Oscar carried Avril the entire way, following the runner and garnering strange gazes, including a particularly stern one from Avila. He didn't care for the attention, but Avril buried her face deeper into his chest, ears reddening to the tip. Around the blazing brazier, Serret and the rest of the Defiance had already gathered, the others from Oscar's side not showing. He rested Avril on a boulder and sat on the largest stone, an indent now carved out of the rock to resemble a chair. Well, look at you, lad. You're up and walking again. I told you, Helen, the boy won't be put down so easily. Hector entered, rubbing his scruffy beard, accompanied by Helen. Their hair had gone grayer in the years apart, deep chasms lining their faces as wrinkles of passing time. The rest of the Haven Academy followed behind them, bowing before Oscar. Avril rushed out and welcomed Helen in a hug, the two alchemists enjoying their reunion. The snails are amazing. I bring you 15 bright warriors, alchemists, and fabricators. Haven Academy is here, so make some room, you dolts. Hector waved away the huddling Defiance and occupied a great deal of space, darting his beady eyes around. He grumbled, what a horrid place. Stop complaining, Hector. Shut up for a moment. Helen rubbed her temples and elegantly sat down like a madam of a noble house. Young Lord, Fenu and the rest of the Azure Sea Company joined the gathering and bowed. The once-old Exalt gave a cheerful smile. I am honored to sit at the War Council by your side once again. My young bones are quivering for a fight. Fenu strode forward and stood by Oscar like a minister attending to a king. I, the advisor, stand by the young lord, as do us all. The Azure Sea Company cheered in a triumphant shout. So noisy. Our lord prefers peace and quiet in these sort of meetings. A clear voice cut through the clamor, bringing silence. Marcus popped out of nowhere, tying his blonde hair back. The first brought the others, and they all showed their respect by kneeling, except for Astrid, who nodded slightly. Many stared warily at them, and for good reason. Marcus and the other freed experiments of New Dawn carried an unsettling air, as if they weren't human yet wore the faces of one. Unbothered by the stares, Marcus stepped ahead and reached Oscar's side, glancing at Fenu. The seat of advisor is already filled. I don't know who you are, but I'm certain I served our young lord first. Get off, son. Fenu didn't back away. I'm the chief advisor. Enough. Both of you are out of hand. Shut up, Oscar stated. The two bickering advisors shut their mouths and retreated to stand idly by him. Bastards, I wondered where you all were. Freed from the cold tundra, Phoebe's wore a tank top exposing her abdominal muscles and muscular arms, a tiger's pelt around her waist from where black pants stretched down, and a pair of claw weapons. She and the rest of the Togros stomped toward Crag and the others. One cracked his knuckles, beckoning Crag to step forward. Another brandished a weapon at Astrid, who sneered back. Luckily, Restel clutched Crag and squeamishly tugged, quelling the lion's fury as he scoffed and sat down. Eve and Oren pulled on Astrid's arms before she could move a foot forward. Togros, Oscar shouted. Their attention turned to him. There is no conflict here. We're in it together. Very well. Stand down, tigers. We have bigger prey to devour. Phoebe's led her small group to occupy their own section. Seems my men are outmatched. Truly, you are the only possible man to lead us. Sorry, brother, but it's unanimous. Sarat raised a thumb. Sarat, stop pissing others off. Avila stared him down, and Sarat chuckled nervously, apologizing to his wife. She turned to Oscar and said, I still think you're too dangerous for my sister to follow, but there's none better to lead us. Just don't die and leave my dear sister a widow. Avila, Avril seemed displeased. Don't doubt Oscar. Indeed, don't doubt my partner. A booming voice quaked through the air, carrying a low, beastly growl near the end of its words. A man stomped into the building, white, curly hair brushing to the side from the breeze as his teal eyes gleamed with tremendous power. Garbed in an eye-catching teal vest, Erden attracted everyone's attention and waltzed over to Oscar's side, his sheer height forcing Marcus and Fenu to look up. I'm here. Sorry. Reuven had to join the other beasts. No, you're here on time, Erden. Good to have you back. Oscar stood up and shook the surprisingly human hand of his dear friend. Bringing his friend in for a brotherly embrace, Oscar thanked him again. Erden pounded his chest and winked before going to greet Avril. The others still stared at Erden in clear bewilderment, unblinking gazes following the beast's movements. He clapped his hands together, a sudden sound that intruded on everyone's ears, forcing their attention toward him. Oscar sighed. That is everyone. Let us begin, Sarat. It pleases me to see so many powerful exalts gathered here today. The 11th land will soon enter the first night. Sarat paused and regarded each person with a nod. We know what is coming. The accursed will rise and kill all of the living. Act 4, Fallen Heaven, Chapter 690. The Accursed of the Night. A corner of Oscar's mouth rose into a bitter smile as he watched the others barricade the entrance in the new wall, now reaching 10 feet tall. These exalts from Haven Academy dug deep, and soon, great pits, their bottoms black and unseen, dotted the perimeter. Light boards lined over the gaping holes, and dirt and grass piled on top, covering the existence of the pits. Seeing the ongoing efforts to prepare for a siege, Oscar gripped his knees, overwhelmed by the memories of vast fleets ramming on the barrier of a vast city, the ivory towers of silver and gold covered in soot and black fumes. My lord, our section is now prepared. Any adjustments? An exalt in gray armor pounded his armor, the metal clacking in affirmation. No. Follow Sarat's plans. Oscar gazed over the bright horizon, the same scenery as the morning greeting him. But soon, the place would turn to night, and hell was about to awaken. Boots stomped to and from as the Haven Academy exalts leaped onto the walls, brandishing their weapons with iron igniting outward. Some coughed and tapped their fingers constantly in a weak grip. He couldn't blame them for being afraid, for the knights in the true 11th heaven were merciless to the weak. He glanced toward the left, finding Marcus at the next entrance, and the half-dragon knelt deeply upon receiving his gaze before directing the few under his command. Calm yourselves. Don't lose before the battle has begun, Oscar advised them. True. Focus only on killing the enemy before you, one at a time. Isn't that right, Oscar? Erden joined him, currently wearing human form. His presence brought a warm smile to Oscar's lips, the bitterness drawn out like poison. Some things never changed. Erden clasped his shoulder and patted reassuringly. You should follow your own advice. It won't be like last time. We're far stronger now than ever before. There are no king exalts or primaires here. No bastard to whisk you away while others fight. Perhaps, Oscar returned Erden's kind gesture. But at least I still have you with me. Indeed, It had been far too long since they fought together. He hadn't seen his friend and beast brother in several decades, left to communicate in thoughts, but far from the companionship he craved. Now, in this 11th land, before hell descended, he found his brother again. To complete it, we need Avril by our side. No? Erden said, understanding his thoughts. Memories of their long journey from Shot Irma to Valen, with just the three of them merrily traveling, welled up fondly in his mind. Oscar smiled and looked behind near the main building where Avila had set up her group of long-distance fighters, Avril standing by her sister's side. For a moment, their gazes met, and they shared a knowing nod, and he couldn't help but be reminded of when they parted at the portals of Convicia City. Not this time, Oscar told himself. He wouldn't allow that to happen. My lord, one of the men on the walls shouted, sweat covering his face. Night is almost upon us. Oscar stood up and gripped his left hand, but it lacked a familiar weight and feel, his shield no longer tightly bound to his arm. In the tundra, he lacked the proper tools to create a furnace, but here, with the trees as fuel and grass as sparks, he had a chance to craft a new one, though he would have to wait and survive the night. Wearing the helmet crafted by his departed master, Oscar stopped right on the edge before the pit trap near the entrance. Fires burned brightly on the braziers built on the walls, awaiting the fall of night. Suddenly, the 10 orbs dimmed, mimicking moons as the sky turned dark. Stars plotted the vast fields of the night as the plains became shrouded in darkness. Not surprisingly, the moonlight was far dimmer than before, telling of the great danger approaching. He sought to peer deeper, but the night held a special sway over one's vision, reducing his peak sight to a dullish blur. Someone breathed audibly, followed by the others, silence enveloping the encampment. Oscar narrowed his eyes and leaned closer. Faint shadows strode closer, slowly emerging from the far distance. They walked with 2 legs, their forms closer to human, but the strange way they limped and dragged their feet unnerved him. The accursed, they were called. Radiant arrows streaked across the night, imploding into numerous sparks that rained down like a meteor shower. The sparks stretched into arrows and impaled the accursed, the bright light revealing their true forms. Monsters, one of his men murmured. The arrows of light merely stuck out from the ghastly forms. Withered human faces with pale eyes, lacking any pupils, looked at the arrows and opened their mouths, their cheeks stretching and tearing like ragged cloth. Screeches and gargled roars erupted from the impossibly large gaping jaws. Their pale bodies with streaks of shadow and darkness as if drawn from ink, devoid of any color and substance, picked up the pace, sprinting full force. Their stampeding shook the walls, nearly toppling some of the guards off their feet. From the main building, a beam of light fired into the air, expanding from a singular point at a high point and descending onto the perimeters. The walls, receiving the light, shuddered slightly as a barrier coated the piled stones. Oren had done a fantastic job creating a good barrier in a very short time, less than a day, in fact. Oscar felt it was a pity they didn't have more time, as a few gaps had to be created in light of the incomplete formation. Still, not anyone could have accomplished such a barrier in a few hours. Nevertheless, it was enough, and now he had to protect one of the gaps. The accursed drew closer. They were the ghosts of the battles fought here long ago, never granted a peaceful rest as the mechanisms of fallen heaven raised them to fight. Their expressions of anguish, the ghostly faces of black and white, howled a gut-wrenching cry as if they desired to die. Oscar called upon Demon in a duality body and entered the pseudo-guise, ready for a fight. The accursed jumped, swarming above the walls. The barriers rippled and distorted harshly as the accursed failed and bounced off the protective iron. Many clawed on the barrier as they fell, but Oren's cleverness added a slipperiness to the formation, a mocking of the foul woman who captured him, so he said. Oscar watched slews of the accursed falling on the ground, a loud crack resounding from the hidden boards breaking. The pits opened their gaping mouths and swallowed the accursed into the deep bottom. The exalts on the walls acted fast, throwing small bags down the pit, red liquid spilling out. Instantly, a great blaze erupted, loud explosions quaking the ground as the infernos raged in the pits. The accursed shrieked, circling the perimeter. Many mindlessly battered on the barrier, pounding on the wall of iron. The drumming of the countless efforts to break through soon quieted once one of the accursed jumped across and reached the entrance. Oscar bolted forward and impaled the first accursed, a scarlet platinum drill protruding from its back. A fist rammed into his head, the edgericeglad and flame barrier absorbing most of the impact, but it still shook his skull. Evidently, these accursed boasted immense physical power. More accursed leaped over the burning fumes of the pits and rolled to soften their landing. Erden shouted and rushed out, receiving Oscar's anima and performing the meld. In human form, a dense sapphire armor encased Erden. In the dead of night, his blue knightly form knocked his arm back, enlarging into a steely fist of a giant, and punched out. The sheer force rendered most of the accursed's efforts moot as they fell into the pits. "Form up," Oscar shouted. Demon rushed ahead, uncaring of the injuries brought upon by the lashing of the accursed. Two of the Exalts remained on the wall to deter as many of the accursed from ramming onto the barrier, and the other three lined up behind him. He swept his gaze past the smoke, his heart stilling at the sight of hundreds or thousands of accursed marching toward him. They had to hold on for 12 hours until the day returned. He faced the men, their expressions full of fear. They can't use spells. They aren't wielders of weapons. They have no anima. Fight on. Yes, my lord. The Exalts stomped their feet. Right on cue, a flurry of ranged spells bombarded the area past the pits, halting the advance of the accursed. To his left, Marcus tore apart his foes with his claws and sliced many into pieces from a single beat of his wings. Oscar had nothing to worry about on that end. He raised a fist high and fired several scarlet platinum orbs, the magnetic force toppling dozens of accursed as the explosion of bright flames swallowed them whole. That didn't halt them much. Burning, the accursed crossed the pits. Oscar stood his ground, Erden to his left, Demon to his right, and his retinue behind him. The first night was well underway, and he'd be damned if he let them through. He couldn't allow a single danger to be near the ones he wanted to protect. Not ever again. In a single punch, his shattering wave carried an immense shockwave that repelled the accursed. The few stragglers remaining on their side of the wall were quickly culled down by the three Exalts. "Hold fast. Reserve your strength. We're surviving tonight. Got it?" Oscar shouted, and the others cheered back.